Focus again, Brendo. DJT, Donald John Trump, the ticker, of course, up 21% on a tie-up here. CART down 6 1/3, Brendo, as well as Birkenstocks really taking it on the chin, down over 10% on not so good earnings.
Yeah, I mean, not the season for Birkenstocks around here, that's for sure, but definitely demand an issue there. The AI narrative might take a little bit of a backseat once we get this number coming up at 8:30 this morning. If we get some sort of indication that inflation, I mean, a lot of people that I was reading this morning indicating that this could be the hottest print that we've seen in more than a year, going back to the end of last year. So again, 8:30 CPI this morning, and then we do have a few Fed speakers coming through as well. That could also provide a little more narrative as far as what the Fed is thinking going into the end of the year and into January. I mean, still no indication that we'll get anything resembling a cut or a move into the first quarter, at least, of next year. But things could change dramatically here at 8:30. Did you catch Presidente's speech last night?
Yeah, I caught all of it, and he was rushing through it because apparently the White House told the networks 15 minutes only, so he was really ziplining through that. No, but I did catch some interesting stuff there, Brendo. I mean, with respect to, because he was showing graphics and he's showing, you know, the unemployment rate, and then of course CNN, you know, they fact check him afterwards as true to form, and they were looking at the rate of unemployment. They said when he came into office, it was around 4%. Now it's ticked up to 4.6. Yeah. What they didn't say though was the government, I hate to put it this way, the layoffs through Doge, as well as the early retirements that a lot of government workers decided to take. They were offered packages. So the unemployment number did tick up 4.6. That leads me to my next point. Next month, we get another possible Fed rate decision. If that number keeps ticking up, right, with that inflation number, maybe not so much, then we may get that January cut.
Who knows? Who knows? We'll bring up the Fed funds tool here this morning. Last check, it was around that 30% mark still, so very, very low as far as January goes. But yeah, I mean, it almost seemed as if, and if you go back to the last press conference with Fed Chair Powell, some of the comments he was making were more toward the employment side versus the inflation side. And obviously that's partially due to the fact that we haven't had any kind of real data since the government shut down. So we'll get that coming up at 8:30 this morning. So stay tuned for that. Lots to talk about though, guys. Good morning.
Happy Micron Day, I guess. We're happy for Micron anyways.
Yeah, Micron's helping this market for sure. I was just looking at expected 3.1 on the CPI. Imagine we get 2.9. It's fine. I was just talking. My throat was fine. So I do have a little bit. I was thinking I had a sore throat, so I was trying to.
OJ.
Yeah, so I was trying to get the OJ going, just as like a preventative.
Bottles of that.
I thought we did have bottles of it, and then I went into the fridge and I was like, we got these little.
It's the most bizarre. You guys are like, what the heck are you guys talking about? No, it was straight up. We used to have bottles of that juice.
I haven't had a juice
for
box
years, and then all of a sudden, I'm sure they probably changed it, and we just didn't notice. I don't know. I think it's weird.
There's like, cranberry juice in bottles. There's apple juice, but we got.
You go down from the bottles to the.
You know, there's probably more. It's probably these little cartons are probably more for the environment. Like they're probably easier. I don't know if they're easier to recycle. I don't know anything.
I don't know. It's probably something.
Anyways, SoFi has stablecoin news. Okay,
Coinbase has.
Oh, they do. I didn't.
They want to be in everything. Equity trading on Coinbase is going to be a thing. So they're trying to make their power moves, man.
I like that.
I had to fix this. They're trying to be like the hooded one, although it's not really up that much. That's 3%. It's pretty good. Not a lot of things in crypto land or adjacent had a good day yesterday. But Bitcoin's bouncing, still under 90. I'm not going to forget what happened. That was the biggest. It was a monster rejection of 90K yesterday. Hit 90 and then just forget about it. What a fail. So yeah, crypto's got to be in our minds. The Metaline, I almost said Metaline IPO, that's down 5%, but had a fantastic day. Basically trended up all
I don't want.
Which is great.
Randy, this is the cranberry.
It's a different brand.
This is I'm going to give it to Ramin. No, this is Allen's versus Oasis.
Yeah, we used to have the Oasis bottles.
It says a Canadian favorite. Canadian favorite.
Nothing wrong with cranberry.
Infused with maple syrup. But
one of the few things that maple syrup would not be good in.
Yeah, cranberry. Yeah, some drinks though, like bourbon and all that kind of stuff. I can see definitely.
Sure. You can sweeten lots of drinks.
Mix that with some Maple Bear. Instacart down today. FTC has opened an investigation into CART. Here it is, right here. Oh, I just went from maple syrup to maple bear. That's pretty funny.
That's not good.
But yeah, there it is right there, Instacart. I don't know. We'll see. 45 bucks. Actually, it wasn't doing that bad. $46 on Instacart. We'll have to see what's going on there. Uber breaks through $80 yesterday, so that one may be heading a little lower. We may have to reevaluate what we're doing on Uber. At some point, it's really caught in a little bit of a down drift as well. NVIDIA trying to get back upside today. Held that 170 barely yesterday. Wow. So we'll see, man. That Oracle, they talked about it. What was it? Blue Owl? Gray Owl? What's the one from Wall Street? Not Blue Steel. That's Blue Steel is what's his name? Yeah.
Zoolander.
Yeah.
I can't.
Wall Street is Anacott Steel is I forget what the. Anyways, I think that's what it is. But anyways, NVIDIA holds on to 172 yesterday. Yeah, man. Maple bourbon. Yeah, that would be really good. Yeah, and then we do have a fusion of some sorts happening today with DJT. We were actually just talking about this thing being at $10. It's like, remember I was using that example of DWAC. I was like, this was a SPAC, and then it went up to like $70. Then it turned over to Trump Media, and then now it's all the way up here. And again, another note that we have in our days, you can get our watches, you can get Sharif's daily note as well. Make sure you do sign up for that. Trump Media Technology gapping up, an all-stock merger with TAE Technologies. So merging with TAE Technologies, DJT now up 22%. So
got to power the data centers, and well, fusion power is something we've been hearing a lot about for a ridiculously long time. But there's renewed optimism in fusion power, but because AI has made it a lot easier for them to test, and hey, maybe this turns into something. I don't know. But the stock's going to be in play today. There's no question about that for DJT. When it moves, it moves. Let's see if it can actually hold on to some of these gains. That'll be the most important thing. It's already traveled a bit here. Almost to $15, back down to 12, now to 13. I think we just revisited the 12 level and bounced again. So there's a lot of volatility here in DJT. I don't think it's going to be an easy one for people to price, for sure. Oh, Darwin, good point. DJT has warrants and a 2x ETF for those that are interested, because why not? They all have.
Yeah, like if you're a stock you don't have a 2x or 3x ETF, you should delist.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, it just means like no one's interested.
With your lives.
DJT has a 2xer. That's crazy.
Would, right?
Yeah, I just saw Chris in the chat say it's only down 22 or 66% this year so far. But all right, so Palantir also making some moves today. Look, it should be a good one. I'm back up to 180 here, so we'll see what's going on. And then you know, Lulu. Finally. So I thought they'd get some activists in Target, and so that's my next goal right there. Keep talking about that till eventually it happens, and there goes Lululemon. So man, from 160s up to 220s right here. Huge move. And I said to Sharif, it's finally joining your AEO over there. And we'll see. Now, this is a sell spot. So today, lunchtime, let's see how this reacts. I'm going to get out of some for sure right there at 230. We got out some on earnings day up there at 205 or so. And then we'll see if we can get out some today as we approach that 230 here. As it was of the group that went in there is, I am looking for, there it is right there. Yeah, Elliott Management, of course. So Elliott Management there built a stake exceeding $1 billion in the company and is looking for changes. Yeah, that is necessary there. That's what we're hoping for as well. In Target, we've seen these things work quite well for stock and shareholders. So we'll see how it goes. Right now, looking for a new potential CEO. So it's good. I like it. I like this Lululemon trade. Just goes to show, like, Walmart's been so hot. There's been so many good names other than these, you know, what's been a down draft, I guess, in some of these AI names. And Micron finally giving us a little bit of a heads up here that, hey, maybe we're still strong heading into
we will see
next
Nike
year.
Tonight, too.
Yeah, Nike should be doing it.
That's the other thing. Like Nike.
There's another big one tonight, FedEx.
That's a good bellwether stock.
I love FedEx.
Also, there's a small cap, or a couple people have asked about this ATHA. So we're really excited about ATHA. It's in the watch list, the Athria pharmaceutical, but what is this? Yada yada yada. Commercialization of thing I cannot pronounce. Lasofoxifene.
Sounds good enough.
Yeah, why not? Sure, but like it's got really good volume. Obviously, gapping up here. Ignore some of these crazy dark pool wicks. It is pretty much holding above the $6 level. Ooh, that's the Lulu daily chart. But you know what? Sometimes we'll show you these, and it's like, oh, look how horrible this chart is. That's not so bad. Just do the chart over the chart. That's an interesting look. Oh, just go from the chart to the chart. No, but this is actually like not a ridiculously, absurdly terrible chart. Even if you were to, like, you pull back all the way to like $5 and it still looks pretty good. So looks a little more constructive than the others. Most of the other small cappers that we'll have that'll gap up, you see this ridiculously downward, declining, multiple splits, like that kind of a thing. But ATHA doesn't seem to have that. $6 is where people have been buying it. It's more like $6.40 or so for now. VWAP hasn't really made any difference, so I wouldn't reference that. But even if it pulls into 5, on the higher time frame, dipping into 5 would just be pulling back into a prior high. So this one could have legs for a few days. No, we'll check back in. I know Sharif will be excited to trade that one if it holds a volume-weighted average price for sure. But today, it's got to be first look. Can the AI names hold up because of what Micron was able to do? Because yesterday, that Oracle news squashed everything. Everything. Broadcom got smoked. Vernova, all of the energy plays got smoked. And if you look, guess what's not gapping up that big on this Micron news? Oh, that's right, it's Oracle. And it's very slowly starting to give it up. So, Sharif, Brennan, do you guys think that we've saved the day here with Micron, or is that just a bit of a blip and the Oracle news is bigger and we're going right back down, gentlemen?
Time will tell, I guess. I mean, it's been such a questionable month, to say the least, as far as the AI trade is concerned. So yeah, I mean, no way of knowing, obviously. But as far as the overall moves, I mean, if you simply just look at what happened to Oracle on the initial news versus, this move in Micron, I mean, is Micron a heavier play? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
I've got two sides. They're sort of trying to reconcile two different opposing views, in my opinion, Brendan. I was just telling you off camera, they guided for the next quarter, Micron, their earnings yesterday, $18 billion for Q1 of next year. The street was looking for 14. So that's a monster beat. But then on the other side, I was just reading the Oracle headline as well from yesterday. They're pushing back, by the way, against that Blue Owl capital thing, and they say we're well financed.
They came out right away. Yeah, they came out right away.
But here's the deal, Brendo. There's credit default swaps, like the ones that everybody talked about during the Great Financial Crisis on Oracle's debt. Those have more than doubled in the past few weeks because the street and analysts feel like, they're just
smoke, there's fire.
Exactly. Yeah. They're just taking on way too much. So, opposing views and hard to reconcile, but the one that I'm tending to lean more towards is Micron, because this is a projection for next year, not a debt story. It's more about demand going into the future.
Yeah, market tends to lean positive as well when it comes to sentiment, so we'll see if that falls through. Maybe I'm completely wrong on that, but let's see. A couple other things to note here. SoFi popped up, 2580, pretty ugly red day yesterday for SoFi. SoFi launching SoFi USD, a fully reserved US dollar stablecoin issued by SoFi Bank, and said it wants to be the stablecoin infrastructure provider for banks, fintechs, and enterprise platforms. So that was about 5-6 minutes ago, but nice little move there for SoFi so far this morning. There were a few other earnings of notes. CarMax getting cracked here, back downside, just made new lows on the morning. Not a lot of volume behind that, but their earnings a bit of a mess. And we get Nike. Worth noting after the close tonight. So that's another one that you can kind of look to as a sentiment gauge or economic gauge a little bit. I'm
really excited to see that one. Elliott Hill obviously trying to turn the company around, focusing away from direct to consumer, going back to the three-wall push with with Dick's Sporting Goods, Foot Locker on this side of the border, of course, Sports Check. I'd like to see how they're doing. Yeah, okay. We'll get that after the close tonight. Ugly day yesterday for Nike as well. Lululemon with a headline this morning on the Elliott side of things, also building a huge stake in that. Remember, the CEO transition is going to happen sometime going into the new year. I feel like they have their fingers involved in who is going to end up in that chair for Lulu. I mean, I still don't really understand the need for, I mean, if you go to a Lululemon store around here, I mean, you can barely get in the door still, so it's not like they're doing anything wrong at this point. But anyway, let's get some options ideas so far this morning. We'll go over to Joe.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's having a fantastic Thursday. A lot of activity this morning, but let's get into what we were experiencing with yesterday. And that's going to be in a lot of these names. We've seen some substantial downside movement. That's why we're going to take a look at some of this put options activity. We're going to start it off here with Tesla at that $490 strike price. Now, the day before, we were looking at those $500 calls and potential supply zones. Well, now we're south of this $490 level. So we have a bunch of in-the-money contracts here on Tesla. Open interest, relatively light, sitting only around 4,000, but the volume was relatively substantial. 56.2 thousand contracts open and closed yesterday on Tesla, and that's on the put side. So that's quite a bit. It was outweighing the majority of the calls, which typically isn't seen. Now, as for Bitcoin, struggle to find a bid as well, too, guys. At that $50 level, we got 27,500 contracts still currently open, but with volume around 15,600. And that's going to be expiring tomorrow, guys. And now, as for Oracle, yeah, it's getting pretty ugly with this name, almost down 50% off of that previous all-time high. At that $880 level, open interest sitting around 12,200 with volume at 27,700, once again expiring this week. Now, something that I think was interesting was going to be the queues. This was the largest amount of open interest on the 19th expiration cycle, December 19th. Now, as for the bid and the ask, sitting around $5, which isn't bad whatsoever, but the volume, 39,800, open interest still relatively high. Now, your delta is always going to be negative on the put side, so we're sitting at 0.74. So for every dollar move to the downside, the contract's value is going to increase $47. Your gamma exposure is 0.033. So essentially, it's your rate of change, and it's relatively high for the NASDAQ, guys. At the money, IV sitting around 27.5%. We can typically see this around 15 to 16%. So you're seeing an increase in implied volatility here, guys.
Well, and volatility is here for sure. And remember, tomorrow being triple witching, you're going to see a lot of extra. Like this will be the biggest one in terms of volume all year. We always talk about these quarterly witching days. So expect to see some fireworks. Volume will be insane, generally speaking, at the close, and then the open tomorrow as well, you should see a little bit of extra volatility. But Oracle, my goodness, to say it's been bad for them is a little bit of an understatement. This is going to be, if it's the canary in the coal mine, it's a bit of a litmus today. You'll want to see if we're going to have some kind of, right now the market's up, right? But if we're going to have like a bigger sustained up move, you're going to want Oracle potentially participating. Like if there's any way this can get and hold above like 182, prior lows, I think that'll be a pretty big key. Because if I look at that, if we don't get back above there, you're just sort of, even with a bounce, you could bounce a couple bucks here, and then you're still not getting back above prior lows. You're just hanging out in the bottom of the range yesterday. And then you look at the NASDAQ, and it's kind of the same thing. Like it looks, okay, like it looks pretty good so far, but when we really fell apart here in the morning, in the second half of the morning yesterday, it was right about this level. Yeah, we're back above 25K, but it was right about the 25-1 spot where it rejected. So there's still some work to be done for a bit of a bounce. And remember, in 10 minutes, we're going to get that CPI. So, you know, we have a poll that's up, and it's like 416. Oh, it was 416. Dang it. And now it's 421. But it was 416 people that had voted in the poll when I checked it. Now it's 424. Like, what's your bias going into the open? 43% long, 23% short, 27% say wait for 9:30, and 6% say no trade today. I would almost change that to there should have been a wait for 8:30 option to see after CPI, maybe to put in a bit of a bias. But I'd be more inclined to lean for the open-minded and wait. Although I would argue you could have one that says wait for 8:30 as well. But I like to be a bit patient because I think we need to see when we get to that key bounce level what the futures want to do, what stocks like Oracle want to do. For sure. But check out the poll. Want to see what your thoughts are. Half of you with a long bias after yesterday.
Yeah, no, I think I was just looking at the cues here. You know, it's not often that you get, and you know, we talked about this a little bit. That's 2 months in a row now we're looking at red, and now we'll see what December can do here. But there's not too many trading days left. Obviously, we have the Santa Claus rally that starts after Christmas, so we'll see if that happens. But Yeah, like we've had a huge move up. So to say volatility is going to start being increased here, I think so. There was 2 red months right there, and then we had a nice little bounce back. You know, there's 2 or 3 nice little bounce back. We did have quite a nice move, obviously, at the beginning of 2022, where we fell back in and then bounced off the 50 period. I don't know if we're in danger of that, but it's just whenever we, you know, history and technicals and all that, it's like we are now a ways away from the 50 period moving average. You know, almost the most it's been extended in a very long while. So, you all right over there? Man, never thought we'd miss Andre so much. But no, shout out Ramin, doing many different things.
Fired.
I'm taking the Sharif method now because I realize that Ramin actually loves Sharif the most. And I feel like it's like, you know, see what I'm saying? So it's like if I start throwing some hatred over to Ramin, then maybe I'll get some kind of love back, you know, but it's not.
They are brother and sister.
I know, because all I ever say is
brother-sister relationship you've ever seen.
All I ever do is compliment her.
Say whatever you want.
It's like I'm trying to
You know
change
it's
it.
true. Exactly.
This is what I'm saying, Neil. He says whatever he wants. So yes, I agree. And yes, Sharif, now you have Neil's permission to say whatever you want. But no, I was going to say, like, now that, you know, I think we are getting a little bit more volatile, needless to say. So I think that, you know, when Joe's talking about some of the options for the NASDAQ and for the SPY and all this, I think it's appropriate to have a look because every day, like yesterday we were down 2%. Right now, today you're up 1%. So the volatility is here. We can look at the VIX. The VIX is, you know, the VIX is something that remains quite low right now. I mean, I know yesterday it would have had to move up. We didn't even look at it yesterday. But here, let's go. Yeah, 5 minute is fine. Actually, let's go to a day. I just want to show you how low exactly. You guys know this historically here. Every time the VIX gets to like 12 or 13, it seems to be a huge buy spot. And then you just sort of hope. I don't think you have to hope that much. It happens. You wait for these moments in time where the market gets broken for a couple days and you get these monster spikes up. And we've actually just had one there as well. I almost think like the VIX is a great tool to trade. You just kind of hold out for those monster moves. So, you know, you buy 12, 13, 14s, and then you offer 20s, 21s, 25s, and you just kind of wait for those orders to fill. But then you got to go to bed every night cheering for some sort of catastrophic moment in time. But actually, you know what? This 24, I think it's a great hedge. Like this 24 has been a great, right? And this doesn't even go back that far. Like how many times just on the VIX, if you bought it, you could have been long here at 13 or 14 and out at 28. Like that's numerous times here, not even 28, let's go 24. You know, once, boom, boom. Like these are all, just trading the VIX probably gets you enough money to not even worry about what your investment strategy is. And then it is a hedge against whatever you're doing. But anyways, I don't do that, but I was just thinking it's a good idea.
It's good to have on your, even just to use as an indicator. Like sometimes you'll see the trends out there in the VIX that are important to watch. So I see a lot of people in there, Ash just said they'll add the VIX to the watch. And there's certain markets when it gets a little more volatile, it's like, okay, well now you're paying attention to the VIX. And then other times you're like, we don't have to worry about it too much. I think we're possibly entering another round of increased volatility can come back into play, but we'll see. Certainly. Oh, shoot! I was gonna fire back and ask a question to Brendan, but let's go to Joe.
Yeah, we'll go to Joe.
Wanted to comment on the VIX because Katina Man was talking about it. I agree with you. I just think that timing the longs are a little bit more difficult, but buying the puts on the VIX coming back to its mean is relatively easier, I think.
Well, I think when it does spike, it is like the number one thing to revert is to revert.
Exactly.
Is to revert
Exactly.
The VIX. Like,
so that's why exactly. That's what I was getting at. You buy the puts on the VIX when it's at elevated levels.
Yeah, well, certainly. But I know some people like to use it as a bit of a hedge when it's at some support levels. But from an actual trade standpoint, fading it is a pretty profitable thing in the long run because essentially you're only going to get moped when there's like a black swan. But I think the thing that scares people about that is, well, if you're long everything, right, and then you make that kind of a trade, it's kind of like the worst case scenario if that blows up for you because then you lose twice. But that's also part of the reason why it's going to work 90-something% of the time, because not everybody has the,
Yeah, most people that are long exposure hold.
they don't want to make that play because it's almost like doubling down in turmoil. But it's effective until a financial crisis.
For sure.
All right, boys, back to you guys.
A little bit of a pop here this morning with the overall market, but coming back in, again, earnings after the close tonight. Again, coming up at 8:30, we're going to get, for anyone just rolling in, welcome. Remember, 8 o'clock every single morning. Come join us. We're on at 8 now, 8 to 4. We're going to get CPI, the first real, let me bring this up. Well, the first real look at inflation that we've had since the government shutdown. Well, that's pretty small. There we go. That's a little better. Anyway. Here's what we're looking for on the year-over-year basis. Again, this is for November, so the most current, when I say the first real look at inflation, the most current that we've gotten since the government shutdown. Forecast for 3, consensus as well for 3 on the core number. Overall, 3.1, the consensus for the headline number for November. We're also going to get initial jobless claims coming up at 8:30 as well. 236,000 last week. Looking for a little bit of an uptick here this week.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. So the Department of Labor and Statistics said, Brendo, the release will not include the 1-month percent change for November of 2025 this year, where the October data are still missing. So the agency canceled the October inflation report, as we know, because of the government shutdown. So it should be interesting to see, but we have a bit of a chasm there between the data, so we don't really know exactly what happened in October. Should be interesting to see as we obviously talk about the Fed making a decision into next year on whether to hold rates steady or whether to cut. So, I don't really feel it's playing too much into the AI trade. I feel like there's 2 separate things going on. Obviously, the concerns about AI spending, and then the inflation and the jobs concerns, but they don't really seem to be overlapping a whole lot.
No.
Kind of what I feel there. I mean, the spending's happening regardless of whether inflation is going up or job unemployment is going up.
And there's no slowdown in sight. It seems like it's almost still accelerating. So I mentioned 30%. End of the day yesterday, I looked at this. It was actually at 30.2 or 30.3, I think it was the number. But there we are right now, 26.6%, guys, on the cut side of things. Going into, that's January of next year, 73.4% chance of a hold. Once again, so we'll see if this changes anything. Couple minutes to go here before we get this number. Overall, as we said, just talking about volatility, in general, a little bit of an uptick here. This could be another catalyst here.
Yeah, less than 1 minute, we'll get that CPI. What's interesting, there's always more certainty on Kalshi on the Fed rate decisions than there is on the CME tool. It just seems like you always have a little bit higher, but it is 75%. And at least a small amount, a 2% chance that they do something rare, according to Kalshi, which would be less than a quarter-point move, which I don't think it's happened very often, but it has happened in the past. They don't really do that anymore. But for now, I think we're all with the assumption that something drastic would have to change to get them to cut in January. And maybe we get a hint of that. Hey, who knows? We don't know this for a fact. But at the end of the day, this is why I said if you're voting in that poll, at least you want to see this print. Because if we get something crazy surprise, I think you could see a little bit of a reaction. So about 5 seconds to go, and then we'll be able to see this CPI print. We'll see how the futures are going to react to it here. I haven't heard it yet.
Higher,
but
well, the market's
market's bouncing.
Wow, 2.7. It is way lower. 2.7.
Way lower.
Right now, core is out at 2.7%. So that's much better for inflation number there. So I don't think it's going to be a great idea here for the rates here, but there it goes. That's a good little number there. They're expecting 3.1. It looks like they get 2.7. You're seeing the NASDAQ start to go back up there to the upside. There's a whole bunch of different things that are being released right now, but it does look like that. Let's go back over, Brendan. You got that read for us?
2.6%, guys, versus 3 on the core number for November. Headline number 2.7 versus consensus 3.1. So massive beats right across the board on the inflation side of things. CPI overall, the index 324.2, 324.9 was the read that was expected there. 224,000 on the initial jobless claims number, another beat to the downside. We were expecting 229,000 on that. Continuing claims, 1.89 million. That's a bit of an uptick. 1.84 was the number that was expected there. That's a few weeks in a row that we've seen that continuing claims number to the upside. I'll just throw that up there on screen so everybody can look at it. No, this one, sorry, wrong number. There's the actual number, guys, as it came through. So again, the headline number, 2.7 versus 3.1. Core, 2.6 versus 3.
Really standing out. Jobless claims that you brought up there, negative 13,000. So that's obviously a much better print than expected. The continuing claims does end up being a concern, but the jobless claims dropping down 13,000, 224,000. We'll have to see how this goes, Brendo, but the market receiving it quite well.
Yeah, nice move here, guys, from the market.
And there it goes. I mean, we were just talking about, you know, trading. We could see what's going to happen. I mean, the VIX probably is moving around here. We just talked about that. Wow, thank you, Randy. I heard it was hard-boiled eggs today. So, oh, you mean hot dogs? Yeah, those hot dog-like sausages. No, I'll come through and grab some in a minute. Oh, there it goes. Sure. Yeah, there. Where do you think Sharif just went? Because the thing is, if there's only 20 eggs, he needs to make sure that he's got his dozen. So he's got to go grab them all right there. I should have said, oh man, looks like it's French toast today. Then you would have had nothing. I mean, look, someone's got to keep those legs the way they are, you know. So he's got to go over there.
You need like twice the program.
But there goes the VIX to the downside there on a move higher. So just to show you guys, like there goes 17.20 down to 16.19 there for the VIX. So, but yeah, there it goes, man. The Q's now up 1.2%. Yeah, that's great. You know, less inflation. I mean, we had the president on yesterday talking about cost of goods and everything like that. So that's nice to see this number kick higher right there. And, you know, we did have a negative day yesterday in the NASDAQ, pretty bad, down 1.8%. But right now the market is, you know, appreciating these numbers. And again, 2.7 coming out, 2.6 year over year. There versus a 3 expected. Jobless claims come out as expected as well. And Philly manufacturing comes minus 10 versus 2.5. But upside rate here, what are the banks thinking about this? I guess not really moving in. Anyways, I don't even know why I checked those. Apple maybe back up to the upside. It just looks, I mean, I think this is a nice little relief rally here today setting up. You know, we do get the nice news from Micron overnight, helping sort of that demand side of things, maybe in the space. And then now you get a better economic number. So that's good, man. I was a little fearful of it because we don't have October and November data. So we've seen the market move on this. And my play for, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, was, you know, watch out what's happening right now in the NASDAQ. Watch this thing fade right back in again. And if it does fade back, I don't think it'll, I mean, I think that was a positive read. I'm not expecting it to come all the way back in. But now we have a top there. So if we do come back in, we have something that we can play off of, 25.2. And no surprise either that yesterday we held, Neil, around 25,000. I mean, that's been a key, yeah, it's been a key level for a minute. So, yeah, good to see. And, yeah, get Google back above 300, get Tesla to try to push again back over 480. So we'll see what winds up happening here.
Bitcoin back above 88, so that's good. I mean, ETH is nowhere near 3, but it's at 29, so that's off of some support as well. Like, everything seems to be, like, I would be cautious. If you see something that's not popping on this, maybe just be a little bit cautious about it or skeptical about it. Like I looked over just to see what our good friend Oracle was doing. I mean, it's a slight bump, but it hasn't gotten through the hump yet. I was kind of thinking if we pressed higher on CPI, okay, well, let's see if Oracle breaks out. And it hasn't done so yet. So I'm not 100% on some of these AI names, specifically these guys. But no, so far so good. You do always worry, okay, well, that's, you know, how reliable is this going to be? And you're going to have, you still have weeks to be able to digest this before there's any action that takes hold. But I suspect, and we'll check back in like 15 or 20 minutes or so, but we should see some movement on those January odds. I mean, I wouldn't suspect that they would stay exactly the same.
No, I mean,
we shouldn't be at 70. We're probably not going to be at 73 when we look back in about 15 minutes.
You know what, though? I don't think they were really thinking about cutting anyways. So I think this just kind of helps sort of justify maybe the last move that they just made there. Again, the data is a little old. You see what's already happening right now? It's already coming back a little bit right here in the NQs. So we'll wait to see if it can hold that. But yeah, look, a lower read signals less pressure for them, the Fed, to raise rates, hopefully brings back prices on spending. But look, just as we said, like this, we've already seen this playbook, man. Nice move to the downside. When it comes up here, maybe we'll think about fading it, or you think about dip buying, but there's the pullback immediately in the broader market there. Sharif, we missed you for a minute, but we're back right now. 2.6 in November. Their initial thoughts. I know Sharif, is he? There he is. What do you think about this, Sharif? What do you think we hold up here, or is this just one of those blips where eventually we fade back out and we continue maybe our move lower?
I'm just waiting for tariffs to cause inflation, Sean. I mean, it's been April, so May, June, July, August, September, October, November. I know the November numbers, but this is month number 8, December. We'll obviously get the data for next month. But yeah, this has been one of those things where everybody and their mother, before the tariffs came in, before, you know, that Liberation Day statement by President Trump said that this was going to cause widespread inflation. Not only have we not seen the inflation print come to fruition, but quite frankly, you know, he was making the case yesterday that things are still a little bit cheaper. I know the groceries and certain things obviously are still getting more expensive. I see that all the time over here, Brendo, especially with meat. But quite frankly, this is a story I don't think's panned out quite yet.
On that as well, ECB rate decision just out. They held at 2%, so prior was 2.
That was out
forecast was 2 as well, so no change for ECB. I was just trying to check that CME website again is broken. So apparently a lot of people are doing that, or maybe they're just updating it or letting it update a little bit. But every time I try and refresh it, it just crashes a little bit. Hi, Sean. How are you?
I just want to say, I actually heard that. No, Ramin's not ready yet. I forgot. Remember, we're used to Andre. We're used to Andre. No, I was going to say that was 5-4 on that vote on ECB. I just wanted to note that I heard that on the way in today. So I was just going to say, like, maybe the tides are changing. I mean, you have no idea, Ramin, how much for me for you. But at the end of the day, what I was going to say too is yesterday I promised some of our my daughter on her team, we were going to go get burgers after at this local joint in Etobicoke, Apache Burger. Maybe Joe knows about that, or Brendo, or anybody. But anyways, one of the guys turned out to be sick. There's like 3 or 4 of the girls weren't even there yesterday. So we didn't go, and we're going to do it again. So what we wound up doing was going to Loblaws, which is a local grocery store. And I said, you know what, I'm going to make my own burgers. Because it was, by the time practice was over, it was 7:15 or something. Then we went to the grocery. Thank God practice was right by our house. We got there, it was 7:30, blah, blah, blah. So that's still fine. Bought the ground beef, everything. And then I was looking at the price of that ground beef. I was like, am I in the wrong place? Like, how much beef has gone up is absolutely ridiculous. So to the point of this inflation, which, by the way, now the market is ticking significantly higher right now. Now we're starting to cook right there. But yeah, just to the point of President Trump and everything yesterday, and what Sharif was just saying was that, yeah, I think the groceries are a little out of control. I mean, you could still get things on sale. Like a little brick of butter is still $5 if you find it everywhere. You know, eggs are obviously still under wraps here as well. There's $2 or $3.
The thing that people,
I think it's the fresh food.
But the thing that people always get wrong about inflation, it's like, it's hilarious because you'll even hear, and the talking heads will say this all the time. They're like, oh, inflation's decreased from 3 point whatever to 2.6. Like, what? Like, first of all, that's not what's happening. The rate of increase of prices is slowing down. It's the rate of increase that's slowing. You still have inflation. And when you have the rampant inflation that we had post-COVID, it's a huge bump. So 2.6 or whatever on top of that is still going to hit hard, because if something was $100 before and inflation went ham and it went to like 150, well, 2% of $1.50 is more than 2% of 100 what it was before. So that same 2% increase is going to hurt you a little bit more, especially if you have a fixed income. So it's one of these things that people completely, it's like no, it's. And the funny thing about it is there is no solution to it, because we just keep printing money, which is going to constantly cause it. But anyways, I don't want to get too far on that rant. But there is already a move. Kalshi's already moving here. It's about 4 points down for January. So it's like, you know what I found, and I have nothing against the Fed rate tool, because maybe it already has moved as well. But if you do track this, I'm just refreshing to see if it's still exactly the same. But if you watch it on Kalshi, you'll be able to see it in real time, the reaction. So as you would suspect, The chances of a cut have very slightly increased. Like this.
Yeah, the Fed has it at
moving all over the
27.
place.
It's at 27 here on the Fed.
Yeah, up to 29.
Remember, Kalshi is made, anybody can go in there
Anybody can
and
make a
put whatever they want. This is, you know, the Fed rate watch tool is an actual thing. The Kalshi is just a betting market. And so the thing is that, you know, yesterday, everyone would have got absolutely dusted if you would have bet Venezuela. Venezuela, it was 90%. Yeah, remember it was like minus 1,200. We were like making fun of it. He didn't say Venezuela.
Nope.
So guess what? House wins again.
House always.
Please look up DKNG if you are a gambler because
Or Robinhood.
the house always wins. So all right, man. Nasdaq just continues to pump higher. Now up 1.38% on that number. Like, wow, the market really, really likes this, man. I mean, normally, like I was saying, you do get those pullbacks, and there it is right there. You're almost covering up yesterday. Like, if you look at what happened yesterday, we had that huge move down that was real early, and now you're right back to where we were almost pre that move. So, you know, you're getting closer and closer now to sort of gobble up what we did yesterday, forget about it, and just go back and say, like, wow, man, dip buying continues to be the winning trade, you know? I mean, if that number comes a lot higher, then you're absolutely cooked. But, you know, if you're dollar cost averaging, sometimes take advantage of those NASDAQ down 1.8 days and, you know, get some money back into there. I still think it's early days, though, as we get ready to go. Tomorrow's, you know, tomorrow with the witching and all the rebalancing, I mean, should create some action there at the end of the day as well. So, all right, we can get back. I don't think we have any guests lined up or anything today, but you're just stuck with us.
Sorry. We'll try. Yeah, I was going to bring up Apple here because Apple is making a decent move along with the overall market back higher. I mean, it was among the weaker to start things off. We're up better part of $1 on this market move. But interesting move here from Apple as well. They're opening their app store in Japan. There's a 5% fee that goes along with that in that country. But this is something that, I mean, different companies, different areas of the world have been asking for or looking to do for quite some time. So kind of quiet, under the radar here for Japan.
On Apple to open up the App Store to kind of multiple different variations. We'll get to that in a second, but it is going to eat into their service margins, which is their most profitable part of their business, 80-some-odd% gross margins on that bad boy. So here's what's happening, guys. So Apple announced it's going to allow an alternative App Store for iPhones only. This doesn't extend to iPads or anything else in Japan to comply with the new legislation. So here's what's going to happen. So Japanese developers can launch their own App Store marketplace and pay Apple as little as 5% on sales through these alternative app stores. They can also offer their own in-app payment systems, but they got to show Apple's alongside of it. Apple's going to continue charging commissions, though, so it's not like they're removing the revenue completely. There's going to be 15% for external payments that are inside the app and 26% for standard app store purchases. That's down from 30%. But unlike Europe, which is doing the same thing to Apple right now, Japan's framework allows Apple to approve or reject alternative marketplaces. This kind of reduces the headline number, of course, as we were talking about, but allows them to maintain some sort of control a little bit better than what the Europeans are doing.
Market continuing here, Apple continuing as well. I mean, it's been a choppy couple of days here for Apple shares, but hopefully this continues. Let's see how the rest of the free market plays out here.
Yeah, it's not a victory lap yet for Apple, but it's good. Like when everyone starts coming at these large companies and ultimately, they have to adjust as they get bigger and make concessions here and there. It seems like a little bit better of a play resolution than in Europe, but only slightly. Just want to throw one thing out about Apple. If you're watching this stock in particular, and there's maybe a few that are like this, at the close, or at least in the last 10 minutes on the imbalances, you're going to see what happened to Apple in here. Like it was kind of chilling out, showing a little bit of strength, and then about 273 change at 350, it fell off a little bit of a cliff, like dropping almost $2 full going into the close. That's a level that you'll probably want to pay some attention to as we get into in the open. Like there was a pretty hefty sell at the end of the day. There's sometimes it skews where the close would have been. So yeah, we ended up closing down under 272, but if not for that sell-off and imbalance, you got to think of the 273 and 73 change area as a potential key level there for Apple. Always always good to go back and see if the stock that you're playing in or whatnot had a move on the amounts, and it might give you a different level to look at. Let's go over to Joe. We've got some upgrades and downgrades.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's get it started and see what we got going on for some of the downgrades today. We're going to start it off with Allstate by William Blair. Putting that to a market perform, ticker AAL relatively flat here this morning. And then we have Progressive as well, PGR down 1.39%, guys, going from a market perform to an underperform here by William Blair once again. And then we have Lennar going from an outperform to an underperform as well. Price target being lowered to $92. You're down 2.3% here in the morning. And then we have Simulations Plus, guys, going from a buy to a neutral weight there by BTIG Research. You're down 1.44%. Price target being lowered to $60. Now, as for some of the upgrades, guys, we have Hut 8. You're up 2.8% here. Price target being raised to $62 from $54, and that is going to be receiving a buy rating by Canaccord Genuity, ticker HUT. Now, as for Rivian, guys, as well, too, $14 price target being raised to $25, and going from a neutral weight to an overweight by Robert W. Baird. Now, Micron as well reported yesterday after the bell, guys, and a nice move to the top side. You're up almost 13% in the pre-market. You're going from a $275 price target to $300 by TD Cowen, and we have GE Vernova, guys, $736 being raised to $815 and going from a hold to a buy, guys.
We've got Rivian on our mind, right? I mean, I already wrote down Rivian as the #1 trade idea. I only have one thing written right now. I wanted to wait for that CPI number, and now that we've gotten it, we can start to look a little bit deeper. But I had written down Rivian here at $18 or 1850 break. So it looks like we'll probably get an 1850 break right now on Rivian. Look, I like that upgrade. I like what they were talking about. I mean, we've already seen the opportunity for this thing to go. It's in 17% short float. I think Rivian has a chance right there. That's 1850. We're right here, right now. I would have rather have it opened up around down here. So if we do have a pullback, I think that's actually good for Rivian. Let it pull back, come back up here, and then rip the top off once we open up. I just think it makes an easier trade for us day traders. I mean, obviously, if you're in the name, like I'm in the name long term, I don't really want to sell it. I think I'm in at a good price. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening with Rivian. But down here at $18, I like the stock. I like the autonomy talk. I like everything about Rivian right now. So I think I'm going to hit that. The other one upgraded there, I mean, we talked about GE Vernova and just another way to maybe get into the data center play. They got crushed yesterday, man. They were down, if you could check this chart out there, they were down 10% yesterday. 690 down to 610 at the close, now back up to 650. So yeah, somebody likes it, right? So right back into the 50-period moving average. This has monster swings. I think the best thing to do would be to wait until we get a little lower, but you may not get that opportunity. And you know, the same thing is like with a stock like Robinhood. I feel that even though I like this stock and I think that there is a good opportunity here, up another 5%. Look, most of the names that were down like multiple percentage points are going to be battling back huge today, you know, because there's some good feels in the market. I don't know if it's going to last all day, but for me on Robinhood, I'm not in this name and I'd like to get into it. So I do still think, and you know, on this way down, we said that we thought there was a good chance for 90s to hit. You know, it didn't and missed it by about $2. Next time it dips down into here, I think you start to nibble a little bit on Robinhood. And if it continues to go higher from here, which it may as well do that, or may easily could do that, then I think you just say you missed the trade. Like, I'm not willing to buy stocks in this area right now. We had such a volatile day yesterday, and then it looks like we're gonna have another one today. I think it's just a little, unless there's a stock that you really, really think has a pretty good beeline rate to the upside, like maybe like a Google or something like that, I think it's still worth waiting a minute to catch some of these. But thanks, Joe. It's like, it's all about that upgrades and downgrade, right? Like some of these moves need some juice behind them, and it's great to see that today with Rivian as well. So I'm going to be looking at Rivian, and yeah, I mean, look at IBIT, man. Bitcoin 89 right now. So you know, as we talk about Robinhood and SoFi and some of these fintech plays, like there it goes. So, you know, although IBIT has obviously, and Bitcoin has not even come close to following the NASDAQ. I mean, your money in the NASDAQ would still be safe. Your money in Bitcoin is down 30%, but, you know, it's battling and it's coming back upside right now. So we'll see if IBIT does have a chance to hold this. And like we've said, man, that 80 to 90,000, it's just been a trip. It's been up and down, up and down, up and down. So you're waiting for it to finally hold 80, which it looks like it's been doing, and now we can get back up to the upside right there. So let's just wait a little bit to make a big decision on what we think about this market. But right now it looks like it's risk on today, and we want to thank the CPI and Micron for that.
Give Micron their due. Certainly, certainly beating expectations by a wide margin, and we'll get a little bit into that. I see a couple of names in the chat, and Machiavelli in the chat. Yeah, Illuminati, all through your body. Love that POC reference. But no, NCLH.
Yeah.
You know, there's a sector that we don't talk about enough. I like CCL. NCLH's movement is up a couple of points here today. Felt like caught some strays in some of the cruise lines yesterday when everything was going down, and if it was supposed to be an AI trade down, it's like, why are we so weak? And you could have pointed. You can always try to come up with something after the fact, but maybe these guys are resuming. I'm going to have these on watch. At least when I say these, I like CCL a little bit better, but NCLH should be in play as well here. Potentially, I don't know if we can get to this, but see that double top here on CCL at 29? Very, very clear reversal. So it's 3 days now. It's almost a triple top. There's 28.8 and then 29 and then like 28.9. But effectively that 29 level here on CCL that's just asking to be broken out at some point. Maybe not a today thing. This could, look, it might even be a next week thing, giving them switching tomorrow. You know, probably a bit of a wall there, but they're on my radar. And I see a lot of people in the chat have been mentioning NCLH. I just like CCL and that level a little bit better. But NCLH is the one that's going today, so kudos to you for
there's
mentioning it.
Machiavelli.
Oh, Machiavelli just threw out the super chat there. If we can, I'm on the wrong page.
Well, he was claiming that yesterday we both missed all of his super chats, and then no, Ram can get it up there.
I got it.
I promised I would never call her that, but I told you the whole Sharif thing is now finally starting
Donating
to
my MU
wear off on me. Oh, this was at Sean Katina. Okay, what does it say? Donating my MU profit. Okay, you made $10 on it. That's good. Yesterday was at Sean Katina TVT at my time for I. Okay, told you. Now today it's mine. Yesterday he had messaged something about Micron, and we missed it in the morning.
Oh, that's okay.
I think he's long Micron, and I was saying, I remember we looked at the charts. I don't know if you were with us, Machiavelli, at the end of the day there, but I was been saying that I thought that this whole RAM situation, because I know how much RAM's been exploding to the upside. I was just feeling like, if anything, maybe we were getting a little bubblicious in the RAM space. I mean, we were just, in September, it was $120. You got up to 260 twice. So you got up there, and I thought it was a little frothy, and then we had this move, so I was like, sort of, patting myself on the back, and then it just ripped off the 50 period again right back there, and then I said, I still think it's a problem, and it came back into the 50 period moving average. But when we were talking about it yesterday on earnings, I said, you know what? This kind of setup on earnings is actually something that's a little healthy. Like, if they were still up here and came out with those numbers, I wonder if it would have fallen back in. So all you've really done now is make up the last 3 days and get all the way back here. So you did have safety of the 50 period moving average. So those of you that continue to believe in Micron, like, that is amazing, And I just want to say, like, I do it to myself, like Radiohead. Like Palantir, I love Palantir. When Palantir went down right into there, I sold some when it came back up into 175. So right here on the chart. Right here. There. Okay, thank you, Ramin. I think now she's just trolling. I think right into there, I sold on the way back up into that spot. So I still do believe in it. I just think that at some point, there needs to be some kind of profit taking. But hey, those of you that didn't do it on Micron, my question becomes to you, Mr. Machiavelli. Are you selling today, or do we think there's more upside? Because it's easy to look at a stock and be like, wow, look at Micron. It's what is the plan of action? Do we think it's going higher from here or lower from here? Like, I think a good example is what I was talking about on Lulu. It finally hit a level that I was looking at 230, and if it gets to there, then it's a sell spot. Where is the sell spot for Micron? Because right now, you just basically made like everything. If you didn't
There's
sell,
no level except for all-time high.
that's what I was going to say. Like if you didn't sell there, you probably were regretting it. And if you didn't sell there, you might have been regretting it. And now today, you get a chance to right the wrongs. Or is it wrong to sell at all? So, anyways.
Well, I'll tell you the one I don't trust.
Selling today, there it goes.
SNDK is what I don't trust. Micro might be up 14. These guys are up 8.5% on sympathy, obviously. And this stock, this looks distinctly different. I'm not saying I get SMCI feels, because obviously, man, like the SMCI, when it had a chart like this on the original AI push, no one really knew all the other issues that were going to be going on with the company. But in terms of making a top distinct, like as MU gets back to the high, this will attempt to push into the lower high today, which is at about 2. I don't even think it gets there, man. Like we're not even seeing 240 today. And if we do, I think this is the one, if you're looking at the memory space for any kind of a fade. And we just got, we have On Semi here, breaking news, partnering with Global Foundries to develop a manufacturing and power devices on GFs. Well, I'm not going to read that whole thing. Is it even moving is the real question. And my first stock goes to Global Foundries because that's been it hasn't been the best for them. What is Global Foundries doing? Oh, wow, okay. This is actually held, I didn't even realize it was holding the bid like this. There's a little accumulation going on in Global Foundries. I haven't looked at this stock in quite some time, but that is a decent accumulation happening down here at 32 for GFS. Back above the 50 and the 200? I should give this stock a second thought.
Like, talk about two names we never talk about.
Well, I haven't thought about these guys since the IPO. I'm being real about this. Like, when was the last time we don't even talk about them on earnings, to be honest with you.
We don't even talk about On Semis either.
No, but this is making a pretty decent base. Sometimes, when you let a recent IPO, it breaks the lows, and once it's underneath the IPO low and trending down, usually the idea is you got to wait, maybe for it to retake that original IPO breakup price. Well, it's still like $10 away from that, but there's some decent accumulation down there at 32, and it is potentially on the monthly breaking trend. If it closes any month above 40, then that's effectively a trend break on GFS. So yeah, that could be an interesting one to watch. It's got a headline today. Hey, you're not going to trade this as a day trade. Even when it has earnings, and this stock's not very liquid, but worth a cursory look here in the next couple of weeks.
Back over to the desk. It's 8:58. We're going to do the rundown pretty soon. Get our watch list. Brendan always has a little spiel about that. So go find out more. And also Sharif's morning note packed today, man. Another 13 or 14 pager. So yeah, we're excited. Let's go, man. I'm going to work on this note and get it out to you ASAP.
From ECB's Lagarde currently on. If you missed it, ECB not doing anything on their rate decision this morning, but there's a press conference going on right now. Let's have a look at the overall market here, and I will warm up my spiel.
Okay, 67.78, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. We've rolled onto the new March contract in case you're just joining us for the first time in a week. Look at this, guys. We gave up 6,800 pretty aggressively. That is an aggressive down move yesterday. But look at this. We're already forming what looks to be part of the V-shaped recovery, higher highs and higher lows on each of the last successive 3 green candles. So here's what we're going to say, Brendo. First area of resistance, 68.50. We bottomed out there for a number of days. If we clear that 50-point area, we're looking to the top end of the range, 68.75 as resistance level 2. If we sell off for whatever reason, we're going to look to that 100-point area, 6,800 on the dot.
All right, so many things moving around here this morning. If you haven't yet, make sure you grab the watch list. It's free. Link is below, as always, in the description. Top link will get you to that sign-up page. Then you need your email address, and it will come right to your inbox every single day. A few people still talking about DJT. We did, if you're just joining, rewind, we covered it in the first half an hour. Remember, 8 a.m. start now, guys. Come join us at 8 o'clock. We were talking about it a little bit on this merger deal. For DJT, Micron, top of the list here this morning. Nice move after the close yesterday. We are, what is that, better part of $40 almost?
The afternoon rundown, Brendo.
Come on, Ramin.
It's been a while for her. We got to give her a little
That's fine.
time.
260 coming into play right now. Everything on the screen here, red side, left side, red, is all positive moves from analysts. So Not only the market loving this so far this morning, but analysts as well to the upside.
Yeah, this is a blowout report. What a fantastic look. You and I are talking off camera about this. Let's get to it, man. EPS of 478, destroying the 395 expected by analysts, basically driven by strong pricing and AI-related demand. More on that in a second. This revenue number also quite well, 13.64 billion, topping the 12.84 expected, and a 57% year-over-year increase on that top line number. How about that net income? What's that take-home money look like? $5.25 billion compared to the 1.87 they took home a year ago. CEO saying expanding AI data center capacity is driving a significant increase in demand. That's not as good as it gets better. And when we talk about the guide, Q2, they're guiding revenue of 18.7 billion. The street was looking for 14.2. Adjusted EPS as well, Brendo, $8.42. This is 75% higher than the consensus estimate of 4.78. So needless to say, this is a really good report, and they're one of only 3 companies really that can do this on scale. It's SK Hynix, it's Samsung, and it's them. They're the only American name.
And I mean, we'll see how this plays out, but a much needed positive boost here for the AI trade in general, guys. We're basically at day highs here.
Look, it was a pretty big beat. I think it's one of those, and even the guide kind of assuages some concerns that at least in the really, really short term that you've made some kind of a top. So you can maybe push that forward a little bit. I just feel as if, okay, so I already talked about where in the memory space, I'm more skeptical of like a SanDisk than I am of these guys here today. And if we break out on MU, if Micron does make a fresh all-time high today, it's going to take a pretty impressive day to get there. You're talking at least another 3 points, and then you got to break out above that. If that happens, I do think SNDK, like if we get an all-time high breakout, then at that point, I think SNDK pushes into that higher low. If that happens, it's about 240 or so somewhere in that range. I'd be looking for a fade if Micron's breaking out. This just gets, like, it just feels a little toppy to me. I'm not willing to be all systems go here, but I also wouldn't want to fight Micron in a day where it was such a blowout. That was much on all. I mean, whether you look, it doesn't really matter the metric you're looking at. And I think the guide was maybe even a bigger surprise on that revenue number. This is not one I want to fight, but I think if you look at SNDK, it's just that one has shown you the backside of the trade already. It's shown you it's not as strong. We always talk about the best of breed. Well, the other way to look at it, if you're day trading, is if you're a little bit skeptical of a gap up after earnings, well then don't short the best of breed. You can find the sympathy name that might not be the best, that if we get to that top and start pressing, okay, well, that allows you to maybe take on a weaker name. So that's what I will probably look at today. If we break out that all-time high, is the only way I see SanDisk even getting there, though.
All right, so I wanted to just quickly put this up right here on our chat, because I saw you over there, Mr. Many over there. Yeah, why not push the like button right here? Over 5,000 watching, and we have great content. Look, don't listen to me, man. Listen to Many over there. I'll clear this and then show you guys how to do this. You just got to go over here, whatever you're watching on mobile or not, hit that like button. So right there, 500 likes. And see if we can get that to 1,000 like right now. 5,000 of you watching. If you haven't done it yet, please just hit the like button. Tell YouTube that we're on, we're live, we're the best show around. And if you appreciate the content, then just hit the like button, and that would be awesome. That's all that we ask for, along with some random ads every once in a while. We want to thank all of our sponsors, of course, and then YouTube for putting those ads at the beginning. But yeah, look, I've already sort of talked about this, just rewinding maybe 10 minutes, and we did a little thing on Micron there. Yeah, Machiavelli there in the chat loves this stock as well. We'll be selling some today. I just think that it's once, twice, thrice. Now you get an opportunity to sell a little bit. I just think that you want to pat yourself on the back for a nice little move upside there on Micron. Take advantage of it. The quarter looks great. The guide looks great, and it's being rewarded. Like, remember, it's being rewarded for that. So it's just like, take advantage of the move higher and reward yourself, because often, you do get pullbacks in this space. I don't know if it's going to happen here today or not. Thank you so much there, Randy. And by the way, I know your mic is not working, but please tell everybody what the #1 name on there is today.
Oh, baby. RJ, let's go.
It is Rivian. So we're going to be watching out for some Rivian trading there today. I don't know if I'll be on Micron or not, but hey, look, man, a break of 260, that gets it cooking. I'm just going to go over to e-signal right here. I mean, it's already cooking, but it shows its all-time high of 264.75. I don't know exactly. That must have been, again, so it's funny because they're using, it looks like this time they're using the closing price of this day back here just a couple weeks ago, December the 10th. For that price right there. And then yesterday we saw Tesla's price was different. So I got to figure out exactly what e-signal is doing there, but that's the all-time high, 264, 265. I think if you break 260, you get at least $3 or $4 to get back to test those levels. So if you're getting real greedy right now and you're holding off on selling, I would say all-time highs, probably not a bad spot to trim a little bit. Or even go short. Like I just, those are key areas, right? We saw complete fall off on Tesla, although Tesla fell yesterday off of that 500 marker and their all-time highs. Actually, look, what a difference a day makes, man. Tesla's been on the top of this board pretty much all week.
And it's been there today.
Yeah, and today it's up 2%, but this is the whole thing right there on Tesla. We can zoom back and forth on this. It's only 9:06, we have a little bit of time. But there it is, right? There's the all-time high on Tesla, basically. And then there was the pullback from yesterday. I still think Tesla has a lot of go to it today as well. So I think Tesla gets going. We lost a boatload yesterday going long. We'll see what we can do today. This break of 480 again on Tesla looks like that could get going there. So yeah, lots of stuff happening. Are there more issues at Oracle, or are they just more of the same? So let's go back over to the desk and find out exactly about these issues over at Larry Ellison and Company's house right now. Poor guy went from like number 2 to number 4, richest man in the world.
River.
So
Just behind Tron,
yeah.
unfortunately.
And then his son losing out on the Paramount
rough week for them.
Skydance bid there. So we'll find out what's going on with Oracle, Brendan.
Randy on the side there about Rivian to the upside this morning as well, looking pretty good. Once again this morning, here's the chart. Oracle trying to bounce. Ugly, ugly, ugly day yesterday. We sat here during this move initially in the pre-market, and then the almost immediate rebound that happened just before the open back to 187 after they came out. If you missed it, the initial headline was the funding for the plant was gone. They came out almost immediately and said, that is not true, and they're still, quote unquote, on schedule with the funding round. So, as we were saying before, though, it's where there's smoke, there's fire,
Exactly.
and the market does not believe that.
Exactly.
whatsoever.
Even if they responded, even if the story's untrue, it feeds into that narrative, that speculative narrative that the AI trade is, coming to a head. Let's talk about what happened. So as Brendo mentioned, reports that Blue Owl Capital will no longer fund that $10 billion Michigan, specifically data center project. That was reported by the Financial Times, and it helped sow new doubts around Oracle's plans to finance. They came back, though, quite aggressively, as you mentioned there, denying that Blue Owl had walked away, calling the report unequivocally false. In fact, they said their current discussions with Related Digital are moving ahead as planned as a development partner, and early negotiations remain on schedule. They also emphasized their strong interest from other equity partners. They didn't name any names, though, so we'll have to wait and see what's going on there. They're aggressively scaling, as we know, their data centers tied to OpenAI, but recent reports have been suggesting the completion timelines may be slipping, and Oracle, as a result, is now 45% off its recent highs. And this is what I was mentioning earlier, Brendo, that 5-year credit default swaps more than doubled in price since late September, which is signaling to the market that their debt risk concerns are rising. Investors are increasingly focused on how they're going to finance this whole thing.
And we'll see how things play out today. But overall, if you gauge the up move here versus some of the other AI stocks versus the overall market based on this inflation data this morning, there's an argument on the weak side even here, guys, for Oracle still.
Absolutely, yeah. I tend to think you can make that argument. And one of the things that you'll say that, well, but the Nasdaq's up 1.4, Oracle's up 1.7, Nvidia's up 1.9, Oracle's up 1.7. Isn't it moving in concert? But then remember how much it's moved down. Like in theory, when you have a relief rally, it's the things that get hit the most that are supposed to bounce initially better. So until that's the case, I'd be a little bit skeptical about Oracle. Even as we were saying 20 minutes ago, Oracle pressed right back in to prior support to begin the week, and look at you can see it. Look at Monday at the open, right? These are 15-minute bars. You had an entire hour with effectively the same bottom here at 182. So fast forward to right now, and we're still holding underneath 182. You start breaking out above that price, and I think this is a tremendous opportunity to gap fill, but until 15-minute bars are holding above that 182 again, I may remain a little bit skeptical. And then you look at the daily chart. Again, no signs of, it hasn't shown us any signs of a bottom here yet with Oracle. And as everyone said, where there's smoke, there's fire. But sometimes it's also just about you've got choices to make. You know, if I can go to the store and I have 10 different brands of coffee, let's just say, and the last 3 times I had whatever brand Oracle, my stomach's been upset, and I have a bunch of other brands out there that I can pick that taste absolutely fine. That's what the AI trades like. So everyone's sipping better coffee, and Oracle's stuck in the doldrums. I can't think of a really bad brand, but like maybe like NVIDIA is going to be Blue Mountain, and Oracle is like Tim Hortons.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Canadian thing to say, but okay, so for any Americans out there, Tim Hortons coffee has not been what it was for a very long time. And most Canadians will tell you that. So to me, it's in the bottom of the range.
Yeah.
It's a very un-Canadian thing to say, but it's been true for a while.
Yeah, as far as like the mainstream coffees go, yeah, Starbucks just punches them all. They punch them all in the face. Okay, so right here, Oracle. So I was, kind of the same thoughts there on Oracle. I mean, I don't really have too much to add. I think that if you are going to look for a short, you do want to, get the claws out a little bit if this market does pull back. But I don't really want to look short today. The market's up 1.5 and still pumping higher here. So I'm just going to play the other side. What about just like a 180 dip buy opportunity right there? You're supported by the 200 period moving average. You know what? At some point, like OpenAI is raising more money, and getting higher. So somebody over here is valuing OpenAI and what they're doing and think it's some sort of a legitimate business to be pumping in all this money. Amazon yesterday made such a foolish move again, as they say, oh, we'll give you $10 billion, just keep using our AWS and then pay us back our own $10 billion again, even though they have a $30 billion commitment. OpenAI, I don't love that whole space, but maybe they're just getting crushed enough, right? I mean, Oracle writing out $300 billion in future agreements with OpenAI, that's what started this whole move to the downside. But if they don't say that, does this move even happen in the first place there for Oracle? So I almost think like we're getting almost fair value for Oracle in and around $2 bills. Like if we take away all of that future commitments, whatever they called it there for Oracle with OpenAI, then you kind of are around this $200 mark anyways. So I'm just looking at it and saying, hey man, maybe the glass is somewhat half full that we've made this move down. The weaker hands have been shaken out, and for good reason, right? I mean, you should have sold this name once you heard all that. It's easy for us to say, well, Oracle's in trouble, but who actually sold it? It was tough to definitely hold on through all of this if you've done it. But I think right now you're coming into a space where maybe the bottom, it's never in. The top is never in, the bottom's never in. But if you're looking to maybe start to get some money into Oracle, I think this is a spot where you might be okay. But anyways, 180 to talk about a little bit of a different level. If you're long on Oracle, watch out for that 180 mark. It's where the 200 period moving average is. If the market pulls back, you're not going to want to be long this name anyway. So give yourself an out between 179 and 180, I think, if this cup of coffee is for you.
All right, MDLN, Medline, huge IPO yesterday. Barely a red candle. If you go to a 15-minute chart, look at what happened after the open yesterday. Disregard that 41%. Yes, it was 41% from where it was priced. This is the only place you'll ever hear. It was actually 20% that we saw the stock move from where it opened, but still, either or numbers are pretty impressive.
I was talking to Obi in the back yesterday about this. This one kept holding higher lows, Brendo. So if you put your stop on prior bar low, you didn't get stopped out. Yeah. It was very directional, very good. And as you mentioned, 41% from the IPO price, guys, which was $29, but it ended up opening up at 35. That's the price we all got here on the floor. And this is the largest IPO in more than 4 years. The deal raised more than $6.25 billion, making it the biggest IPO globally this year. Jim Boyle, he's the CEO of Medline. He wants to position Medline as the Costco for healthcare using a membership-style model. That's how they operate. Revenue is split fairly evenly between selling Medline-branded surgical and medical products and managing supply chain services. So they do both, and they delivered consistent revenue growth over the recent years, and they operate at a solid profitability level. But there is, a concern here going forward with respect to tariffs. They are expected, Brendo, to have about $150 to $200 million bit of a tariff headwind into next year as they do import a lot of their products.
At 25332, 2.7. Oh.
Yeah, on the CPI print there, so 2726. But look, yesterday, I could go over here and try to find out what this looks like. I don't even know if I tweeted it out yesterday, or I guess I must have, because it was the only trade I had pretty much in the afternoon. Yeah, there it was right there. And it actually, this is not even the end of the story here. It goes a lot higher than this. There's 37. There it is. There's 39s. So it just kept, did I tweet it out? Yeah, I have 3 tweets here. But yeah, we bought the IPO price yesterday. So anyways, that's a trade to talk about from yesterday. We'll see if there's any imbalances or whatever today. Yesterday would have given you an opportunity just to ride that to the high side. We saw it was a tough trade because it does break early, the 35, but it breaks it by 5 cents. I think that was just a function of someone letting the bid go and then putting it right back, or a dark pool or something, breaking that, and we got right back in, man. And then I said to Sharif this morning when I sat down, I was like, because I know he left around whatever, he was done 2:30, whatever, and I said to him, did you see the move there in the afternoon? I know all of us were watching it, and we had that whole move. So my number one stock on the month is from one trade. So, we took it, we saw the bids just coming through there. The imbalance locator had 18 million paired value there. It was just ripped. We're talking about shares, 18 million shares there off the open. So it was just a monster day for Medline. I have no idea anything about what they do other than what we've learned about now. It caught us by surprise. Neil even thought it was a country in Colombia there or whatever, the Medellin. But at the end of the day, ripped up higher, and it was my number one stock. It is now the number one stock P&L wise traded here in December, and that's off of one day. So we often talk about where profits are made in trading, and there's a perfect example. We had so many people come on, even Michael Noss and Steve Tileman and Brian Shannon. It's like 90% of the profits are made in like 10% of the days. So there it goes, man. Medline, an absolute banger there yesterday for pretty much everybody here. But for me, it was a special one. So there goes Medline. I wish we had a Medline every day. It would give me a little bit of a red line to the profits there, just holding steady. But anyways, we'll wait.
The Pareto principles, I think that holds true in trading so very well, the 80-20 rule, no questions asked. But like if it wasn't for Medline, that's the stock. Because yesterday, if you were looking long, you were probably losing in most places. Maybe silver had a bit of an uptrend. A firm wasn't all that bad if you looked at that. There were a couple of places you could make. But outside of that, it was Medline. And I think Sharif made a point about how it didn't break any prior bars. I don't know what time frame he was talking about that on, but if you put it on a 15-minute basis, I think in the entire opening run, it did it once. And that was a pullback into 37.5. So outside of like the open price, which 35 is obviously going to be significant, that's the place I'd look. Because what are you supposed to look at for support? The one place it actually dipped into and kind of tried to break trend, which was at a 37.5. So outside of that, today I'll look at that. It's underneath VWAP right now. It's not going to be that significant. I'll look back to 37.5 and 35 to look for some mean reversion plays. Outside of that, we'll look for VWAP to start holding and just go for a day 2 trade. Back into some of those highs. We've seen that before with some big ones where at least the run to test the high can be a good trade to have. For now, it's a little bit flat on Medline, and I would suspect yesterday and today are the only 2 good volume days, and then it just can completely taper off until we get their first earnings report. That's usually how these go. One name that we got some activists involved in is also a big runner, but has been in the market for a while. And making a bit of a comeback is what we should be saying is Lululemon.
Absolute monster here this morning. About to take out the highs here is Lululemon, 224.5 right now ish. If you missed it, Elliott Management more than $1 billion stake in the company. They're going to obviously influence this CEO decision that's going to happen going into the new year, and a bit of a maybe change in direction, it sounds like, for this company, although I'm not sure they need it. I just saw one note was suggesting maybe former Ralph Lauren executive, suggesting that name as a potential CEO. Nothing certain yet, though.
Exactly. And you got to wonder, you take $1 billion in a stake in a company, and you're trying to shake things up, you're not really liking the direction of the company. Yeah. So we'll have to see what they have in mind, but this makes them now one of the largest shareholders, Elliott Management, that is, of Lululemon. An aggressive push, of course, to influence strategy and leadership, and as you were mentioning, Brendo, Elliott's been working for months now with Jane Nielsen. She is the former CFO and COO of Ralph Lauren, and Elliott views her as a potential CEO candidate, and they confirmed last week that CEO Calvin McDonald will step down in January. Lulu confirmed that is. The lack of clear transition plan increases the likelihood of the contentious and an expensive board fight, which may ensue with activist investors. Also, the founder of Lululemon, he's the largest shareholder, Chip Watson. He's publicly called for an urgent CEO search. He's also blamed McDonald, the outgoing CEO, and the board for strategic missteps. Elliott's involvement, though, mirrors their recent activism with Pepsi, Phillips 66, etc. They've got a history of doing this.
Yeah, if you want to get a better idea of why, go to a weekly chart on Lululemon. It tells a more clear story. Just the past, 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks in a row here, straight back to the upside. But overall, this is a pretty ugly yearly chart, guys, if you zoom out on Lulu.
Well, it was a few months ago, I believe, where there was a week or two where there were constant questions, especially in the aftermarket show specifically about Lululemon. And for myself, I was like, well, you don't need to always catch a falling knife. I pulled up a monthly chart and was like, look, this is a 200 period on Lulu. It's trending down. Let's see what happens if it bounces off that level. Well, it bounced, and it bounced the second month in a row, and then you had a green month following that. So the second there was a green month with that support level, it's like, okay, well, now the long is confirming off of that level. I think your first stop is in this range, 25 to 50. And if it makes the full move, which I wouldn't suspect would happen until sometime deep into next year, you could get back into what would be the 50 period or the $300 resistance level. That's just from a pure technical standpoint. So everything about this move so far, so good on Lulu. And if you look at the first profit target, that same 225, hey, lo and behold, it's a 200 period on the daily. So it's at a spot where this move has given you like that first out. I think your next out is 250. I should just speak for myself. And then the next one's 250, and then that 300 on that monthly chart, just for a trade. Like it's been a rough few years for Lulu, but there's been multiple times where it's been a good swing here. So hopefully this swing follows through like the last a couple of years ago, and I think it's all systems go. Day trade, hard pass, 400,000 shares in volume. No, I'll look at IBIT today. We'll look at Medline. We'll look at Tesla, but not necessarily Lulu for a day trade.
Look, again, I mean, I've been sort of pumping the tires on Lulu, waiting for something like this. I buy, and I think I'm wearing their socks right now. But and maybe some undergarments, but yeah, nice move to the upside right there for Lululemon. I've really enjoyed, the more, you need to know more of that stuff, right? This is how we're gonna get the subs up there, Brendo. So, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and then maybe you'll be able to even see Sharif. Here we go, put this on here. How many people are subscribed right there? There we go. I mean, we'll have to, Sharif had his little workout jam yesterday, so we'll take that off. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe right there as well, yeah. Sharif, I think you should stop missing leg days there. But no, just my own advice, Clearly I know what I'm doing and you don't, but yeah, so there we go. But shout out to Sharif there. We always have a great time on that midday show, for sure, as we do on all shows. But, I really like that base there, right? I mean, we made the move on Intel as well when we saw this kind of stuff happening. Intel obviously based out for years. And Lulu just did basically for a couple months. And to Brendan's point, like I shop for them online. The store here at Sherway always seems to be pretty busy. So another great Canadian name, and it's been hit for a long time. So, there is a lot to get up back into here. I mean, whenever you're looking, you see the 52-week high of $400 and the 52-week low of $160. Yeah, man, there is some room to get going up there. But as a prudent trader, I have this in my swing account, I will be selling some today. I mean, it's basically target hit. So this is exactly what we wanted to do. We got that first out there when we bumped up into this area. I mean, I did the same thing with Marvell and everything. We get out on earnings, and then we see what happens after that. And now you're getting a nice little bump higher here for Lululemon. All right, well, how many more stories? We have one more story to go. I just want to show you quickly before we go back over to the desk with 5 minutes to go here. This is what the imbalances look like. So, you know, one day ahead. Tomorrow, these will be millions. I'm not here tomorrow, but these will be millions there tomorrow. BBAI catching a little bit of a drift today, I guess. I don't know. It was down pretty bad yesterday, down 3%, up 3% there today. But nothing on the NASDAQ here today at all, really. So, yeah, let's get ready to see what happens here. NASDAQ going to go open up 1.5%. Will the fade come through? Sticky note is now out. Go find that in your note in the Twitterverse or on Instagram. All right, one more talk here, crypto.
Speaking of, just real quick, speaking of online with Lululemon, have you seen that, I think it's called We Made Too Much section? There's like a part of their website, it's called We Made Too Much.
Like that.
And there's always deals that you can find in discounts.
They don't discount that often, Breno. I was telling you, like I went to that whatever outlet in Milton, and they have an outlet there, one of the very few outlet stores. You're getting like 15, 20, 10% off. Yeah.
All right, IBIT trying to bounce right now with the overall sentiment shift here this morning following the inflation number. If you missed it again, 2.7 versus 3.1 was the headline number, so much, much better than expected. Jobless claims also better than expected, so a little bit of a positive shift here. If you are just joining, 48 continues to be the bottom here for IBIT.
Yeah, this is interesting. We're about 36% off the cycle highs, but as we know, Bitcoin, it's survived much, much worse. And apparently the market was holding its breath today for the Bank of Japan event, whether or not they were going to raise rates, but 88,000 being spoken about. If it clears and holds that level, could renew bullish momentum up into the low 90s.
All right. Yeah, the move higher continuing right now, guys, for IBIT. But overall, I mean, equity is getting more of the positive shift here, it seems like, early on.
Yeah, you know what? I don't trust this move up as much as some of the other stuff, mostly because of what ridiculous nonsense happened at 90K yesterday on Bitcoin. Like it was a harsh reversal. The volatility was insane when it broke out through like the $50 level, which was above 88. But when it turned at 90, just nastiness. So 51.5, if we're not clearing 51.5, then I'm just waiting for an opportunity to fade it. $50 on IBIT's going to be an important level as well. So you know that 88K is important to hold. If we end up losing that on the 15-minute, then I'd favor the short. Otherwise, I got one line in the chart here. I just threw it in there for myself so that I'll see it on my 3-minute and not forget. But if we get back up to 90, I think there's a chance to fade it. Just a crazy, crazy reversal. Because there was a point yesterday where Bitcoin was doing a patented reversal off the bid. It was going absolutely crazy. The book was nonsense, slippage. Like I got slipped on a break of 50 on an ETF. I got slipped to 50.16. Like when it printed 01s, like you're getting out in the teens. Like, that was insane. And to revert all of that when there was so much buy pressure, to me, I just don't trust the move up. I'll trust it in other places, but certainly not IBIT. So if we get back up to that 90,000, I'm looking for short.
All right, with only 1 minute to go right now, let's just go over what I'm going to be doing here early. Why not? The number one trade on my note here, which is posted on X. Go find it. I'll put the chat here. I'll put it in the chat right here. Be a part of our chat. Make sure you do subscribe to get into that chat right now. It's the only way to be part of the chat. Get in there. Neil and I watching it all day, as is everybody right here. But Rivian breaking through 1850. I mean, we stopped there. That's perfect. I said it would be actually a good idea if we started down here. So you get what you wish for right here, and we'll wait to see what happens with Rivian to the upside. Watch out for 18 dip buy, and then watch out for me getting out if we break through 1750 or so on the downside there for Rivian. I think that's a decent opportunity there. I'm looking for dip buys in the TQQs today, so I'm looking for dip buys in the NASDAQ. I think that whenever we get a hot number like that, or a cool number in the CPI, but hot on the NASDAQ, you do see pullbacks. So I'm thinking long in the TQs on any kind of pullbacks in Palantir as always, and then Google over there at 300. So if you come over, we didn't even look at Google this morning yet, but that little base down there, 297. Let's just see. And again, I don't want to get involved with this too much. There's other runners that are up a little more than Google, but we'll wait to see what happens about 3 bills. So here we go, 5 seconds left. This is brought to you, of course, by Global X and Beta Pro. So thank you to them for sponsoring once again our opening bell. All right, Rivian, being a NASDAQ name, it's already open, so we don't need to wait for the market to open up here. So we're gonna go long on Rivian, breaking through 1850 if that does hit. So big trade alert here. If it happens, it happens, and if it breaks back down through 18, then we get out. So this is 50 cents worth of a trade here for Rivian. We are not in yet. RIVN, waiting for it to take out the top if that does happen. And there goes the NASDAQ right now. We are now in to Rivian, long.
And actually, Medline dropped $1 off of the open yesterday's IPO, now down 5. Whoa, it was down over 7%, now down 5. You're gonna have Micron doing an attempt to break the high, immediately hits 260, and there's a reversal. Well, I can forget about SNDK getting to any highs if Micron's gonna head down. So Micron, the big earnings name, already starting a bit of a reversal here. I'm watching IBIT as that's trying to climb higher, because this was the only thing that I was looking fade on as the market goes up. Oh, forget about Tesla. Bye bye 480. Tesla has broken 480 once again as 3% to the upside, relief rally in full effect over here for Tesla. So Medline does not come into the level we're looking for. It's still about a dollar away from getting to that downside. And same thing with IBIT. But Tesla, that's having no trouble whatsoever.
There it is. It's already here, guys. There's Rivian, 1850. So huge. I mean, Randy, man, I even made you look at that sticky note right there. Let's see what winds up happening. We're out of, I actually got out of 40% already. Some at 60s, some at 70s, and now we hold to see if we get back into that 19 and start to take out some higher tops here on Rivian. So yeah, we're there, man, right here. Yeah, great call on that one. Ramin has Rivian as well. So Rivian well traded around these joints. Let's go Rivian, man, the #1 stock on the board there today for me. And I think the only position, obviously, so far is we have our position board down there. You can see everything that Neil and I are doing. The marijuana names, right there, Weed Batman. Let's go over and see what's going on with Tilray because, you know, again, we'll see what the president has to say about this moving forward, but there it goes, man. He did talk about some, you know, legislation potentially coming forward on the marijuana space, so there goes Tilray, up another 10%. Congratulations to all on that one, and I know a lot of you are trading MSOS as well. So MSOS right there, up another 6 and a bit percentage points. The NASDAQ just ripping higher right there. TQ's obviously not in play right now for me as I'm looking for pullbacks. It's funny because right there, Google not doing a whole heck of a lot. But if you guys are looking for trade ideas, man, and there it goes. It's Rivian. It's the #1 idea right here on the watch list. And there it goes. So I don't know if anything on your list is hitting so far, but there's the 1850 rip long, as we mentioned. And there it goes, Neil. 1885 right now. Rivian making moves.
Yeah, great look on Rivian. Not really hitting. Metaline was like 50 cents away from getting to my support level, but it could hold VWAP in here. Right now I'm watching IBIT. IBIT did pull back. It just, we didn't get anywhere close to 90K. I think we got maybe close to 89,000, but it's already doing its reversal. IBIT is turning out to be a short. Tesla just lost 480 in a big way. Okay, well, if we're gonna end up with this kind of a candle rejecting 480, don't tell me Tesla's gonna be a short again here. But my first look is gonna be IBIT and Medline. Oh, we forgot about the cannabis names.
Oh, no, I just looked at them.
Oh, well, specifically CGC. For myself, CGC is on the note, but I liked it from 2 to 190. I like to dip buy into CGC. As you can clearly see here, it is not dipping, as this one in particular, up 13%, just found it's moved better to the upside than Tilray when it has been going. And I do like what it's doing above the $2 level. So we'll see if we can join this one if it does dip back into 2. But right now, it's not showing you any signs of dip. So Tesla coming back in. Might have to change plan of action for IBIT. If this is going to be a series of lower highs, and I'm not going to get that shot at 90K, then I'll just have to look for, hey, if it's going to set up a trend, just try to join the trend. It's a little bit early for that, though. I don't want to jump into this trend when we just opened 5 minutes ago. It's not early enough to form a trend line. But it's starting to pull back in here a little bit. So I'm still looking for my short entries when the market's popping up. The dip buys will have to wait.
Okay, all right, that's Rivian. I mean, I'm just gonna keep checking up here to see if there's anything that's hitting any certain levels or anything. Obviously with IBIT coming back in off that 90,000 again, just a little bit here for IBIT. So, you know, $50, you're looking at the 200 period moving average, 49.60 or so, maybe as a possibility right there for IBIT. We'll see if that winds up printing out for us. We did call a NASDAQ pullback, and you guys know that when I'm trading the NASDAQ, I often call the futures, it's going to be with the TQQs, because of course I don't trade NASDAQ, we trade the contracts, and the TQs is triple levered against whatever the NASDAQ is doing. Generally speaking, a 200 period move is where I'm looking to get long. So if that does come in, man, I mean, right now I'm bidding 51s, yeah, just to get that. I don't know if the 200 period is going to be that. So if we do get a dip down on the TQs, watch out now. Our best out on Rivian, though, is 83s, which was pretty good there. So let's wait to see if we get back up into that level. I think I'm going to put an offer now, 75 again. Just try to piece out some, but not as much, right? Like I still have, okay, we just got 75s there immediately. So right now I only have 50% left, which is fine. I want to make sure that, like we say, man, pay ourselves a little bit just in case the market does do what we were calling it to do, and that is a downside push. I did say that a break of 260 probably gets you $3 or $4 back up to all-time highs. So if I said that, which I did, there's $3. So take that right there if you're interested. Even now, man, take out a little bit of this profit if you're in it on Micron. Great trade to Machiavelli, great trade to everybody that was holding on to this one. But there it goes, right into all-time highs again goes Micron. So just giving you guys an alert. I mean, everybody, you know, we always say it, man. It's you guys, not financial advice, man. We're just sitting here trying to act like we know what we're doing. There's Lululemon up to 225. You know, I didn't get any out up there. This is what I wanted to do. And as soon as we're done the show, we'll see where this is. And I like Lululemon, but there it is pulling back in. Remember, it's just an activist stake of 1 million shares. It's fine. We've already had their report. It was treated really nicely. We got some out at 205, looking to get some more out here at 220. Let's go Rivian.
Oh, by the way, the market is starting to come back in pretty heavily. Nvidia lost 480, went to 475. Nvidia is down underneath VWAP and starting to go lower. So I'm offering Bitcoin at pretty much at the volume weighted average price, but about 50.20 as it is starting to tick lower and lower. Medline is trying to catch a bit of a bid here, but not yet. It's about to close above VWAP for the first time here, so I'm looking for that Medline. If we're not going to get the dip, at least into 37.5, then I can look to play this into the high of the day off of 39 even. Let's go to Adara for the first time at the news desk.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting here with Lululemon, yes, they had that activist news, but they did announce something else this morning as well. Now, granted, it was already gapping up on the Elliott investment report, or Elliott management report, sorry, but I do want to mention as well, Lululemon announcing around 6:30 this morning, they're going to be expanding to 6 new markets in 2026 through franchise partnerships. Apparently, this is their largest international expansion ever. So some other news for LU, in case anybody missed it. It was on our watch list this morning as well. You can always subscribe to our Twitter TV Live watch list. Back to you.
All right, let's go. Thank you, Adara, for that one. There goes Rivian. There it is, man. It's 50 cents now. It is everything you want and more. So right there, right now, there goes Rivian. Randy, man, we called this. We gave it to everybody. I hope everybody took it. There goes Rivian right there to the upside. So, yeah, man, congratulations to everybody holding this, including Ramin, myself, Neil, anybody who's in Rivian right now. Great trade right there off the open. And there it goes, man, Rivian upside. Neil's in Medline there, and I am in Rivian. So far, so good. And we'll just let to see where this market wants to go. We just bounced off 19. I just offered 19.05. So if that can come through, then good for that one as we wait for this market to pull back in right now, long Rivian.
Yeah, Medline did close. So first close above VWAP. There's your closing bar above VWAP. I wasn't able to get the actual break at quarters, so I ended up getting 50s. But I'm going to play this. This actually closed at $41 exactly, which is kind of hilarious. But you can see there was consolidation at 40.50. So I'm playing this into 40.50. I'm still going to buy the dip on the volume weighted average price. IBIT, though, is going to be the next thing that comes into play. Is this one? Oh, Blue Ocean is always the first thing on the drop down. There we go. Just missed. Dang it. All right, so IBIT came right into, I offered right at VWAP, which is obviously pretty silly. It's a moving target, but IBIT heading back in lower. So I might have missed that short at VWAP there on IBIT. Is Bitcoin underneath 88K and continuing to head lower. The NASDAQ heading lower. Medline, enter twice. Medline goes right into that 40 half. So we pull up the chart. This is it holding VWAP. This is the break. This is the resistance. So in and out quick on Medline. I'll look for a VWAP retracement to jump in a second time. But I just missed that IBIT short, unfortunately. You got to be kidding me. That's always annoying. Like yesterday, this was so incredibly weak on the back end of the trade. So hopefully we get a little something like that here today. I'm bullish on Bitcoin in a general sense. But I still think we're heading to the 70s. I'm not giving up on that notion.
All right. Yeah, if it goes in the 70s, you're going to get like another 20%, 15% down from here. So we'll wait to see what happens there with crypto. Yeah, like, I mean, honestly, this is kind of playbook. We sort of had talked about a pullback in the NASDAQ that was evident, and it's happening right now. So well, let's just wait, man. We're bouncing off of VWAP. Maybe that's going to be oops, how did Rivian chart just show up? Yeah, so, oh yeah, I'm still on it. Okay, we take another out there at 90 as it pulls back in and around. So for me on the TQs, I had a bid there at 51 and I actually pulled it. So we should have been long there at 51. And we were not. So I don't know, like TQs here, the NASDAQ, because this is extended a little bit, it just hit VWAP at 25.51. So this one right there, we're still, I don't know why this VWAP is so different. I start the chart at different times, so that's why. But right now, that's at 51.36 right there on the TQs, and we just supported it there on the NASDAQ. So maybe 51 is going to be a spot, but I'm still going to wait for that 200 period moving average, which is at 50.80. So I'm going to wait to see if we get a move even more aggressive than what we have right now. Put our bids at like 50.80, see if we get something down there, start our bidding in that area. So 50.80 right there for the TQs, a level that I'm going to start it with. And then, you know, like I had mentioned before on the note, if we get down to 50.50, that's sort of where I want to go for it. And then if we break lower than that, man, we can get out like a 50.30 or something. So we'll wait, but it's pulling back in quite nicely. The stock that I have is still holding out. It's Rivian, and that's all that I got for now. Yeah, new highs.
CGC 22% is still going. I gotta assume we'll make a look.
Hallelujah.
People are looking at some other stuff too. So there's CGC up 22%. Here is MSOS. If you're looking at the ETF, only up 8 and hasn't even broke the high yet. So if you're looking for like a sympathy, or not a sympathy play, but like a catch-up play, maybe you'll look at MSOS breaking out. I was trying to play the dip in CGC itself. Hopefully we're able to get some Bitcoin at some point, but I'm not going to move my order. Not going to chase that move down. Micron heading back into the high as the market pulls back. So logic, of course, when the market was breaking earlier, Micron was selling. It's back testing that high today. If it breaks out, I still favor SNDK if I'm going to play a fade. So if that breaks out, then SNDK, wow, that's nowhere near the highs. Forget about that. This is the weaker name in the memory space. I think you got to play that if you want to play fades, not necessarily Micron. The chips are not loving this move right now. NVIDIA, all red from the open. I feel like if they're weak, then how can Bitcoin be any good if we're going to pull back this heavy on NVIDIA? The NASDAQ's not going to do well. I feel it's about Tesla's looking a little bit strong. Even Medline, which was a quick and easy dollar move off the open, that's right back trying to hold the volume weighted average price. So again, if it closes above VWAP, I'll take another shot at it, see if we can't play this one to the long side. As the IPO, it's not just the fact that it's an IPO. Remember, this is a healthcare stock. So the tech could go to the downside all at once, and this could be at least a little bit insulated from a lot of that negativity that you're seeing in NVIDIA right now.
Rivian, we just got out at 1903 there on Rivian. It just popped up there, so we're just taking some out as we get higher. I saw 40% left on that one. Okay, Joseph. I'm gonna go TSLL because I could just use. I want to use. This is a double move, and I just saw Tesla basically bounce off the 200 period moving average as I was focused not over here, which I definitely should have been. So TSLL right there off of 2150. I mean, TSLA is something that it's just getting expensive, and I know that there's a lot of you that maybe will trade TSLL, so we can have a look over there maybe instead of Tesla itself. But TSLA right now, right back up to the highs, and it's the same bouncing spot, right? I mean, it's definitely correlated. One is just double the move, so you'll get double the movement, but you should still have a nice little area of support and resistance at your 200 period moving average. So for me, TSLL, let's put a bid down there at 2160s, see if we do fall back in, and then see if we can't support some of these levels right down there, 2140 being the low right there on TSLL. So we'll give that just a more of a technical look than Tesla, because I don't really ever trade this. So we'll have to wait to see if that is something that we wind up getting hit on. TSLL, which would be Tesla, down there near 475. So that's what we're talking about. I'm just going to try something different. We tried with the TQQs, turned out to be one of my favorite and a very profitable thing to do. So I'm going to watch out for Tesla down in and around there. What did Lululemon do? Okay, back up to 221, so that's good. How about my other stock? Has that hit its target yet? Yes, it has, man. Up to $100 right now for Target. So Target hit on that one. So we'll say
awesome.
And then
oh my God.
Waiting to get some management right into there as well, but 86 bucks bottom there. We bought and picked this one, and it broke through the 200. I was kind of waiting for something like this on Tesla, on Target, 104, 105. So we're almost getting there, and yeah, Target's met. The target was really 100 bucks. So let's wait to see where that goes over there. Yeah, Daro's in the back there, guys. So if there is any news coming through, we'll get all that almost immediately.
Like
so
the DJT news, which we already know, by the way.
Yeah.
For anyone tuning in, DJT is not randomly up 35%. They are merging with, what are they, AE? What's the name of that?
TAE.
TAE. It's a fusion energy company. So DJT, they go from finance to media to finance to now fusion energy, because why not? Up 35%. Just be careful with this. I don't know if this makes a ton of sense. Some people look at like the fair value of the other company in the merger and we're like, this is worth under $11. But momentum is momentum, and they seem to like it here. So I'm not touching this one to the long side. I'd be more interested in potentially paying for locates and waiting for it to make some kind of a failed top along those lines. Makes more sense to me. Medallion, or I almost said medallion.
Medallion, there you go, man. You're going to get it right soon.
But Medline underneath VWAP, so now at this point I'll just wait for the 37.5 level. The only three places I was looking for: VWAP, which we already traded off of and it's under, 37.5, and then 35, which would be where it opened up yesterday. So if we get those levels, it's worth a play, but it's already starting to come back in. So it gets to the first target, but never actually gets to that high yet, I should say. Yet is going to be the key. All right, IBIT, maybe you got a chance. I've been coming back into VWAP. We're going to try to get short this one. I'm going to play it to the prior bar high here. So we give it about 50 and a quarter here if I do get this fill. Underneath VWAP, so it'll be over 50, by the way, and that 88K level on Bitcoin.
All right, we did get out some more Rivian here at 1883, so we're going to watch out for that. I like Marvell, but it's not really moving around too much here today, so we'll have to watch out for them pulling back in right now. Wow, those futures right there at that marker. You see Randy setting up all these nice screens behind us so that we can flip over and talk to Sharif and Brendo and Adara whenever we want. So that should be real fun. Instead of them seeing the back of our heads, they'll be able to see, I don't know what's better or worse, but they'll be able to see our faces this time. All right, that's
not a lot of room.
That's Marvell. Yeah, there's definitely not a lot of room, but it'll be a cozy one there. All right, so Google, people saying that, hey man, people yelling at me, what's up Juan Padilla? What's going on, my guy? Yeah, so Google is into this area that we had talked about buying. So Google right now into this area. Yeah, look, I don't know what the heck is wrong with Google, man. Like, no love today at all for them, like just straight down. So Juan, like I know I was talking about it and it's on here right now. Remember, like when we're writing these down, it's not necessarily like 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m., something like that. So you got to be careful sometimes with some of these levels and exactly what is happening. But I'll buy some down here. I'll bite. 299 or so there for Google flat. And then honestly, man, if we lose 299, then we should probably, rethink about what we want to do with this name. It's where the 50-period moving average is right there on Google. So 299 and change for Google is where we are looking right now.
Where we're also looking is at the futures moving around. And if you like moves in the futures or just like movement in general, then Beta Pro is the place to look for sophisticated investors. Why? Because, hey, they're the largest provider in Canada of leveraged ETFs, and they've got a few new ones here. We've got 3x bull and bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60. U.S. Treasuries, and semiconductors as well. So, hey, what else you got going on here? Well, I'll tell you. They're dropping their fees. 65 basis points till end of the year. That's December 31st, coming up pretty quick. So if you are a sophisticated and tactical trader looking to amplify performance, scan that QR code or check out betapro.ca 3x daily, and shout out to them for sponsoring as part of the show. I did just get into Bitcoin finally. We'll see what happens here, but it didn't quite get into VWAP. It went right to 50 on IBIT and now heading right back into lows. I was trying to add to this one in the teens, but I think if we get back down into 49.6 or 49.7, going to want to take this one off. So Bitcoin heading right back into the downside. Medline is trying to bounce along with the market. So I think maybe it's actually not behaving terribly relative to the S&P here. So at least for now, when the market catches a bid, this is catching a bid, but it's about to close above VWAP. Look at these candles, dollar candles every single time. So I don't want to chase the top end of a move. I want to see it consolidate a bit here on Medline. Good day one, but day two, the volumes, you can already see how much lower the volumes are. Like, it's not even a blip. Oh, you can't see. There it is. You can't even see the volume. That's how low it is. So let's make sure we get the entry right here.
All right, yeah, I mean, entry is what it's all about, literally. And I want to thank Juan Padilla for mentioning to me that Google went right into our price, and we didn't do anything about it. So that was 299.50s. I mean, we wrote down here, get long between 299 and 300. So proper math would be 299.50, and that was exactly where that bottom was. So I want to thank Juan for that, but I'm still waiting lower. The market is trying to settle out right here. I'm not even buying this right here on the NASDAQ. We talked about the levels that we would like to get to, almost back into where we were sort of pre-announcement, right? And again, like, if you guys are watching and you just, right at 8:30, it was probably 8:35, I was like, okay, we've seen this playbook, right? I mean, we've seen this move where we've made the move back up. Now we have a reference top, which was there. We blew that through. And now that the market's open, we do get the fade a little bit, right? So back to like regularly scheduled programming, it seems like, again, on this market. So let's just wait. I'm bidding Google 299.20, then more at 299 flat, and then we're only going to give it a quarter. So if this really does break down, we're not doing what we did yesterday where we just kept on trying to fight Tesla move, and that Tesla move just turned out to be too nasty and didn't hold any levels that I thought were of some concern. So right now I do have a couple bids out, right? So where are my bids? All right, my bids are on Rivian if we get a little bit lower. So I'm just gonna double check where those bids are. 18. I guess I can get rid of, those are sells, 1878, my bad, and 1888, then 1820. So maybe I have to change that. I'm at where the 200 period moving average is. So I don't know, there we go, there's 78.
Money.
All right, finally, thank you, Rivian, for that. As we get out at the 21 period moving average, I'm trying to do my best to hold on for bigger winners. And we got it up there to 19, so that was good. We just take out a 78, you just saw that, we talked about that. And we're gonna wait for dip buys there. Where else am I dip buying? All right, good question, Sean. You talk to yourself a lot, that's good. 2160s we're bidding right now for Tesla. It almost got into there, Ramin, but not quite close enough. Right there, that's your 200 period moving average. We're dip buying names that we like at the 200p. So that's another area that we're looking. And then on Google, we just talked about that. And then the other one would be what I call the futures, which of course is the TQQs. We're dip buying, and if you guessed somewhere around 50.80, you would be 100% correct. So we're right there at 50.85 right now, looking to dip buy. I'm going to put a bid at 51s, but yeah, that's what we're doing right now on the NASDAQ, and it's been good so far, man. We have one trade today. We've hit our goal on that, but that doesn't really matter. We lost too much yesterday, so we're going to try to see if we can get some big ones going on today. Yeah, it's right. When you talk to yourself, just don't answer back, but I tend to do that.
What's the point if you don't answer?
So yeah, so I just ask myself a question I know the answer to.
Talking to yourself is helpful.
Somewhat. Oh, it is? Okay, well then I should keep doing it.
Our entire lives are conversations. A lot of our lives are constantly
That's right,
talking
no one's
to
listening
yourself.
to me
All
ever.
you do is talk in your head.
Yeah.
So sometimes you got to do it out loud. I do it all the time. Especially, whatever. It doesn't really matter. That's for another time. CGC just pulled back into VWAP, so you'll probably see that it just popped in there. But IBIT, VWAP's a moving target, so a lot of times that'll mean that move the stop along with it, as you can see. So about 50.15, I'm short under VWAP. If it breaks it, that would also be a hold of 50. So there's two things going on here. If I like that 50 level, if it breaks VWAP, then that's a hold of 50 breaking higher. So in the vein of try to control your losses and keep them small relative to the wins, if I'm trying to get it down here into the 90s or the 80s and the 70s, then I want to take this out if it breaks out that teen. CGC, there hasn't been any new news, really, but hey, it's going. Last time it did this, it did lose VWAP on the pullback. That being said, it's a play that I like. So you're breaking out above yesterday's high. You're pulling back into prior high and VWAP at the same time. So I'm going long into our good friend, CGC.
Yeah, that's not a Model S there or anything like that, but there goes Tesla. Straight upside, homie, right there. Oh, instead of talking to myself, you know what I do in my car now? I talk to Grok. So now I have a new friend in the car, Grok. I say, Grok, navigate me. Yep, navigate me to my house.
That's the trade-off.
That's that. Yeah, Ramin, I don't tell, like, come on, he now knows everything about me.
Sorry,
I don't tell my deepest and darkest secrets
you guys
here, you know what I'm
don't hear
saying?
Ramin.
We should, though.
But like Ramin basically said, now it knows everything about you. But that's the trade-off, which we all accept.
Yeah. Anyways, you know, Grok claims to dump the, who said that?
Ramin.
Oh, Ramin. Thanks, Ramin. All right, you know what, Joe? Just come over here and take this over because honestly,
Ramin,
like, you see what I'm saying?
Ramin is actually.
Remember it.
First of all, remember I'm Team Ram Ram.
You're Team Ram Ram. I'm the initial Team Ram Ram, my guy. But I've changed because I told you I'm very jealous of the relationship that she has with the Sharif over there. So I'm starting to like treat a little more negatively to her, and then I get the Rip Sean over there.
They have a very.
So I think I'm getting into that level now. I think I'm getting into the next level with Ramin.
I think
so.
Ramin
We're leaving
just
you
wants
behind.
blood regardless.
Yeah.
It just doesn't.
Yeah, so this is great. Thanks, Ramin.
Incredibly
Love
great.
you right back, man. This has been great. This move is working out for me. Okay, so and I know she's loving me right now because we keep talking about Rivian, and I know that she's into Rivian. So congratulations, Ramin, for that one. We're waiting at 1885. So the one trade wonder today is Rivian for me, and we're just waiting to get into more. Like, I don't really apologize, but nothing's really setting up. I can't make the market here. But there goes JP Morgan to the upside. We just missed that Tesla long on TSLL. So that's one thing there. You know what we haven't talked about is, you know, too many of these chip names anyways. NVIDIA had a great little low. I wrote down, no, today I didn't. We went with Palantir. But NVIDIA down there at 170, we saw that hold. We talked about it a little bit in the pre-market down there to 170 where, you know, we're not getting anywhere. Go Rivian, right back to highs again. Oh yeah, that was a good trade, man. Really happy with the way that one's pairing out if you can't tell. The other one was Palantir that I wrote down. So let's go over and have a quick little look at this. I just said wherever this 200 period moving average was, which was 180 when I was writing it. When I was writing it was down here at 179. So we wrote down on our note right there that we wanted between 179 and 180. We actually wrote 178 to 180 right there on Palantir. And we also did have some good talk here today as well. Okay, Pops Mafia goes, yo, let's trade the Qs today. I'm like, yeah, I'm here with you. I like the TQs. This is kind of an interesting call by Dream Big. This weekend is Avatar gets released tonight and then, you know, to all theaters tomorrow. So I was thinking Avatar Fire and Ash there, release could be AMC. And don't worry, Jacqueline, that
the other one.
came out. Yeah, the other one was pretty good, man. They're all pretty good. We watched them all in the theaters. Great experiences.
We watched the first one at here.
Yeah, we watched it together, the first one. Yeah, way back at Scotiabank down here. But there's Rivian right now, man. It is a hot dog cannon right now. Whether or not you're going, don't eat too many glizzies in your Rivian. They're beautiful cars. But there it goes, man. The #1 trade idea right now, Bank City, baby. And I wasn't even feeling that well. I was like, I'm not going to be, I'm feeling fine enough. I'm not going to call Obi. He's coming in tomorrow for me right there. But there it goes, man. Rivian up to $19 and just motoring, man. And that's going to be what looks to be a decent trade right there. And then just because we talked about AMC, let's go have a quick look. I don't think, I just think it's an interesting catalyst there whenever we get a new release of movies because, and I don't even know what market share AMC has. They have 0 here in Canada. So I'm not sure, you know, what that market share looks like in the United States, but like if there's Capitol Theaters or whatever else there is down there. But here it's just Cineplex, and they bought different AMCs, and there might be a few lying around. But right now, there goes AMC to the downside, and just thinking about, is there a catalyst there? Might be here this weekend. And I just wanted to say, like, if that Fire and Flower or whatever it is there comes out, and I got you, Joe, comes out and puts up big numbers, you might see a move back in on AMC, but it's going to be hard to get the smile off my face. There goes Rivian.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Is we go right back into the upside. Well, the Nasdaq's trying to go as well, but there was never. Again, you got to follow your rules here. I didn't make the chase on Medline. It does go right back into the high, but you'll see. Before, this was your close above VWAP, and it was a nice tight entry off the volume weighted average price. This time it closes above VWAP, and it's almost $1 above the volume weighted average price, which is most of the move. So, you know, not going to be able to get it the second time through. Just have to follow my entry rules to make sure we're staying on target. I'm not jumping in the short again on IBIT. Like, it took up VWAPs. We had that tight stop. It's still making lower highs, so I still think, you know, this is on trend, but we need to regain underneath the volume weighted average price, prove that the trend line's any good before fighting it. And then CGC, which is bouncing off the volume weighted average price itself, looking to play most of it out, well, 2/3 out into the high of the day, and then we'll look to see if we can hold it, while MSOS goes the other direction. So here's the caveat. You see CGC in an uptrend going absolutely ham, but MSOS is actually weak right now. So I got to keep that in the back of my mind. That means no reloading. If it gets to the top, I'm not going to reload on the bid if MSOS is still trending to the downside. So yeah, CGC is a strong one, but you can't ignore the fact that it's going the other direction in MSOS. So I'm happy that this is the case, at least for now, but you've got to keep this in the back of the mind. It would be like long chip stocks, and then you're just sitting there watching the NASDAQ crater or something. Like, in the back, you'd be a little bit skeptical in the back of your mind.
All right, guys, every year there are millions and millions of concussions, and right here, there are 0 approved therapies. We have Oragenics here, NYSE symbol OGen. They have advancing with a new standard. It's an intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. So with an $8.9 billion expected market cap here on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive potentially what comes next. So go see what's ahead. You know, get our QR code when it's up on there, and make sure you do check our link in description. We want to obviously thank and continued sponsor here with OGen. Thank you so much for everything and for getting that note out there, especially I have both my kids are in very high concussion sports, including hockey and snowboarding and chess. All right, back over. We are ready now to get it back over to the big desk with Adara.
Watch it when they throw them pawns.
Here's a look at the NASDAQ, guys. Both the NASDAQ and the SPY gapping up this morning. You can really see where we get this nice push to the upside at 8:30 a.m. All 4 of the CPI prints, so month over month, year over year, and the quarter month over month and year over year print, all coming in cooler than expected. The market really liking this, though again, as I mentioned, struggling a bit off the open, but right now trying to do a bit of a comeback. We had to talk about MU. Micron certainly below its highs here, but nice push to the upside, nice gap up after its earnings report. Now, they did beat here in EPS and sales, but what really helped them is their massive guidance, guiding Q2 sales roughly $4 billion above estimates. Their EPS and or adjusted and GAAP EPS guide for the quarter also above expected, and they're guiding CAGR of roughly 40% through calendar year 2028. Lululemon, also a really good look today, guys, and LULU. Couple pieces of news here. Initially gapping up after Wall Street Journal reported that Elliott Management is taking a $1 billion stake in the company, but then we've got Lululemon also announcing this morning their expansion into 6 new markets next year. Last but not least, DJT, not the man, but the stock. Trump Media and Technology entering into this merger agreement with TAE Technologies. Stock still near intraday highs. Pre-market highs. Great look here for DJT. Back to you.
It's at the highs, but it's not breaking the highs on DJT, unfortunately. I did pay for locates, but not yet. I think I want to see it like do something parabolic. They always say like, don't do it when it's dull. Look for a reversion when something insane happens. And if there's a parabolic breakout of the high, that may be the place to go into it. I just saw in the chat, dropped system mentioning SN SanDisk. It's starting to go, but this is nowhere close to some of those prior highs. Like if Micron's strong and this is up 9%, like this is nowhere close. Even going back to last week's tops, you're a good $20 away. I did say it was low probability that SanDisk got to resistance today. It just, you might have to wait for this one. So I'm not terribly excited. I did mention I would rather short this if Micron broke out, but what the heck is this doing? It's not even testing those highs. And Micron, by the way, is pulling back anyways. So Micron Yikes. If Micron loses a bid, you have to wonder about some of these chip names. That's for sure. But my focus is going to stay with looking for round 2 on IBIT. Save that so I have it the next time. CGC is trying to go, but remember, MSOS isn't going with it, so you got to be particular about what cannabis names you're looking at right now. But we're losing VWAP again. I might take a second shot here if we can close underneath on Bitcoin, as that is back to 88 on the bid, it looks like, VIBIT. If it loses 88 again, this has so much more downside. And if the market's going to be even a little bit weak, I think crypto's going to be a lot. Bitcoin's going to be a lot.
DraftKings, we talked a little bit about them. I'm just looking at their chart here.
Coinbase headline.
Yeah, Coinbase did have a note about that too. But yeah, Coinbase is getting into the stock trading game apparently, right? So we'll have to wait to see what that means exactly for Coinbase shareholders and where that rallies that stock. But DraftKings, what an aggressive move yesterday. Like pretty much easy to say because it happened everywhere. DraftKings 35 down to 34, a little bit of a bounce back here right now today. And just DraftKings on the daily chart looking, like it's at a decent spot again, but I'm not super excited about this. Like I'd rather get long on this break, and it's funny that it goes right to 36.50 again and then falls right off of that. So I think you want to get long DraftKings on a break of this level. If not, even wait for the 200 to break, which is at $38, and that doesn't look so bad right there at $38 as well. So that could be a spot right there for DKNG eventually to work off of. But for right now, it is actually, I would think that we do at least retest this 32 area. So I think DraftKings does have a little bit of a down draft there on that name. Let me go over to, and just to see, I know, Adair comes with Sector Watch and all this kind of stuff, but let's just go over and have a quick little look at the broader market here. We are trying to build one of these as well in-house, so that should be pretty cool once that's finally done. But look today, man, what a difference a day makes, and sometimes this is what winds up happening. And, yesterday I really focused on this side. Right here in all of these names because these were getting really crushed yesterday. G Vernova was down 10%. Lamb Research, we talked about all these names. Caterpillar, all of them were down, and you could see there, with a flight sort of back to safety on some of these names that they don't all pay a dividend, but they're in a different space than the AI look, right? So Caterpillar is one that I think on dips is worth looking at. And then, the financials weren't weak at all there yesterday. Well, I mean, everything was weak, but they had held up the best. And you can see even today, if there's any name in this space I want to go a little harder on, it would be JP Morgan. So that's going to be, it would be Goldman Sachs because I don't own any Goldman Sachs right now, so that would be, I own some, but very, very small, so that would be something where I want to get involved with. I do own some Capital One as well. I heard Kramer talking about this a hell of a long time ago, so that's been a decent trade there. Capital One, we'll see if we can get some capital appreciation on that one. And then Robinhood, I'm happy missing the Robinhood trade. So, we did talk about that a little bit, and what I mean by that is I don't want to buy it where it's at right now. I do think it could take out the top, and I think if you blow through that top of Robinhood, then maybe the momentum carries it through. So, Robinhood up 5% today. Good move, and it actually covered up pretty much all of yesterday right there off the open, and then we just got whacked downside there a little bit. So let's wait to see what winds up happening with Robinhood. And all these names are sort of hitting my scanner here. This goes back to sort of these drop down zones from yesterday. So watch out maybe, man, in Robinhood. What if we lose this 120.50 area? It's clear sailing to the downside pre-CPI number. So watch out there, Robinhood sort of on a precipice right here, but it looks like it's going to hold still up that 5%. And then I'll throw it back to Neil in a second, but there it is. I've asked Randy, I don't know what he's up to, see if we get a little bit of a refill here on the Java. Oh, there he is. He says maybe. Okay, he's coming. All right,
He's
so
always coming.
Yeah, we got some out there at 85, then we get a little bit more out at 90 right there. So now we're down to about 20% left of this position. Let's see what winds up happening now with RIVN. So good move there. And then, this is, thanks for showing this. Micron, Tesla. Oh, we didn't look too much at DJT.
It's trying to go, but I think you got to look at what's happening in Micron, and not just Micron, but Broadcom just went red on the day. So AVGO, low of the day and falling. Micron, this is with the market trying to press back into highs, by the way. What are these randoms on the drop down? need to put a ticket in. If I type in MU, the first
Yeah, I
thing
know.
that needs to show
We
up,
talked about
it
that.
just needs to be Micron, okay? Like, there's no chance any trader is looking at whatever that other thing was. So it's still up 11%, but you're starting to fill the gap in here, unfortunately, on Micron. It's going to be hard for the market to keep this up if NVIDIA just lost VWAP, if Micron just hit lows, if Broadcom just hit lows. None of that looks very good for the Qs. Hopefully, cannabis doesn't care about that. Is there actually going to be this executive order, by the way? Like, we're talking about.
I mean, at any moment, man, any moment.
But it's like, okay, well, today we might get the executive order signed. Tomorrow we might get the executive order signed. I mean, the stocks are going up, but Adara, do we have any kind of a timeline here?
So I've seen some talks that he's going to make some kind of comment today. Now, I also saw Washington Post reporting something about Trump and CBD. So my thought is we might get something. I don't think it's going to be anything remotely in the vicinity of what people want. That's my take, though.
So we're not going to get what we want. So, yeah, well, just remember, we've seen this story before, and no matter what time frame you're playing on with the weed names, you want to make sure you're taking profit, whether that's day trading or swing trading. But that being said, like, CGC is going. Like, this is a legitimate breakout on the daily chart, which, I mean, today, obviously, you're going to go into, like, 250 and maybe find some resistance. And as I say that, 240 turns out to be some resistance. So I was able to get almost half out there. Actually had an offer sitting at the top. So we're going to hold VWAP as long as we can, and you never really know how long that's going to be. But for now, held VWAP once with a bit of a bottoming tail candle. We'll see if it can do it again on this weed name. Why? Because, well, this is what MSOS is doing. Now, you know what? I told myself I'm not reloading CGC if MSOS is still downtrending. And it's still downtrending. So no. I'm not going to be on. No, it doesn't even make any sense. Sometimes you take the win and then you move on because something is not confirming what you're expecting. And I think that's a smart way to play it. So I will not reload unless I see something change in MSOS. That'll be the litmus for me. Not really good what's going on with these chip names, but I'm going to try to focus back in on Bitcoin. I looked up. I saw it just wicked that little trend line. So now I should redraw this. But you guys get the idea. Played it into VWAP, it broke VWAP, but now you have this decent downtrend forming. These are a couple of top wick candles, so it's not the best. But we are confirming lower highs here. So if I'm feeling bearish on Bitcoin, it's giving me an opportunity to jump back in here somewhere off the 50 level. Just let it confirm, get another candle in here, and then we'll jump into the short again. So CGC and Bitcoin, that's still what I'm focused on. Medline never got to that 37.5. That might end up being a one and done. The volume is really dying on Medline.
Yeah, of course, man. It's
I mean, that's what happens.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It wasn't on my radar, but I'm glad it was on yours. All right, so Tesla's pulling back pretty good now as well, from 483 down to 480. That looks like that's trying to do something right now. So, maybe have a quick look here at what Tesla's trying to do. And I'm using TSLL, so I am bidding right now TSLL down here at 2180s. To see if we can get a VWAP push on TSLL. And I don't know what Micron's doing, but I had said that potentially selling that top at 264, 265, that was the all-time high. That's working. Bye-bye Micron. I don't know if it's going to pull a Broadcom or an Oracle, but I mean, this is now 3 times in a row. Called the top there, we called the top there, and I'm calling the top again. So 264, 265 Micron. Let's see where it goes. I mean, I hope it's not the top because I know there's a lot of traders that are hoping that this, sort of movement can continue in the RAM space. But let's just go see what his friend is doing in SanDisk right now as well. Yeah, not really doing too much today. Still up 7 or 8%. So that's still something right there. But Micron is the one that's pulling back in right now off of day one earnings play. So go check them out. The market right here, though, is starting to break through VWAP again. We'll just call up for the TQs. I'm at 50.85, so we can have a quick look at that. But there it is, right back into the 200 period right now, pretty aggressively now. So I'm going to go TQQ because we should be getting filled pretty soon. Yeah, well, not really. Maybe I could up that, man. I was at 50.85. Let's go to Okay, we'll go to Adara in a second. There is some talk here about Russia, but hold on a second. 51, I'm going to take a little bit at 51, and then we'll wait for our 50.85s now because that has changed. So I still want to give it some love back into here because honestly, I'm not going to be stopping out until this breaks through 50.50. So I don't want to be over. Actually, I'm going to wait. I'm going to cancel my 51. Wait for where I was initially thinking, right into here in the 80s, just a little bit involved with this bump up there. We've almost given everything back off that CPI number. And if you're here at 830, catch 835. This was like the call that I had mentioned anyways, that there was a potential here for a decent pullback, and we just sort of go back to regularly scheduled programming. I don't like that, but doesn't matter what I like. The market is doing its own thing right now, and it might be a buy down here if you do like it. Maybe we'll get filled on Google. What's up, Adara?
Take a look here at CTRA. This is Coterra Energy. CNBC apparently mentioning this one as a long idea, saying that this oil drilling stock is, quote, remarkably cheap, not seeing which analyst or personality said this. If I get more details, I will let you know. As Sean mentioned, there are some comments on from Russia, but it just has to do basically with Russia and Ukraine relationship, Russia and U.S. relationship. Nothing specific here. Back to you.
Yeah, and there's some, wow, I just looked over, and shout out to everyone in the chat that mentioned this, like, Intel is getting whacked.
Yeah, of course.
Like, this was strong off the open. So it just goes to show, some of these failed breakouts, wait for confirmation. Like, look at where this dropped yesterday. Like, right into that 37.5 zone, look at the resistance. It gets into that same price, and absolute tankage. Intel still, this is headed to 33. It's going to 33, everybody. It's a short until it's not, which is annoying because I absolutely did not say. I said this yesterday, and then for some reason I didn't like this one short today. Can't come up with a good reason why. Right, the weed names are doing what they're doing, but overall, the other thing I wanted to go to, I saw in the chat someone mentioning some retail names, specifically Walmart. So as the market was just pulling back off the highs, Walmart breaking out and looking strong. So we got some strength over in this retail name at least. So good shout out. Sometimes you want to find some relative strength and relative weakness. I'm hoping that that'll still be the cannabis space, at least for now. But you're seeing it in the retail land. Still can't seem to get that 35 fill, but we're holding trend on CGC. So it's continuing to go higher, up 20%. Maybe we get an executive order sign, maybe we don't, but the sentiment's still the same. You know, it's got a good trend break. I think you try to play the longs until it does something that confirms that they're pulling the rug. That hasn't really happened yet. It's going to happen on CGC. It just hasn't happened yet. So hopefully it doesn't in the short term.
Yeah, no, I believe that to be somewhat right. I think Adara kind of nailed that there when she was talking about how, you know, potentially, I mean, if it's going to be CBD, we have YCBD would be a good name to trade there. We've seen this before really get going. Yeah, this is now at $2. So this has really gotten sort of the bump recently. So I just don't want to, we always talk about CGC and Tilray and all those other names, but it's YCBD right there. I mean, I don't know why, but it could go back up there to the upside as more, you know, this is more the talk often when we getting involved with, you know, the medical side of things. So take away the THC, take advantage of the CBD extracts and whatever. But if that is something there, then maybe something more about that. So we got out again there on a break of VWAP. Like this market, mine? Or mine? Okay, I'll push it down a little bit more. I was just thinking that we got to have another piece there at VWAP. So we're now lighter, man. We have about 15% left of Rivian. And I'm waiting for a 200 period. I'm waiting actually down here at 1820. So if it does fall back into there, then we'll get out at 18 if it breaks. But I'm not dip buying any more here at all. We've already put, you know, the majority of this in our pocket right now. Obviously wish we had a little bit more out at the very top, but what are you going to do right now as that starts to get back into the downside there? We had HUT 8 on an upgrade today as well, so that could be something that we look for trading on the long side on a dip buy opportunity. So that goes 45 down to 42, looking like it wants to bounce off our 200 period. This reminds me, so I still have bids on Google, the market, and Rivian and Tesla. But Google's coming in right now, so this should fill, man. If we get down to 299, I'm going to give this a go. Even though 299 right now on Google, I mean, it's not where the 200 period moving average is. We've now broken below that. Google doesn't look overly healthy, to be honest with you right now. But 298.75 or so, like, if we break below these levels, then we can get out. So I'm going to wait for a 299. We might not come into that level at all. So we'll figure that. If that comes in, we do want to buy a little bit of Google there, just on some strength off the 300. But it's not really doing anything.
Apple's looking.
Is Apple? I mean,
Apple tanked off the open like a lot of other things, but Apple is trying to rebound. If the market's going to go here, I just saw this make. After 10 o'clock, I start looking at like 3 point, like give me like 3 points of connection clearly on a trend, and you've got an obvious trend line. And I saw Apple kind of fits that bill, but it's not just about reverting. Like I could easily say, well, you go short when it breaks this because that's the usual play. But if it holds the trend line, then you're going long on this breakout. And as usual, the second I point out that it could be a nice bounce in a long, it starts to break to the downside. But it's worth watching here. Like if Apple loses this trend, I think it would be confirming some weakness in the market because it was mostly like the chip and AI play that was weak. And if Apple joins that party, well, they usually have been a little bit stronger when the AI names go down. So if NVIDIA heads back to the downside, if Micron continues going down, Apple joins it, I wouldn't feel very good about this market. It doesn't look like it wants to break out, so we'll have to wait on that one. Still holding under view up, just jump right back in on IBIT, wait for it to confirm that downtrend. I had done this because it's almost like a channel that this is working on, as opposed to a clean trend line, like a channel in here that I want to be short in front of on IBIT. So we're back into that bad boy, and still, like I'll show it to you. Medline, the volume, you can barely see this spike. But this is, just so you get that, like at the open, there was some decent volume. Then it started holding. It's trending down into nothingness. I feel like this is going to have to do something extreme, like break the lows for volume to pick up. So unless something, or break the highs, probably not going to end up trading this one. I remember some of the other IPOs doing much better volume-wise on day 2. Not really happening for Medline.
All right, I see you here in Revel, Chris. I'm going to put you up here right now. Yeah, so there it goes, man. You'd make so much money on Reddit. So let's have a quick look there. Thanks for bringing that up. And again, be part of our chat by getting involved and being a subscriber. I mean, this is where I'm getting these from, and then I post it up if I see something cool or funny or interesting or whatever. We put it up onto there as well, and there's the chat right there. So get involved immediately. Thanks, Ramin, for putting that up. But yeah, I've been saying, and you guys know this, man, I've been saying, like, sort of praising Reddit for a very, very long time, saying that it was like a little undercover there, and that I really like the space. I think that, you know, the talk with LLMs, and, you know, sometimes when you're using a large language model, whatever it may be, you know, you'll ask it to like even peruse through Reddit to get a user review on something or whatever. I mean, I think this Reddit might have, for now, because there's moderators and all that, I think they might have like some of the most honest sort of product reviews and opinions and things like that on there. So definitely, I know Randy's a big, huge fan of Reddit.
It's great if you anything with your car or whatnot. Like that's if I have any issue with the car, I go right to Reddit for like
Reddit.
Body Group, and it's the best place to go.
Yeah, thankfully we haven't had too many issues with vehicles lately, so that's good. But yeah, so good idea there. And I just think that Reddit, just looking at the chart, you're starting to break higher now on Reddit. So I'm assuming yesterday it probably got spanked pretty good. No, it did not. Yesterday was actually a good day for Reddit early and kind of bucked the trend and did fall back down. Wow, 270, 227 there, up to 245. Yeah, you're right there, Chris. I believe that's who it was. That is a great trade today, breaking those highs on Reddit. And I think there might have been even an upgrade today for Reddit. So no surprise there that we're starting to make some moves there on RDDT. All right, we're going to go over to Adair, then we'll be back with some more trading.
Yeah, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends here at BTCC, because guys, I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges, and I stumbled across BTCC. Top 30 globally, but here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Excuse me. Zero KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe, and through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more info. And before I send you back to the guys, I'm going to take a moment to go over these small caps. The first of which here is DJT, Trump Media and Technology Group. Bit of a larger market cap name here. This is going to be about $4 billion market cap, roughly 7% short float. And announcing a $6 billion deal here with TAE Technologies that'll put them in the fusion space. Interesting look there for DJT. Also, good look here for ATHA, Athera Pharma. This one was actually on our Trader TV Live watch list this morning. They entered into agreement to acquire the rights for the development and commercialization of a drug called lasofoxifene. And last but not least here, SOC. This company has been on watch today before, on watch before, Sable Offshore Corp. They have been a previous small cap runner. As of yesterday, a Form 8K filing revealed that the company was told by the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Commission that they agree with Sable Offshore's conclusion that the pipeline linking the Santa Ynez unit to the Pentland Station Terminal qualifies as an interstate pipeline facility. So nice look here for SOC. Make sure to take a moment here to like and subscribe as we send you back to Neil and Sean.
There it is, your small cap recap, and yeah, DJT making some power moves with that, and pun obviously intended, with that merger. So keep in mind, anytime you have a merger, it's like 50-50 the combined companies. In this particular case, the other one's not publicly traded. So, you know, like normally I'd tell you, hey, just put both charts up, but unfortunately, like you're playing on air with DJT with that kind of a merger. Now, I don't really know anything about the company they're merging with to be able to tell you anything intelligently about them. I just know that it's a fusion company. That's all. Right. So it's an interesting space. Yeah, it'll be probably worth reading up on it. But they seem to want to dip their toes into literally everything with DJT. It's like pick a spot. Like what are you trying to be? Is my real question. So I'm a little skeptical overall, but I don't know anything about the company they're merging with. Apple did, so we didn't jinx it. Apple was able to hold the trend line. It then broke the prior bar. I got cheeky. I actually tried to get it underneath the prior bar, which is silly. Should have just taken it all out taken it all in on the prior bar hold. But if we lose the trend, I'm out. I'm targeting the lows from this morning, early this morning and then late last night, which is about $271. So I'm going to hold the trend line, dip on the trend line, but I'm getting out if it breaks the trend line or we get to that 271 target, as Apple and the markets and NVIDIA and Tesla and pretty much everything are headed right back into the upside. Ooh, Micron just broke trend. Oh yeah, this, come to my chart for a second, look at that. Micron's breaking trend line, so that's gonna be good as well. Downtrend on Micron's trying to go as we just got a super chat.
Exactly.
$9.99, Mardcat, $8.74. Listen to you guys on MU, and I'm 14 in the money on 261 short. Already sold 80%, holding on to the rest. More than 10K in profits in 1 hour. Well, I can tell you it's breaking the downtrend right now. So not a horrible place to ring the registers. The market's back up to those highs. The gap didn't quite fill, but it put in a pretty good amount of said gap. So good look over there on Micron.
Yeah, no, great job there, and I'm glad that you're taking advantage of what we had talked about a little bit there, and it's kudos to you, man. I mean, anybody that's putting on the trades, you're responsible, for your own trading, and the fact that you made 10 grand off of this play is fantastic. I mean, maybe you have 3,000 shares or something like that. Great, or what am I talking about? More than that, man. That's 1,000 shares. Nice move to the downside right there. Yeah, always try to capture a little bit of profit at a 250 marker, so we're dancing with that. A key level coming into play again right there. So yeah, great job on that one, and thanks for your support. We did see, we did get a super chat about Marvell before earlier as well, I believe, and I might have missed that one. So, oh, by the way, 2 new members right there. I want to thank you guys for joining. And if you are a member, you get, actually, I didn't load up. I had Shreef's Morning Note and I closed it there, so I have to go get that again. But if you do sign up, you become a member, you do get Shreef's Morning Note, which is absolutely fantastic. For only $5 a month, there it is right there on Neil's screen. It has absolutely everything, whether or not you're looking for the different news that's happening today over there, Ramin, on Neil's screen. I'll just talk about it as he's scrolling through a little bit right there, or in a couple seconds, we will go to, there it is. There it is. All right, there it is. So you get all this, man, for $5 a month, less than a cup of coffee right there. You can get all of this information. Neil, now you got to start scrolling, Neil.
Oh, my.
Yeah, so.
You just got me.
Yeah, I know. So scrolling through all that there as we go. Yeah, come on, guys. Let's all get on the same page over here, including this page right there. How many pages is it today? 13, 14, 15? It's all the news you need, man, for $5.
Halfway through.
Yeah, for $5.
Eli Lilly, which we didn't even talk
exactly.
about.
$5 a month, man. Get involved right there. It is well worth.
Instacart probe. Oh my goodness.
It's well worth everything. Bottom line, but Marvell. Look, I know, and we could talk to Shreef about this. He likes everything that Broadcom is doing. Marvell is, I believe, a little sleeping giant. We've heard here many times, SoftBank's interested in getting them involved in their AI stack. That's always good. We're just, we're one or two, news pieces away from, if SoftBank's interested in them, it shot them up like 8 or 9% just on that rumor alone right there. PE right now of 22. On Marvell, and they're in the semiconductor space, right? With a market cap of just 70 billion. I mean, I think this one has a lot of room to grow here with the photonics. They just bought Celestial AI. For me, and I am talking up my own book. I'm into Marvell and I really like it, and I'm in at a little lower prices. So I would say buy some Marvell if you're interested in diversifying a little bit away from the GPU makers. These guys, silicon, the copper wiring, they have the photonics now. And like I said, they're more like the nervous system of this whole AI play. You get the brains with the GPUs. These guys make it all come together, similarly to why, Dell or SMCI for the racks and whatnot. And there's various different plays that you can make, and do your own research, and maybe everything I'm saying is inaccurate. But there goes SMCI again, back there to the upside. All right, the TQs, man, wow, did we make a mistake again? Woe is me. We have written on here, get long on NASDAQ on dips. Well, now that's twice it's come into the 200 period moving average, and we sat here and watched it. So I don't know, man. Missed opportunity there at 51, right up to 52. We were trying to be I even said, you guys saw me live on the show, I was like, I should probably dip by here at 51. I was like, nah, we'll wait for 50.80. Well, there it goes upside. We'll get a little more aggressive if and when it ever pulls back into VWAP or into that point. So yeah, so far so good there for the TQs. Congratulations. As you take out everything we lost yesterday, everything is magically right back into your account, or is it?
Almost. If you look, the NASDAQ's pretty much there. I would give it like couple of ticks there on the NASDAQ. But quickly in and out of a couple of things, we'll just update you. Right to target on Apple. So it did break the trend line. Well, sorry, it held the trend line, I should say. There is a trend line. So you can use the trend lines for more than one thing. You can hold an uptrend and then break the wedge, head right into the prior day lows. I might still dip this on trend if we come back in, but we're looking for that target. It was about $1.25 or so, but effectively it was more into some of those lows from yesterday. But then it works both ways. It's okay to be wrong, not to stay wrong. So I said I'm switching it up on VWAP, a little bit on IBIT, which was moving the stop from just above VWAP to this is like a trend channel, and if it breaks the trend channel, get out. And then look what's happening. It's actually holding the line at 50.30. So the trend's not really playing out. It's still making lower highs, but it's 50.30 that's being respected whatsoever. But the important thing is, hey, you got to keep your losses relative to your wins. Smaller than your wins is the best way to put it, right? So IBIT, 0 for 2 on IBIT, but it only took one shot in Apple to be positive between the two, and Medline, whatever. I think that stock is kind of dead, so I'm not going to go back over to it. But we do see is one of the weakest names out there is catching a real bid, and that was Intel. And shout out to everyone in the chat that pointed out how incredibly weak the stock was. But look at yesterday. It was about $36.60 over and over again resisted. And on a bounce early, it rejected that same price. So as the market plays the NASDAQ, I should say, not the market, the ES, kind of the same thing. But the NASDAQ in particular presses back into some overnight resistance levels. You've got Intel, which is weak, pulling back into that 36.6. So I can patiently wait for that trade to set up. Potentially we'll get a reload on Apple, although that ship might have sailed in terms of VWAP. We'll have to wait for it to retest this trend line. If and when it does, then I'll go for a reload in Apple.
All right, we actually have a reload right now in Rivian. I'm just getting not bored with it or anything like that. We have such a small percent left, man, that I'm going to add a little bit to it at the 200 period, and I'm just going to give it a sneeze. So if we break below, I was going to give it to 1835. Like, I'm not even trying to throw back any money here. Like, we'll throw back a little bit, obviously, if it breaks lower. But we only reload now to about 60% of our initial position. So, and we're just going to try to give this 10 cents. So we're long right now at 1846. It fell right back into the 200 period moving average. Also on your 5-minute chart, you're back into here at 1842. That's your 50-period moving average. So we're seeing if we can hold this area right now on Rivian, and then hopefully get going back there to the upside on RIVN. So here it goes. A little bit of a reload, looking for obviously a lot higher as the NASDAQ just continues to pump it up. Google, like I've missed so many dip buy opportunities today. Like we sat here and literally talked about Google at 299.50 and I didn't pull the trigger twice there. So yeah, a little trigger shy on that move, but what are you gonna do? We, you know, it doesn't hit the level, so we kind of stay away a little bit from that. But there goes Google. Sometimes you do miss those, but it looks like the reload right there could be
another one.
Another one. Thank you, Kathy. But yeah, it looks like a good one right there on Rivian. As yeah, okay, actually that moved up a little higher than I even thought it was going to. Let's take some out there at 54. Then we'll get some more out, hopefully a little bit higher than that. But there it is, man. 2 for 2 there with only the trade we've made today on Rivian. Do we ever miss Tesla though? TSLL, man, like my bids are still there on this name, and we missed 21.83s is where I was bidding. That went to 86. So yeah, man, not great response from me on that one because we do miss that. But there goes Rivian. I'm sure as heck glad, man, that we had talked about that with everybody. So there goes Rivian up to 58. I'm offering 58. Bang. We just get that one. That's your new face slapper again right there on PLTR, just on the chat. On Rivian. Let's go Rivian, man. Okay. I'm glad that we put back. I'm even telling you the percentages that I'm putting back in there. So I hope I'm giving you guys enough information right there. There goes Rivian right there off the 200 period moving average. Boom. Back up there to the upside as we just sort of ease this trade back out. So we'll get it back out a little bit. Now we have enough to see if it can run. Let's wait to see if we do get VWAP right now on Rivian. 1870, I'm going to offer my next little tranche at. Maybe we get out there 1868, and then we'll go a little higher from there. So right now Rivian working to the upside. Remember where our stop was, right? This is already 2 to 1. Our stop was at 1835. So far there, 20 cents to the upside. We should start taking some profit, which we've done. We're now out of half of our reload, or a little bit less than half. We're gonna wait for 68s. If we get that, then we'll be out of half, and then we'll move on from there. But so far, so good. 2 for 2 here, just being very, very patient with our trading, and so far, so good here today.
Yeah, so far so good for sure. And I see on our visualizer, it's still all the same stocks up here. I know we're going to try to keep track of them. Micron and Tesla and NVIDIA. Reddit, Sean has gone over. And then Adara mentioned that ATHA. But for Micron, there's a trend break. It's still trying to go to the upside here. So if this piles into VWAP, watch for a potential rejection. It's still, look, you're still talking about, look, here's the deal. You're still talking about a stock which is triple topping up here. So I'd be a little bit skeptical of this breaking out those highs after the profit taking or the willingness to take profits that we've already seen. ATHA, this small capper, Athera Pharma, and again, Blue Ocean. Oh, goodness. Well, it's available on Blue Ocean, everybody, as you guys can clearly see. So if you, even these small cappers, like everything is available in the for the aftermarket session. So Sharif will like this one. I looked over, he's still not there. It's holding VWAP in the $7 level. So you can see it very clearly where the key price is going to be. If it flat bottom breaks this, it could be like a very quick 30 or 40 penny move, maybe even like 50 into the next support level. And I'd be careful. I'd be careful with this. It's done 46 million shares, but I want to show you the book if I can quickly. So this is what the 47 million shares. Look at the book. It's not incredibly thick for a $7 stock, and there's like these little levels where you might see some buyers, and it's just a few hundred shares at each price level. So if you lose a bid like 7, don't think that if you're stopping out, you're getting some 2 or 3 cent loss, right? Like slippage is a thing. You saw it with me yesterday on iBid, right? Sometimes it comes out of nowhere. This is even less relatively liquid. There's the amount of volume it's doing, and there's the amount of dark pool volume it's doing, and there's the actual lit liquidity that's available to you if it starts moving. And in this one, I'm telling you that lit liquidity is not as big as you might think. So do be careful trading this bad boy, especially if you want to be playing in front of this support level. Could break the downward trend. Not something I'm looking at, but we want to make sure we give it full coverage to all of the names out there. CGC, I have now elected, I'm like, okay, I'm being a bit stubborn about not reloading this. Well, I am going to reload down here off the volume weighted average price because it's holding. The other way to play this is see how it's doing, like wait for 3 points. Now this will give you a third time that it's holding this little slight downtrend. So it could break this out, and then I would add to the long instead of reloading at VWAP. I just start reloading above the trend line, which sometimes I like even more. So still playing CGC to the upside here as it's continuing to work at least for now, everybody. But you've got the markets absolutely flying. This might mean I don't get a second crack at Apple, though. Yeah, Apple it might not want to give us the goods here. How can I move this? Sometimes I can drag this over. Oh, there we go. It might not give us a chance to play back into this trend line. Again, it already closed the gap, but I'm just going to leave this up. Like, I can always wait for any kind of, there hasn't been a red candle, so I can wait for some kind of a pullback to get us back into this trend line as the market just keeps going higher and higher and higher. We're close to 25.5. That's the overnight high. It's about 100 points away on that NASDAQ.
I was just saying to Joe, man, I missed so many trades. I just went over them all with you guys. Like, we just, things came in and they just didn't fill. Like, it's just, but Rivian did, so we take that out there. We get that 68 level. Now we're starting to fade out a little bit. I'm gonna take one more price here at 65 if we're able to get that, and then we'll move off of it and look for something else. But yeah, wow, what a move in this market, including, like, we just talked about, you know, we should have bought TQs at 51. Like, we were sitting there debating it, and we canceled our order. We should have got Tesla down there. Let's check out what common Tesla is doing right now. Unbelievable, man. Even in the pre-market, we're like, wow, that takes 480. But it takes 480 early, so that would have been a tough trade because it takes 480 right there. And I don't think you need to necessarily get into it right off the jump, but it only goes $4, or sorry, 250 there. That move right there was $3, and now, obviously, you're pushing highs right now. The NASDAQ has now, as I was saying earlier, man, covered up yesterday, man. What a move there, all the way back upside. And remember, again, you guys can go back, man. Like, I'm trying to drop these little things. Remember yesterday, what was my trade that I was looking for at 3 o'clock? It was long NASDAQ. And I had said that with Trump speaking, blah, 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 that, you know, could be a positive thing for the market there. And boom goes the dynamite, man. We nailed that one. And I even remember telling you guys, like, we're unable to hold things overnight. And if you guys remember, it was the TQQ break yesterday in the afternoon that didn't happen for us. And we were looking for that long through 50 yesterday afternoon on the NASDAQ. So, you know, sort of sitting in the seat for many, many years, thought that we did have this move. And I was just looking for it yesterday, and it didn't happen yesterday afternoon. It's too bad, because if that did happen, I think it would have potentially continued. But there's the talk there. I hope some of you, you know, were able to take advantage of this move higher right there today. But yeah, what a good move in the NASDAQ, as we had talked about yesterday, right before close. And then at 350, the imbalances were there. So I was like, yeah, you got to cancel. You don't want to hold too much through the imbalances. But yeah, there it goes, man. The NASDAQ now up 2%. Dip by opportunities yesterday. Did you take it, or did you sit on your hands? Who knows? We're here trading every day, and Neil has a word from our sponsors.
Well, all advice here is always going to be free. Analysis, whatever it might be, and I think that's why it's pretty popular. You know what else is free? eSignal for the first month. I'm telling you, they continue to do this. You can try out an advanced and professional charting platform with reliable data. You have the ability to backtest and forward test your strategies. You can use every indicator out there. You can connect to pretty much every single market that's going to be traded. You have reliable quotes, level 1, level 2 access. You can trade through multiple brokers as well. You have the ability to tick replay, so you can go back and look at a move. Like, you could go back and look at the open on Medline. How was it going? Like, how much room did it give? Like, where could you have taken profits? How could you have done the trade better? Very valuable. You got 5 seconds charts, which I was using on eSignal yesterday on Medline, and I think it helped a little bit. So check them out. You can scan the QR code in front of you. eSignal first month is free. It costs you absolutely nothing to try it. We're going to go back to the desk, straight to the desk, I believe.
Take a moment here to look at these sectors, because it's a really, really good look, unless you are health services or energy minerals. You know, health services, specifically these names in the health insurance space, have been on watch amid some questions over the ACA and the, I guess, expiry of these subsidies with that Affordable Care Act. So keep an eye here on the sector. Energy minerals also pretty weak. We know the sector's been on watch as well, with the U.S. and Venezuela specifically going to bat with regards to oil. When we talk about producer manufacturing, this sector is incredibly strong. Health technology, incredibly strong. Consumer durables, very strong. Consumer services, transportation, utilities. CEG, which got hit hard yesterday amid some concerns about Oracle and its AI data centers. It's doing incredibly well today. Retail trade looking really good, led by a 3% up move here in Amazon. Finance strong. Electronic technology strong, and tech services pretty strong as well. To go back to electronic technology, it's interesting because there are some names that are not participating in this rally, Apple and Broadcom. Most notably, though, you've got NVIDIA, AMD, GE, Micron, of course, on earnings up 11%, and even it's actually pulled back from highs as well. So there were a lot of really big movers here in this sector as we send you, or across these sectors, as we send you back to Sean and Neil. Do make sure to like and subscribe.
Well, we give Apple a little bit more love than that. Okay, I understand Apple is flat on the session. It's up it's exactly 0. Well, a second ago it was like 0.01, but it's exactly up nothing. But it is from the lows up $5. That's 2%. So Apple is trying to help supercharge the market a little bit here. So you got to give it a little bit of respect, give it a little bit of due, but it is trying to pull back. And if it gets to the trend line, I'd look for that long again. Across the board here, load up Meta. You're seeing a little bit more strength in Meta. But I mean, overall, like the move from the bottom percentage-wise isn't going to be that different between Apple and Meta. It's just that one is breaking out some of these tops. So good day for the markets, but I'd say almost across the board on the tech names, with a special emphasis on anything related to AI. Like those are the ones that have really been going. Unfortunately, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, like there's a few names that are still languishing a bit. Broadcom, while green, yeah, this hasn't really done much. Still making some lower lows here on Broadcom, still underneath VWAP, still underneath afternoon lows as well here on Broadcom if you're keeping score. So there's a few names that just aren't really participating.
All right, obviously there's a note for me in there. I want to thank you guys there as well. So thank you to Random Scenes right there for Google. And here it is right here. That's my trade there, Google. $299 if we come over here, Fabian. Just $299 to $300 was the long. I said, love the name. Am I biased? Like, it was pretty simple. I didn't really have too much to talk about other than that. So great technical analysis. But right in there, $299 to $300 long. What's the bottom right there on that play? It's $299.50. So exactly as it was written, as Nas would say. But actually, if we were right there, you even could have got better at $299.25. I was, even as this was coming down, I was talking about it. And so I want to thank you, Mike, there for taking it and for rolling in the deep with that trade. So congratulations on that one. And a big shout out to you for that. So you guys are the ones that are hitting the keys. So congratulations there on Google, and a couple missed opportunities for sure for me there. But I'm happy that some of you guys have those trades on your book. So a big congratulations for that one, for Google, and thank you for the nice note there in the chat. All right, Broadcom down a little bit as well. AVGO here, I mean, up on the day, sure, but, fighting that trend right now. Underneath VWAP, wow. Like, just everyone was thinking, this is all rosy and stuff, and it's turning out not to be at all, as Broadcom, I don't know if it turned red down there or not, but down to 324 again, yuck, on you, Broadcom. Well, here, I can tell you right now if it turned red or not. Yesterday's low, yeah, it did go red. So Broadcom went red there today after being up like 4% to start with. Where's Micron at after that call? Still hovering around 250, still calling a temporary top there in Micron, maybe for the year. Let's see what happens. I mean, the Nasdaq's up 2% and Micron's down off earnings. We're going to have to wait to see what that winds up doing. A name that's been getting crushed here a little bit over the last little while is Roblox. We don't have too much left of this trade. We did cash out a bunch on Roblox, and now it's just getting hit to the downside. I mean, even when my son was talking to me about how Roblox was like censoring, and then there was some sort of a check on, the age verifications and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we sniffed this one out a long time ago. Roblox downside and not catching this falling knife, although I really, really like it. I really like the space, and just maybe if we break back above 100, we can get that. We've seen recent deals with EA, and then we know that Take-Two with Grand Theft Auto, that'll be coming out. I think now it's May of 26 now is the extension on that. So they just keep on pushing it out. But the thing is like the stock is not actually reacting that poorly at all. I mean, Take-Two Interactive, I think they've spent now, it's $1 billion and change or so on the game. So that's going to have to turn out to be something. But, my kid is just like, Dad, we're already getting, he has Steam and everything, and he's ready to go with GTA. So I think there's a lot of anticipation, obviously, for it. And I think, again, to get away from some of the AI, you know, this falls back into 234, 235. We've already seen EA Sports. We saw, you know, Epic Games has been in the news lately. There's been, what was the other buyout that, it was EA and then it was the one that Microsoft, Activision Blizzard, as well. So Take-Two, man, if it's a successful release, maybe these guys get bought out as well. So I like Take-Two there. You never want to hold anything for like a buyout, but, you know, we held Lululemon waiting for Activists. I'm waiting for the same thing in Target. So Take-Two, you know, you don't have to take it twice, just take it once. And I think you'll be fine with that. Wait for the 200 period moving average and maybe average into it if it does get down. And I think Grand Theft Auto will, you know, will deliver what it needs to. So watch out for Take-Two Interactive on the move these days.
Ooh. Yeah, good luck with people. You get serious gamers definitely get into it when you mention GTA. A couple people not loving the delays and the lack of action there, unfortunately. Might have tried to follow rules, but might have missed the trade on the trend break. Intel came right into VWAP. It came right into 36.6. But when it broke, so there's the break of the trend line. It just immediately dumped. So there wasn't any real chance to get. I'm just going to leave my order in to get in at about 36.55 or so in front of that volume weighted average price. But I'll leave the order in. If it pops back up, I'll short it in front of VWAP. My stop will be above the volume weighted average price. And 2 New York cent. We do look at the quantum space. You guys looking at the quantum space? I know Rigetti was up this morning, and of course it's giving up the gains. I'm just not thinking. Like the bounce today is the market's doing pretty well. You know, Micron driven, and some of it's going to, of course, have to do with the CPI number. But these aren't out of the woods yet. Like, I think the exuberance doesn't lend itself to some of the quantum names. Just because other risk assets are going back up, I'm not sure these have caught the bid yet. Like, Rigetti is up 2%, but it is right here on the lows. There's been no bounce. There's been no break of the downtrend yet. And I look at Rigetti because that's the one I think most frequently I would trade, actually in D-Wave, oddly enough. But I still think you're trying to find and confirm this bottom on specifically Rigetti. We could look at like an Ion Q as well. What's that doing today? Probably load a little bit better. This one's probably a little bit better. It's made a bottom and putting in a higher lows. Yeah, a little bit better in terms of Ion Q. But the safer way to play it is Google or IBM. Like in terms of quantum names, like this is where I think first for quantum. Someone that's actually doing it, right? And that's going to be making money, right? So if they get a breakthrough, you're not sitting there in a losing company, which is ridiculously overvalued. You pick up Alphabet or IBM, you have something to fall back on if there's no breakthrough for like 20 years or something ridiculous, which is a distinct possibility. Jensen said it himself. These things could be decades away. Meanwhile, you're waiting forever. If you got in early in the quantum rally, great, you're still in the money. But buying it here, I'd rather wait for some kind of a catalyst. Like you're better off in IBM or Alphabet, in my opinion.
Yeah, Google's my #1 dip buy name out of everything right now. I do think that, well, you know, a name that's been hit that is not necessarily quantum, but they have that Windows, man. I mean, Microsoft. I think Microsoft is a winner down at these levels, man. I think Microsoft just holding the 200 period moving average. You know, these guys aren't doing anything wrong. It doesn't seem like they're in, you know, we talked about the Activision Blizzard deal. We talked about Xbox and gaming and whatnot with Microsoft. So I like the space that Microsoft's in right now, but I'm a little nervous about ChatGPT. I think that that's not going to be the be-all, end-all right now as much as it is. And I am very nervous about OpenAI and what that all means for the market right now. So watch out for Microsoft. But I think it's January 29th or so is their earnings call. So we'll have to wait what winds up happening there. They got hit on their they actually had a good earnings, which I believe was right here, October 20th or something like that. Nice move to the upside there, then just whapped down as we made all-time highs off earnings and then hit right back down into the 200 period and now holding it. So technically speaking, Microsoft has one of the best setups, right? All-time high off earnings, then a comeback right there into the 200 period moving average. I think they're going to have a good report and heads up on Microsoft next year. But I'm on Google. If I could have one more than the others, would be that one. So I'd go Microsoft and Google for the dip buys. I'm an always buyer of Apple, but the last time I did it was at 212. So that's a ways away right now. And if it does come back in, then Apple obviously is a buy, but we bought it basically on breaking out right into here, and we were able to get it just before this breakout happened. We basically bounced off the 50-period moving average, and I think we got it this day right there when we bounced off, and we got a nice little upside move there. So we had bought some Apple there, and now enjoying it. I haven't sold anything on the way up there for Apple. So, you know, the two plays for me, Apple and Google, and Microsoft, but Apple's not the dip buy opportunity. You know, you're going to hear Sharif talk a little bit about probably Meta if that ever comes up, and I know that he was dip buying on that one, which is cool. I think that's going to be a good name as well. All of these names, man, we've given you Amazon at the 200 period, moving average when that gets in there. But for me, I want to get a little bit more exposure to the financials. You can see in the back, by the way, I mean, what a great board that is right there. Palantir up 5% there. Wow, good move for Palantir.
Dollar index.
Yeah, everything is up there, man. It's a great little board back there. But
VIX anywhere?
VIX, yeah, we could, I mean, maybe in the middle we could do, oh no, it's DXY. No, yeah, we could put the VIX down there. Remember, we have to be able to quote it, so. But yeah, SoFi is another thing that's just racing today. And so this is another great one, man. We really like SoFi. Here, I prefer SoFi over Robinhood to that bank charter. So if we can get some SoFi love back into the account, that'd be great as well. So dip buying SoFi, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. So, I mean, I keep dropping a whole bunch of names. Marvell in the tech space, the financials, SoFi, Goldman, and JP Morgan. And then, you know, looking to get out of some Lulu and some Target at some of these levels.
Adara.
Let's take a look here at, let's do this money talks where we take a look at the US dollar. I want to talk here about this daily chart because we are finding some support here on the daily. We mentioned this bottoming tail candle we formed back here on Tuesday, low just below 98. We've held that really well since yesterday, green, and today also a little bit green. Now, I do want to talk about some economic data. Here is our November CPI infographic. You can find this on X at TTV Research. But as you can see across the board, these prints were going to be cooler than expected. CPI month for month and year over year, both a bit cooler. And then core CPI year over year and month for month, also even cooler than their counterparts here in the non-core. So the fact that we specifically have core inflation a little bit cooler than expected, that's going to be a good look. Tomorrow, some more inflation data on watch, including the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print, which does, of course, gauge consumer sentiment, but it also does contain that inflation aspect with 1-year and 5-year inflation estimates. We had the preliminary print for December recently, and that was actually a little bit better than expected, with consumers seeing lower inflation than expected and having higher consumer sentiment than we were anticipating. So we're gonna have to wait and see if this comes to be yesterday, but we'll have to see if it is at all aligned with the preliminary numbers we got a couple of weeks ago, because those were quite promising. Now, before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're gonna take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money, or never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that is changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital with its, while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. That's the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara, as always. And the other thing I was gonna say is I was looking for maybe like the VIX to be up there. If you guys have suggestions, like, oh, what could we display on that board? What's a segment we could do? All that kind of stuff. Just like throw it in the chat, DM us, whatever it might be. Hey, you guys never talk about, I don't know, you're not talking enough about currencies. Just gonna throw that out there because of the Dixie. Or maybe we're not going over like crypto enough, which I think we do cover crypto pretty well. Or maybe we're not talking enough about materials. Yeah. I know we don't. We typically have not. Like copper, certainly Raheem on yesterday talking about copper. We usually talk about gold and silver, but just let us know for sure. Can we get a moo to the? Can we get moo to the bid monitor, please? I just saw somebody.
If it was Ozan, maybe he means this.
Oh, he wants a cash cow?
I have no idea. I didn't see that.
I don't know what else that would mean other than the cash cow. When someone says moo here, the first thing I think about is market not open. What are you talking about?
Exactly. That's when you said that, I was like, okay, I don't know. What
no, here, because market on open, moo. But there's I was just about to address there we go. There's a visualizer, which is gonna typically have the same names up there because it's what's moving and what you guys are interested in. I haven't seen that even budge much. It's been the same top 3 or 4 the entire way through, and certainly we're always willing to take your suggestions, everybody. I only have one new position. It's going to be finally getting into Intel. What was that, Fabian? We've got some mini Tesla lovers that are in the chat. We have a lot of Tesla lovers in the chat, but that's fine. Like, Tesla is one of the most volatile stocks out there. It seems like it's in play every single day. It's one of the strongest Mag 7 names looking at the charts. There's a lot of reasons why Tesla's going to be there every single day. That being said, if there's other names that you want coverage on, then hop in the chat. If you're not in the chat, then jump in there. And if you want to do so, you got to be a subscriber. So hit the subscribe. And if we're not talking about small cappers, then go $ whatever. If you like DJT and you're like, why aren't you guys showing DJT? Then type $DJT. Heck, that's probably breaking out the highs. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, but it's up 36% today. So if you happen to like that stock, there's a name for it for sure. Sorry, there's a story for it, and it's moving up on this combination. I don't particularly know much about the company they're combining with. So again, like, I'm not going to play. We got Oscar with a super chat about Broadcom. Not here is my take for Broadcom. I like Broadcom. For me, buying the index is good enough for me. I have enough exposure to all this AI chip stuff. So I'll buy dips on the indices, but streamlining AI stuff is the name of the game for me. And I would certainly, in this downward trend, wait for the 200-period moving average.
All right, we got to get out of here. What's for lunch quickly here? We got Thai flag today. It's chicken satay right now. So a little satay there. Chicken, jasmine rice, stir-fried vegetables, and cucumber salad gets the week off, or ends the week here. Pretty good, yeah. Is that right? Yesterday we didn't have, oh yeah. How come it said Italian meatballs. I guess we didn't cover it yesterday. What did we get
wait a minute,
yesterday?
no, hold on. No, today's meatballs.
Oh, shoot, oops.
Well, now we know.
I'm off tomorrow, so you know what tomorrow is. Today is Italian flag. It is Italian meatballs, which is what's for lunch right there. I clearly was looking at Friday, right? I was like, wait a second, we didn't have that yesterday. I am not here tomorrow. Everyone have a great time. Hopefully we can get some good news going on there. Yeah, we got some spaghetti, some Tuscan-style roasted carrots and zucchini. We like that. Shout out to Tuscany, one of the most beautiful places in Europe. Honestly, man, that's, wow, the rolling hills there, very, very impressive. Let's go Rivian, starting to rip upside as well. Caesar salad as well. Thank you, everybody. It's a great show today. Thanks, Ramin. Thanks, Fabian, Andre. You have a great trip, man. That guy's in Brazil coming up very, very soon. Have a safe trip, Andre, if you're watching us on the flight. Shout out to Brendan as well, Sharif, Joe, Adair, and everybody. All right, decent show today. We will see everybody back here at 2 p.m. Until then, let's go over to the midday show. Ciao.
Get them, boys.
Al Bambino. Oh, what's going on? Where's our bumper, Fabian? We want, there's got to be squats and weights and all that stuff. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. He is Joey frickin' Options, and I'm Sharif. And we got a couple of new joiners right off the bat right there. Shout out to my man up top there, Hussein. Shout out to Yangon, Mintar, 2 new Trader TV Live members. Thank you for joining us. Shout out to the OGs who are all putting their greetings in the chat. Uplift Markets. We got Dean Allen, Dark Skirk, and we got Derek Thompson and Blue Arrow, MF Dangerous, Katina Man. He's joining us as well as Meg Raj and Nelly Ololol, Mike P.D. Righto. We got Pitchbull. We got Saul. We got Emil. That's my uncle's name, man. Damien. We got Machiavelli, of course, nerd affiliate Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck, bro, your movies not so good. I get a response out of you. Front Porch Trader, Grandmother's Garden, like that name, Trader Gibby. Shout out to Wyatt. Shout out to who else, man? We got Johnny. We got Jacques. We got Alan. We got Boosted Red Spot. Okay, I know about the orange spot on Jupiter, but I don't know about the red spot. You got to tell me about that one. We got John Zuver, Jay Koinge, Peter. Shout out to Mr. Jets fan. Neil probably be a very good friend of yours because you guys had their number for a while. Ichiro. Who else, man? We got Cubes, Mr. Sloth, and one more. We're going to look for a new one here. We got Toby. Toby, haven't seen that name in the chat before. Good morning to everybody. Good morning to you, Joseph.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, let's dive right into it. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Thursday. A little bit of a trickier one. I mean, we had some solid opportunities here throughout the day.
I know.
And then we just didn't take advantage of them. We were posted up on multiple names, and we just couldn't catch any fills. So slightly red on the session, but I mean, we're only a third down our shutdown. So that's small potatoes. That's literally one trade away. But let's get right into it. Now, as for Bitcoin, guys, we caught a couple of longs off of it, risking, once again, only about 10 cents or so. And as soon as, so you can see that I'm in at 82s. 85 was going to be the ideal number, and then we take some off right there at a 1.5 to 1. We only take about 10-20% off, and then it comes back to our break even. Same thing right here. We're in at 50 10s. We're risking only until 50s, and then we wait to that 2 to 1, a little bit more than that, and then sure enough, boom, we take 10% off, it comes back against us, and then we try it one more time, and then we got stopped out there. So didn't work, and we were holding the majority of our position to make any of this size that we took off relevant, because it is not. Now, as for NFLX, guys, got our eyes on this one as well, too. We attempted one short on it. This was a nice signal up here, and I was thinking, oh, okay, a beautiful indecision print right at the volume weight, above the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can get it moved back into VWAP. That's going to send us right into target. Perfect. But you can just see how tight these stops are, guys. 10 cents, and then that's it. A little bit even less. So 95.10, and we're out at 95.19. So as soon as I seen that candle really start to engulf that range, I'm like, all right, let's get out of this and be patient and wait for something else. MU, I was bidding 247. It comes in, doesn't fill me, not a priority, bounces off of it, and then climbs $7 higher. And I'm like, what's going on, man? But no, aside from that, guys, we're going to be sitting on our hands. We're going to be patient and try not to get frustrated. It is Thursday. It's been a pretty good week so far. So we're going to relax and wait for those levels to come into what we want. And I think that's something that has really, really worked for me as of late. I post up. I wait for the market to come and fill me. Zero chase. We don't chase anything around these neck of the woods.
I like it, Joey. I like it. You got that good anger in you today. I like it. I like it. Very good. Thank you, Fabian.
I wouldn't call it good. Yeah, thanks. We're 5 minutes late.
Committed.
Yeah.
Committed attitude. I do appreciate it.
Literally yesterday, so I was green, red, and then at the end of the day, I climbed back to green. But it was definitely a battle. That MDLN, I didn't perform as well as my peers did, but that's okay. I'm glad that everyone had a fantastic trade on that. But then we bounced back as well too, and I was happy. We'll go over those trades later because they didn't get to see them, and I documented them. Let's get a poll. Sorry, one more thing, Shree.
Yeah, do your thing, bro.
Let's get a poll up here, Fabian. Are you ready for this? You ready? Are you listening? Do you review your trades after the market? Yes or no? Let's get that poll up there.
Keep it. Ram. Come on now, bro.
What did Ram say?
Ram's like, no. Well, because
yeah, it's a poll. That's a poll.
Yeah. She's punching into Rivian most of the time. That's why.
Yeah, I know. She's a long term. We're talking about the intraday boys.
We're talking about the intraday.
Yeah, and gals, obviously. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, let's party. Let's see if we get. I don't know why I keep saying that, man. I got into Tulum mode. But yeah, let's get that poll up, baby.
You're ready to go, eh? You're already on vacation mode, my guy.
Let's have fun.
All right, let's get to work, baby. We've got a bunch of small cap gappers. As you can see, I'm already involved in a couple. Donald John Trump. You're going to be hearing that a lot today. Oh, man. For all those who don't like him, it's going to be a great day for you guys today. So we're already involved in DJT. So long as this one is running, Fabian, we're going to continue to trade it. This one is showing 22s. What do we got here, Joey? We got 23s. We're break even on the name. We're trying to build the position into the 20. VWAP at 13 2/3. The 20 EMA, 14. The 10 EMA, exactly where we are right now. That's trade number one. Trade number two, we're working into our position here on FCell. A prolonged bull flag we've got here on the sell. Basically, the breakout coming out at 9:30 since that time. Yeah, we're putting in some higher lows, but it's mostly consolidation central. As you can see, those successive troughs all higher than their predecessors. So we're keeping a close eye on that. But there is a lot going on. It's not just Donald. It's not just fuel cell. Let's talk about NUAI, a holdover from yesterday, respectful of VWAP, trying to bounce above that or stay above that level. That's top left of your screen. We got MENS, MENS, coming into VWAP, many lower highs ever since that 1025 pop and drop. We got SOC. This looks to be the biggest and the baddest right now in the world of small cap gappers. It got a big boy breakout at 525 in the aftermarket yesterday. The degens like myself love small cap trading in the aftermarket, in the pre-market as a result of this. No volatility halt parameters. This great stock, and I say that facetiously, 5 1/4 it closed out at 4 o'clock, and it rocketed up in one 5-minute candle to 789 area halt. Reason is no volatility halt parameters in the pre or the post. Alas, we took out, barely though, yesterday's aftermarket high. This morning during regular trading hours, that 1045 candle takes us to that 947 high. It is holding 9. It is trending up. The higher lows are operative here. Let's see if we can get that 9.5 break. We're going to be setting up here on SOC. But I'm also keeping an eye on ATHA. This one was the big pre-market mover. Got its spike at 7 a.m. And then all hell broke loose to the high side. Alas, we are kind of trying to hold that volume weighted average price. In fact, it kind of looks like VWAP here is resistance, trading at 7 1/3. We're at 7 1/5. Let's get back above that. And we also got to break this umpteen lower high. 1, 2, 3. We've got that downtrend right now. We got to break through that. Look for the break of that trend line and a breakout to the high side. Dawn, DAWN, big breakout as well, right at 930. Giving up a bit of the move, 1047 high, lower highs into VWAP, trying to hold 10. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. And then last but not least, PCT, post-cycle therapy. Come on, bro. You didn't get that one, PCT.
Yeah, well, I mean,
come on, my guy. I thought I'd get a reaction out of you.
Well, as soon as you said it, I'm like, did this guy actually just say that?
Of course I did.
I'm like, all right,
PCT.
man. That's
come on now.
my boy.
It's coming down aggressively into 860 Joey options, and 860 is the volume weighted average price. So we're gonna have to keep an eye out on that one. We're gonna weasel in here at 860 if it's warranted, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. All right, we're going inverse here on Tesla. We're going to see if we can get a move. We're giving it 10 cents. You can see we're at 10.15s. We're out at 10.05s. If this breaks the top up, Tesla's been on an absolute monster run. Shorting the stronger stock today may not be the best idea, but I feel like we're kind of toppy right now. We moved up pretty quick. If we get stopped out, then so be it. We'll have to sit on our hands for a little bit. At that point, we'll be down roughly half our shutdown, which is fine. We can totally climb back from that. It's been a pretty solid week so far. Adara, what do you have for us?
I have some news from NVIDIA. NVIDIA announcing via its blog that the RTX Pro 5000 72 gigabyte Blackwell GPU is now generally available. So one of these Blackwell GPUs, specifically 72 gigabytes, is now available according to NVIDIA's blog. Not too much of a move. Just be aware this is occurring as we send you back to Sharif and Joe.
Wow. Like, wow, did you ever play Super Smash Bros. Back in the day? Really? Oh, okay. I thought that.
I played Double Dragon. Does that count?
Double Dragon?
Yeah.
Never heard of that.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Super Smash Bros.
Sega Master System, baby.
Yeah, the goated game. I think that's probably still one of the best games on the planet. Super Smash Bros. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It is absolutely.
What did Fabian say?
He said it's timeless. Like that song from
Weekend.
He's asked if you can hear him. You tapped into you. Ooh.
Totally forgot.
Ooh.
Thank you very much.
That's why we got you covered.
That I forget.
I was Kirby. That's the thing. I was Kirby, and everybody
you're Kirby
couldn't stand playing.
You remember
against
Kirby
me.
Puckett?
No.
You don't, huh?
No.
Okay.
Sounds familiar.
Minnesota Twin.
Also,
great,
production's
one of the greats.
in on the
Okay,
show
all
now
right.
too.
Though, but yeah,
Oh, really? Oh, that is
So
disastrous.
what you're hearing right now is on the show.
All right, guys, there goes
Hello,
Tesla
world.
putting in a new high of the day. We might get stopped out here at 10.05 on TSLZ as Tesla continues to grind higher. Yesterday, you couldn't find a buyer. Today, you're not finding any form of a seller, so a solid recovery. Bipolar market almost at this point. One day you're up, the next day you're down, and the next day you're up as well, too. So let's see if we can navigate this, be a little bit more patient, and wait for those key levels to come in, and maybe just go with the flow, and that's going to be to the long side here, guys.
All right, guys, we're working into the positions here. 3 positions, SOC, FSL, and DJT. We just got into SOC, looking for a hold of the 10 EMA. What do we got? Man, feels like inauguration day all over
That's
again.
crazy.
It's January. What days do you get inaugurated? January 19th or something like that? Anyway, here we go. So keep an eye on SOC. We're looking for the break of that 947. We're trying to work into the position. Dip trade here at 9s to defend $9. Donald John Trump, you're disappointing me, Donald. It's not good here, Donald. Let's go. We need to hold. We need to hold some higher highs and higher lows. I'm looking for a 14.25 break. That's prior bar high. That's prior bar high on that 14.25. It's dropping down into the 20 EMA. If it doesn't hold 14, I'm going to stop out, and then we'll look to trade something else or to set up a little bit differently on this one. Higher lows, I got to give you the prior area trough. Prior area trough is in the VWAP. That's the candle at 10.15, the low of which is 13.39. VWAP, though, a little bit higher than that on DJT. It's about 13 2/3. So let's see if this one wants to bounce up, catch a bit of a bid. We got 18s on right now. It's showing me 14, so we're a little bit out of the money, okay? So, but we're going to see what we can do on this one. There goes SOC to the high side. Good breakout here. This one looks to be the baddest of them all in the market. I'm trying to get more. We got a couple of beak wetters. Next print here we're waiting for at 33. Showing me 28s. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher here. We're going to wait in the high 37s. How's FCEL doing? Did we get that dip trade? The answer is yes. Position boards out. We're looking for 1060. We got 1061.5. It's showing me 1063s right now. Let's go ahead and post some up there near the high end of the range at 69. We're also going to wait at 75. See if we can get that bump on there. I'm also interested in dropping a trade here on PCT. Just talked about post-cycle therapy here, dropping into the volume-weighted average price into 860, double bottom there. Let's give this one the old college try. It loses 860. It loses me as a trader. Let's go and throw. 858, we'll put that as the stop. And then we'll put some profit takers possibly here at 77s, and then let's layer into the mid-80s as well, Joey. So 4 trades on at the moment, keeping an eye on all of them, looking for continuation. On FCEL, that one is breaking down now, though, into the volume-weighted average price. I have to give this one room. Reason is, take a look at the 5-minute chart and the candle at 10. It breaches VWAP only to close decidedly above it. So that's what I want to keep my eye out for. Are there, habitual breaches of a technical level on a wick basis only to end up closing above that level? So that's one thing I'm going to keep my eye closely on here. FCEL, what do we have for FCEL here? For FCEL, we got 61, so we're a little out of the money here, Joey, as it's dropping down into 50. So I'm going to send it to you, my friend. Let me know what you're looking at.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was just thinking about taking a short on the TQs, but that momentum to the downside was pretty quick. There it is, guys. A nice indecision. Got to get one of those back straighteners things there. So there it is, that indecision right at that. Yeah, exactly. Make sure you check me on that, please, and thank you. So as for that, I was thinking about 52.37s because you only have to risk until 47s. I'd give you 10 cents at the breach of the high of the day, and then you get this strong momentum to the downside. So let's see if Tesla wants to pick up. My issue here is that the way I'm looking at this price action right now, it's a grinding bid. So I am not really in love with this. So you can see that the market is taking aggressive moves down. You run right into support, it's bought right back up. So it might be one of those trades that you have to wait until later in the day. And I'm trading TSLZ, so I'm going to need a pretty big move to the downside here in Tesla in order to even hit that target. If we're looking at a 2-to-1, I'm risking 10 cents, which would be putting us at a 10.05. I need to wait until 35s, which is all the way up here, which is really tough. So there it is, guys. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You head right into the support, bang, right away, immediately bought right back up. So it's going to be one attempt on the short. I'm not going to fight this whatsoever. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. If it does happen to volume step in and it just blows the top out, maybe we'll get a little bit out. We'll get out a little bit prematurely, and that's totally fine. We'll sit on our hands and wait for some quality opportunities because the ebbs and the flows in the market, I'm liking a lot. There's going to be really good quality opportunities throughout the intraday session there, guys.
Okay. Keeping an eye on DJT still. Nothing's changed from when last we spoke. Looking for that hold at 14. It's been a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 candles of lower highs, saving except for one doji candle, which ended up breaching that trend. But I'm I'm going to keep my eye on that $14 level. That's a 20 EMA. It's not like it has a lot of support there, but that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Guys, I know you guys are tagging me to look at all these small cap gappers. I can't trade 4 names and look at all those ones, so I'm sorry, I'm going to have to forego those ones at the moment and focus with the ones that I'm on. FCell dropping into VWAP, looking for the hold here, which is at 1030. Alas, we're still showing 48s, so not a bad look there. SOC bumping up. We get the print at 18s, looking for the continuation into 20s. Not a bad look. How's PCT doing? Showing me 77s. What do we got? 79 now. There we go. Bumping up nicely here on PCT. There's 82s. Let's put some more profit takers. We're going to go a little bit higher into 89s as well. Good trade there. That one continues to run, but it's really FCell and DJT that I'm concerned about. There goes PCT up a little bit higher now, showing me 83s. There's 80, okay, dropping down a little bit now into 81s, packing the patience on that one. I also want to mention NUAI, which is holding trend. Not bad look here at the volume weighted average price. I want to say it's around 360s, but you know, it's had a tendency to break down below that level, so I'm going to keep my eye on that one as well. PCT continuing to bump up. Looks like it came into my level but didn't cross at 85, so I'm packing the patience there. On the Rail TV says DJT's a short. If it is, brother, then I'll get stopped out. You know, that's just the look there. Thank you for your opinion. I'm going to continue to keep an eye here on SOC. We just got a print there into the 20s. Not much else for me to look at other than those. Yeah, there goes PCT into 21, looking for the move into 25 on that, and then we'll be looking for 30s next. Nice move there into the low 20s, but it's got to continue here. We're having trouble making higher highs on SOC, given that candle that just closed at 1110. So that's what I'll keep my eye out on there, Joe.
All right, good stuff. So yeah, there goes the market. Failed to establish a new high. I mean, we got out of Tesla early. I'm like, all right, I don't want to stand in front of this. It's probably one of the stronger names here this morning. So let's just avoid it regardless of what happens after the fact. And we get out right at the lows, and then now you're starting to come right back into close to our entry price. But we'll avoid this thing at all costs. That's fine. I'm not going to feel any type of way about it. And we'll just find something else. I do like the opportunity that's displaying itself here on the TQs. So I'm going to post up at 37s. Let's see if we can catch a fill there. I mean, it already came into that level, but once again, we only have to risk 10 cents, right? So we'll hold off on this. If we take an L here, then we'll be down 60%, so roughly where we were yesterday, right? And then we're going to have to sit on our hands. Yes, Joey Smooth is in the chat, brother. But I'm focused on trading right now. Obviously going to engage with you guys throughout the day and everything along those lines. So there it is. Yeah, Tesla, man, super, super strong. Let's see if we can hold on to this. We caught that fill at 37s. If we can break this neckline, I think we'll be fortunate enough to get some continuation, maybe down to the volume-weighted average price. So slowly starting to work. But again, it's a pretty strong market. And I think if we're going to have to wait for the pullbacks and we're going to have to wait for those indecision, I'm going to have to size down a little bit too, especially if I want to remain a player within today's game. So let's see if we can keep this trade on and working for us as there it goes. Yeah, so 39. So we're slightly out the money. If it was going to work, I think it would work a little bit quicker. So what I was thinking here is that we have this indecision print right at the high. You get that flush down. You get that bid right back up. You fail to put in a new high, and then now you're starting to just hold this level right there at 52.40. So where's our target? We're in at 37s, risking 10 cents. We want to wait until 17s before we take anything off there, guys. So 17 is going to be that primary target where we will remove 50% of our position, and that's if we're fortunate enough to get it, all right? Nothing is guaranteed. Now, as for the top performing sectors here, guys, let's get right into this stuff. We have the consumer discretionary being led by the likes of Tesla, 2.47%, the tech sector up 2%, and the industrials up 1.16%, guys. The bottom three, we got the consumer staples up approximately 0.1%, and then we have the real estate sector down 0.04%, and then we have the energy sector up 1.11%, and there goes the market putting in a new high there roughly. Ooh, what a battle we got going on between the Bears and the Bulls. It's been a fun, exciting one, guys, regardless of the status of your P&L. Let's just have some fun and ride this roller coaster and see if we can find some quality opportunities. Micron was my missed op of the day. I told you guys I was bidding 247, and it climbed immediately, tapped right into it, didn't catch the fill, and then it was off to the races there with MU. But it's not looking too good here on the TQ short, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, keeping an eye still on FSL. I think I'm going to add here at the volume weighted average price. What I want to see though from FSL is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, preferably on a closing basis, because you keep trying to catch these falling knives into VWAP. You're like, yeah, I'm going to dollar cost average into VWAP, and then VWAP kind of be my line in the sand. You can do that, or you can just wait for a better, take the risk to get a worse price with the idea that, it's going to wait for confirmation is what I'm saying. So you're going to have to wait for a worse price in order to get that confirmation. So let's see what this candle does here as it trends above the volume weighted average price. I'm looking for that higher low. We've got that higher low. We still have a couple of minutes left though on this candle into that 1040. There was a 1040 buyer earlier on FSL, I want to say at 1025, and that was one of the biggest green candles we've had on the day, of course, save and except for the 930 open print. What I'd like to ideally see is to clear that 50 penny area in case that $0.50 wants to act as a level of psychological resistance. We're at it right now. We're showing like 48. So we'll pack the patience. We'll wait for a better price on that one. SOC continues to trend up, man. So I don't really have much in the way of management to do here on SOC. We built the position. We've got, what do we got on SOC at the moment? We've got 11s. It's showing 23. So it's good continuation on that one. Likewise here with PCT. We don't have the same type of position on PCT as I do in SOC. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. And then what's it called? Donald John. We're looking for continuation on this one. What do we have here on Donald John? We've got 93s. There's the first print there, 97. Let's look for a pop back up. There we go, 1401s. It took out all my prints, but it's got to get back above 14 for me to feel comfortable over here because, well, it gave it up pretty aggressively. So let's layer some orders and see if we can kind of get a nice price spike up above that level and take some prints there on Donald John. Putting in a hammer candle. Oh, wow. Yes, look at the buyer step in on my friend Donald John. Get him, Donald.
Get him,
Donald. All right, here we go. We're kidding, of course, guys. We have respect for President Trump. We're just joking around, right? So there he is. Get him. Tell him, Donald.
The utmost respect, my boy.
There we go. Keeping an eye on Donald John. Trump over here. FSL starting to curl. This is what I was talking about. If you want to add into the position on FSL, I'm looking for a clearing of the $0.50. But alas, it is a 6 penny spread, 53 on the ask, 47 on the bid. So that one hasn't quite crossed above the $0.50 quite yet. So, and this opened up a new candle now. What do I do here? Do I add into this position or do I wait for a decided clear of the $0.50? Look at that. It drops right down below with the bid dropping into 42. So I'm going to insist that I get a better price here before I get some more on FSL. There goes Donald John Trump into the low teens. It's like convoluted there on my chart because all the prints are so close together, but we're making it back here on Mr. Trump. Let's take out some more as we do have a good size on this one and layer the orders on this bad boy. I'm going to look for some prints in the 20s. Let's go ahead and sit at 25, of course. If we get up there, it would just be peaches. How's my PCT trade doing?
How's it doing?
Yeah, it will post-psychotherapy, Joey. You gotta wait a little bit there for the test to come back.
Oh.
Oh, we're getting super nuanced. Half the people are not.
Honestly, I don't even know. I don't even know about that stuff.
Oh God,
really,
yeah. You've been in the gym as long as I have. You know what? You can basically.
Dude, did I tell you? So, anyways, when I was at LA at Dixie and Eglinton, for those individuals who were from Toronto, there's this guy. He kept coming up to me, man. Had neck tattoos. He's like, "Yeah, Joe, you look pretty good." But he didn't say my name or anything. He's like, "Yo, yeah, you wanna like level up and stuff?" I'm like, "Yeah, always. I always want to level up." He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'm on this, that, and this.
Okay.
I can hook you up." And I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "No, yeah, no thanks, brother." All right, Sharif, we got some breathing. We just got some breathing room right there. So we take a lot of our, we take a nice chunk of our losses out right there, waiting for that 1-to-1. I was wanted 17s, but it's really risky. I go across the board, guys. When I tell you that I'm trading the TQs, I have to look at what the big boys are up to. Apple and Microsoft have other plans today. They're continuously climbing higher. Yeah, that Tesla trade could have worked, but I mean, look how much lower we are. And TSLZ is just essentially right at my entry price. So I'm happy that I'm not involved in this. I'm gonna just take it off of my screen and focus on what we got going on here. Netflix is getting destroyed right now as it's heading towards the low of the day. We have exactly 50% of our position remaining, and it's just like that. We're more than alive once again. Didn't diamond hands it to a 2-to-1, but we got a little bit more, and I'm happy with it. We piece out 50%, and the market looks like it wants to take a dive right there, Sharif. Let's party on, Wayne, and party on, Garth. There we go. We catch another fill right there at 22s. A nice little move to the downside on the TQs. Let's see if we can wait and hold the remaining 40% for 17s.
All right, man. Continuing to watch here. DJT dropping back below 14. Still above my entry, though. Looking for a hold of 90. We scalped up a good size of the position, but we're still holding. We're still holding here, so we're gonna have to keep an eye out on that one. SOC, we still have a couple of beak wetters left, but this one feels like it's breaking trend. It feels like it's headed down to 9, and it might break 9 at the 20. I'm gonna pack my patience on this one. I don't want to take it out too quickly. I'll let it breach 9. If it breaches 9, I'm out on SOC. How we doing on PCT? Nothing to report there. Let's just keep an eye here on Donald John. No, that one is gonna lose 90, and it's gonna lose prior bar low. That's what I'm concerned about there with prior bar low at 1387. We're getting awfully close to that level. Let's be on the lookout. FCEL I added pretty nicely there above the $0.50. And the problem is now it looks like it might be using the 10 EMA on the 5 as a level of resistance as opposed to support. But here we go. It's popping off a little bit. Let's wet the beak there. Here comes 60. 60 showing up on the ask.
Wow.
We got to cross a little bit. What's up?
I was gonna say the market really tanking there.
Okay, you want to cover it?
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on, we're gonna hit this first. All right, so we're right back into this, guys. 10 cents worth of risk. Yeah. So we'll start.
Up and he's down, and he's up and he's down.
Hey, man, that's how it works,
bro.
baby. That's how it works. We ride the wave. We ride the roller coaster for the first time ever. I think I'm going to say it's either I'm getting sick or it's a little warm in here. I'm not sure which one it is.
I feel you,
so,
bro.
yeah. And getting those kind of cold sweats and everything. So, yeah. Good look, a good trade here, 37s, you see our entry price, primary target being 52.17s. We were holding 40% into that level, and then we got that aggressive flush to the downside in the overall market, guys. So there it is. Let's see if Microsoft wants to participate. Okay, this guy's got to go. Meet and Navity. Yeah, easy. See you later. Yeah, you can't be doing that stuff. Hopefully I didn't. Okay, good. I just hope I didn't want to block the wrong dude. Yeah, so he's gone. All right, Sharif, sorry to interrupt you. There we go here on TQs. Once again, we wait to a 1-to-1. We take some off. We get even a little bit more south of that.
All right, good luck, Joey. Good luck.
All right.
There we go. Now we got an aggressive bump here on DJT. So we have 3 bottoming tail candles. They all breach 14, and I don't really know what to make of it. There's clearly a buyer at around 85. The last 3 candles on DJT have bottoming tails that seem to bounce in the low to mid 80s, but it is having trouble clearing 14, and there's no decided trend here where you can kind of see, oh yeah, it's making higher lows or it's making lower highs. I don't really feel like I got a right read on the trend here on DJT, to be quite honest with you, other than the lower highs from the 1035 pop there. So we'll keep tabs on that. FCEL, we got a bunch of prints into the 60s, but I added aggressively into this one, and now it's coming back down right into my entry into 54. So FCEL not holding trend, to be quite honest. Well, it hasn't made prior bar low yet, so it hasn't breached prior bar low. I did get stopped out of SOC, but I didn't have that much remaining on that one. That one looks like it's headed down to VWAP. Guys, I'm not going to be able to trade any other ones other than the ones that I have now. So if you're tagging me, I'm not going to be able to cover them. I do apologize, okay? 870 is where SOC has the volume weighted average price. So if it does come into that level, I could set up there. But for the moment, we're going to steer clear of SOC at this level. Keeping my eye here on FCEL, back into the mid-50s we go, right back into my break-even point, looking for a continuation on FCEL, likely into that 1090 area, give or take. That's what I'm going to be looking for there. And then PCT, I've said little about because the volume has really dropped off here, guys, on PCT. Seems to have a seller in and around 80s, so we're going to keep an eye out on that, Joey. I'm going to send it to you so I can change the temperature in this place.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. So, I mean, I just messaged something in the chat. Fluffy, I appreciate you. Water, brother, you're telling me that none of your compadres that make something better than water? No. I like see, the thing is, though, I don't like too much caffeine. My body doesn't react very good to it, whether it's tea or coffee. I don't know what it is. So, yeah, this is just a nice hot cup of water, H2O. So, not too bad. Adara, what do you have for us? I'll wait until I get the good to go from Fabian.
What I have here, Joe, is some crypto. We'll take a look here at COIN to start, because Coinbase actually gapped up this morning. Now, it's really struggled to maintain any of that strength, but it does have an interesting little news catalyst I want to talk about. Yesterday after the bell, they have the Coinbase system update, during which they announced 8 new products. I think the biggest thing here are their Kalshi event contracts. We know event contracts are a very big business, with DraftKings trying to get into the prediction space, Robinhood trying to get into the prediction space, Coinbase now joining that fold with, again, this Kalshi event contract deal. Then we've also got stock trading here with COIN clearly trying to branch out of being purely a crypto type play and then moving into a wider realm. So interesting look there for COIN. And an even more interesting look here for Bitcoin, in my opinion, because that 85,000 level, we tested briefly yesterday, much like we did the previous 2 days, but we can't break it. We also, though, cannot get above this overhead resistance for 90,500. So BTC in roughly 5,000 point range over the last couple of days. Let's see if we break up or break down. As of right now, the potentially no man's land for this cryptocurrency, as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
All right, guys. Yeah, we're getting another kind of bottoming tail forming or similar candle here on DJT, right at that same level we were talking about, which is the low 90s, high 80s. We're not changing trend in terms of higher lows, but these bottoming tail candles are quite interesting. You wonder really how aggressive these buyers are going to be in and around here. But as I look at it, this area was not really an important area earlier in the day. I mean, we didn't reject off it, we didn't bounce off it, so I'm not really sure why buyers are aggressively buying in and around this area here on Donald John, but we're gonna have to wait and see what kind of trend change we get there. FCEL has a bit of resistance level, I wanna say locally in the high 50s, 60s, give or take. We keep popping off and I keep getting prints on a wick basis, but none of the candles seem to close above 60 on FCEL. So I'm gonna try and take some more here in the low 60s. Let's put some profit takers there and see if we can get a nice price spike up on that bad boy. And then how's PCT doing? Looks like it's waking up here a little bit, trying to take out that 80 penny level now, showing me 78s. Not a bad look on that one. What do we have on PCT? We don't even have too many shares, so I don't want to take out too much too quickly. Also, I want to mention that SOC, that one that I got stopped out of, is now at VWAP. So I'm going to take another shot at it here in case it does want to bounce off the volume weighted average price, which it did earlier at around 10.10. So let's give this one the old college try. We're going to punch in there and we're going to give it a little bit of room in case, you know, we get stop hunted. So let's go ahead and wait right down there and we'll see kind of what we can do on this one. So what do we get on that? On SOC, we got 76s. So let's go ahead and post some profit takers in case this one does pump back up. And it's already showing a little bit of a jump here on this one. So nice to see that others are looking at the same thing, if not a little bit similar. So that's the look there, Joey. What are we doing? Let's go back to Donald John. How we doing there? Right back into 14. So another bottoming tail candle forming here on DJT, but no bounce as of yet. So we're still having trouble with 14, Joey. What are you looking at, my man?
Cool, good stuff. Just talking with 1965 kid and 2NY saying, yeah, I didn't know. Maybe I traded a long time ago. I think I did. Now that you kind of bring it up here, yeah, no, exactly 2NY. So I have to have a lot of food in my stomach if I'm going the caffeine route. But yeah, let's see what we got going on. It's been pretty good. A nice recovery so far. By no means am I green just yet, but I'm not going to count myself out. And we'll be patient and wait for some quality opportunities. Microsoft is definitely got some type of plans today as it's continuing to climb higher up into 490. Let's get over to the daily and see what we got going on here with this name. A nice bounce off of some key support levels, and now you're starting to recover. This might be a key resistance zone right at 491.68, so keep an eye out at us climbing up to there. It feels like we have that magnet effect leading into that specific zone, so keep an eye out on MSFT. Let's head over to a couple more of the big boy names and see what Amazon is up to 227. I think it's a solid buy, to be honest with you, in this neck of the woods, considering that we went up to 258 and then we rejected relatively aggressively. So there it is, 16% off of that previous high. on AMZN, now slowly starting to climb higher. Apple as well too. Okay, I got to get out. I still have this position. Yeah, what a squeeze there in the market. So as the Nasdaq heads right back towards the high of the day, NVDA doing the exact same thing. So a bull flag being formed, guys, is exactly what I'm looking at. So you can see strong move up, bull flag on the way down, and then now we're starting to push back towards the top end of the range. Now, as for ASM, Jay Bronson, you were asking me about this. If we head over to the lower time frames, extremely illiquid. So it would be really difficult for me to trade this because I need the liquidity. But from a daily standpoint, if you're an investment and you want to hold out for an investment, you're rocking and rolling, Sharif.
All right, man. Nice move up for FCEL. Looking like it wants to take out 60 decisively finally, but not quite yet. High of this candle is 68. We did get the beak wet up there, but there's a couple of prints. Well, the one at 69 certainly didn't get printed, but it is now above the 10 EMA. And I want to see if this one wants to squeeze above the high of the day at 1090, looking maybe possibly 11. We'll see what we get on that one. But PCT does look like it's breaking trend, and I just don't want this one to kind of take my focus away from the other ones, especially since it's such a slow mover. So we're going to let that one go, flattening out there. Also keeping an eye on DJT as this one's still trying to work its way back above 14. It's got a seller in the low 14s, 1404, 1405. We have 93.5 on this one. There's 1405. The bottoming tail candles as well. It really hasn't changed its shape or its look right now. So trying to hold this one through a nice pump up. I want to see if we can spike up into the $0.25, the $0.50. If I take out too much here, I'm really going to lament it if this one does price spike up. 8 showing up now, 10 showing up. Nice. Come on, Donald. Let's go, baby. Up into 11 we go, looking for continuation. We'll wet the beak there near the highs. We also have some here at 15. Then we're waiting in the low 20s. So DJT looking like it wants to take 14 again, but give me grief in the interim. SOC, I'm about to get stopped out of that one for the second time. I'm not sure why my stop is not triggering. This one is losing VWAP. Oh yeah, that's right. I gave it a little bit of room because I didn't want to get stop hunted. Let's see if this one can trail back above VWAP. Right now, it's not. It's losing the volume weighted average price. This was one of the best looking ones on the day, man. Up 63%. It looks like it's going to give it back here unless it gets an aggressive price spike up and takes this one back above VWAP. Go, Donald, go. There we go. We got shares on Donald. There it goes into the 20s. It takes almost all of my prints, saving except for the one at 25. We've got nice position on this one. Let's wait at 30, and then we're going to also wait at 34s. Let's see if we can get a nice little move into there. DJT looking like it's doing its thing. 25 over here. How's my friend FCEL doing? No new prints, no new prints, no new prints on this one. So we're gonna wait for another move into the 70s on what's it called? On FCEL. But it looks like SOC is gonna stop me out again. I don't think this guy, I did get stopped out. Crap. On SOC. Oh, I only got stopped out half the position. How does that work? Okay, I'm gonna keep that one and see if it bounces back up. And yeah, that's it, Joey. We're gonna monitor all these ones, looking for DJT to continue, for FCEL to continue, but SOC is the bane of my existence.
Oh, all right, guys. Yeah, let's see what we got going on. I can obviously smell Neil's food. It smells pretty good. Another indecision print on the TQs. I mean, if it's worked a couple of times, let's head over into the lower time frame so we can see the detail. So I was short off of this specific level. Fortunate enough to get that move to the downside here, and then now we're starting to climb back up. So I have to keep an eye on the Mag 7 to see what they're up to today. Apple's daily is extremely interesting, and if this name and as well with Tesla are on buy programs, it's going to be extremely difficult to short this. So just look at this candle being printed right now on AAPL. If you ask me, it's just itching to go green. So if we do happen to trade above this open right here and climb a little bit higher, that's going to be a pretty bullish candle in my opinion. Right around some support levels. We didn't even have the ability to make it to that 265 level, which is I think is a pretty good signal saying, yeah, we're strong today. So any form of dip buying, indecision at the lows, we get those pullbacks and indecision prints 1 minute time frame. I'm going to be looking to participate to the long side. I'm happy that we got this move on the TQs. We are fortunate patient enough to get that patient, waiting for that level to come into play. Now we just got to wait for that next opportunity. Literally, so I've traded 4 names. I have one of them are only green. That's going to be the TQs. IBIT we take a loss on, and Netflix we take a loss on, and TSLA we take a loss on. But we're only 1 R away from going back green. And if we hit a 2R, it's going red to green. So I'm just going to be patient and wait for that quality opportunity. And I think that's really important, guys, especially if you're having a little bit of a tougher time on today's session sheet.
All right, we're taking some prints on the high side here to FCell again as it pops up into the high 60s, looking for now the 70s print. Well, we didn't get, did we get 69? No, we still didn't get 69. Showing me 69 now. It's a 3-penny spread, so it's gonna have to cross to get the print. Let's see if FCell wants a price spike up into the 70s. It is now a 5-candle green setup on FCell, but we'll still have to pack the patience on this one. I'm also seeing PCT starting to change its tune. It looks like it wants to go a little bit higher here, so we're gonna get back into this one, and I'm gonna give it to 70. If it doesn't hold 70, then I'll just get out of this one, so we won't have to risk all that much on PCT. Let's see if it wants to price spike up into the 80s. I'm just gonna layer the orders there, so if I'm not watching the screen, I can get the prints nonetheless. So, oops. I got to put some in the 90s as well. There we go. How we doing here on SOC? No, not quite yet. What do we have on SOC? 66s, so we're still out of the money. Let's see what this one does. Back to FCell, still showing 68s and might be running up possibly here into 69, but again, the spread is 3 pennies and it's giving me grief over here because we're not getting the print on that side. DJT still curling up, still higher lows. So those bottoming candles that we saw in the high 13s ended up being operative because we made that 5-minute candle to make a new high. Now we need to clear the $0.25. The $0.25 is where we basically rejected off the last 2 candles. So that's going to be my focus right now to see whether DJT's got selling at the $0.25 up into 16s we go. But every time we pop off a little bit here, I feel like there is another seller or a short seller waiting to kind of bring us down. So it does feel like these small caps have a bit of a cap on them. None of them are really breaking out with aggression. Not really in the way that you would look for momentum trades. So we've got to be alive to the situation in which we find ourselves. So I'm not going to be taking aggressive moves on these ones unless they're really showing their intentions to kind of bump up there. Now, SOC's coming back down again, man. I'm going to get stopped out of this one. This one can't catch a bid if its life depended on it. My goodness, from 947 all the way down now into 8.5. No support at VWAP, no support at the whole dollar. So we're going to have to actually go negative on this name because of this latest ad over here. Initially positive on it, as you can see at the top, but not a good look. But FCell making up for it and then plenty. Up into the 70s we go. I have a much bigger position on FCell than we do on SOC, so not a bad look there. And this one popped off, took off all my orders, saving except for the 77 one. So I got 75, I got 69. The one that is still waiting to print is 77s and 82s. Down below 70, we go. We're gonna pack the patience on this one. Joey, what do you got?
Looking at the options chain here and see what we got going on Tesla, call activity. We were talking a little bit about the put side this morning. I believe it was around 480 or something, roughly around that neck of the woods. But look at the supply zone right at 500. We were talking about this a couple of days ago, I believe on Tuesday, 490, a little bit of a supply zone as well. And that's gonna be the ceiling on today's session so far, right? I'm not saying that this liquidity can't be absorbed, but what we're seeing at that specific zone is 19,700 contracts still open with 73,000 traded on the intraday session. That's going to be the second largest on today's options activity. And then here's Tesla's chart, guys, right there, 490 being that high, running into that supply zone. Maybe we need to absorb a little bit more. You get that cool down to 487, and then it's immediately right back up to the top end of that range. Let's pull up the chart on this itself. I feel like I don't do this enough for you guys, so I just remind me that when we're talking it, let's pull up the options chart to see what the liquidity is looking like. Wow, you would think this is a stock at the end of the day. Look at the liquidity here. This is a thing of beauty, in my opinion, here on this December 19th, 25, 500 call contract. And let's take a look at when it really starts to step in. Wow. So even though yesterday was a down day, I mean, okay, yeah, so maybe not so, but you do get a little bit of a pop just due to the increase in implied volatility. But at one point, in October 6th, that contract was worth $3,300. It's now worth $248. Once again, the long-term shorting and the decay in options coming right into play. So not too bad of a look on this specific contract, guys. Intraday, the liquidity is there. You're not going to have to worry about it whatsoever.
All right, man. FSL continuing to trend up, guys. Just took out some more in the mid-70s. Prior bar high, 74. Current, now we're showing 75s. Good look. Looking for continuation on FSL here. Let's see if we can take out prior bar high. Not only 8.1 million shares, I think that's pretty much why we've got a 4-penny spread on this bad boy right now. We're still holding some, so let's wet the beak here. Let's see if we can take out some more at this level. There we go. Good look. Looking for that continuation above 75, that 75 seller. Keeping a damper on everybody's long party here. That's on FSL, up almost 36%. Yeah, there we go. Crossing into the 36% realm. Still a sell at 75. I also want to mention NUAI is really going here. It's not rocketing up. There are really none today that are rocketing up in this way that we saw the last few days, but a very predictable hold at the volume weighted average price. So keep your eye out on that one. That could be interesting as well. There goes FSL into 78. Now we're almost at 82s. We got shares on this one, so let's go ahead and wait a little bit north here, Joey. Oops. There we go. Let's go ahead. Hello. That's why. Let's go wait a little bit north. We're going to wait at 87s. Let's see if we can get that one on FSL. I did stop out of DJT because it keeps dilly-dallying with 14. If it wants to get above 14 and a quarter, I'll get back involved. But right now, I'm expending too much mental energy trying to pick up the lows there on DJT. So can keep an eye on FSL as this one's popping off into 80s. Now it's at current bar high. Still waiting for that 82 print. By the way, NUAI is breaking out, guys. Almost 2 pennies off the high. Watch out for resistance right here at 70. You've had 2 rejections off that 72 penny, 71 penny area. We're showing 71s right now on NUAI. I'm not involved in it, but it looks awfully strong, and it's about to take out prior high, and it's got higher lows. So, you know, you can feel like the accumulation on that one. So NUAI should be in focus for those who are small cap gapper inclined. Yep, that's what I've got right now. SOC, I'm still holding this one. I got 66s, it's showing me 63s. It's got a bit of a hammer candle here, so I'm looking for a move up back above 70s. If we don't get it, I'll stop out on current bar low. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey. And I'm also keeping an eye, of course, on PCT, but we're break even on that one.
All right, man, good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, Ozen and I just talking a little bit of Tesla. There goes NVDA heading right back towards the high of the day. It's been a strong one for this chip name. Some big time stuff going on with NVDA. Let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on. Once again, I just think that we're going to break this level, to be honest with you. 168. We're just waiting for some form of a catalyst to step in. But CPI coming in relatively cooler than expected today, which is slightly, I mean, it's a good thing. I like it for the market. Yeah, it's a big negative gamma after that $500 level. Yeah, I agree with you. And that's what I was saying is that just wait till you get to the lower end of the range. And if you have the ability to do so, because the way that I'm specifically looking at this, I'm wrong at the break of this. Now, you're going to ask yourself, like, okay, well, I don't want to risk X amount of dollars. You have to give yourself approximately $2 from that zone. So if you get any form of a pullback, and the closer you get to this pivot right here, I think you can set yourself up for a quality opportunity. You might not even get it at this point, Ozan. Look at it holding up this neckline relatively as good as well. Could this be an inverse head and shoulders? Possibly, as we're starting to bounce. So anything south of 488.68, we post up there. I think you have a good opportunity to break this previous intraday high and then head to that next zone, which might be around 491, 492, especially if the volume really starts to kick in. It's funny because the overall market is kind of going oppo than what Tesla's doing. So just be patient, sit on your hands. If you're having trouble navigating this market, there's nothing wrong with waiting until the latter half of the session and waiting for that A++ setup, because that's what I'm going to do. I only wait for high quality, post up where I want to find those entries and see what we got going on. Do you want to cover anything, Sharif? I was going to go over something quick.
Do your thing, bro.
Yeah, all right, man. Give me a couple minutes here. Let's get right into this.
What do you
Get
got,
right in.
Joey?
I'm just going to bring up from yesterday.
The trades on.
Yeah, just like the stop outs.
I like it.
Yeah, I just want to just display something. And the only thing that's really kept me in the game yesterday was just sticking to those rules. You see Neil and the boys across the board really do it. Aside from what we were trading, I'm going to show you guys a hot mess in which I was getting involved with Tesla. This is all of the trades from yesterday. This is TQs here. TQs once again. Now let's take a look at my first essentially 3 trades on Tesla. I mean, so we can see here, guys, essentially what we have going on is that I'm getting in and I'm getting stopped out exactly where I need to. It's 10 cents a risk. I'm thinking that the market is gonna bounce at those specific prints, but we're not getting that. So it's literally 1, 2, 3. Now listen, sometimes you shouldn't repeatedly hammer something, especially if it's not working to the point where you're getting frustrated with yourself. But I was like, I think at some point we're gonna find a bid because this is really aggressive and we've been extremely bullish here in Tesla. It just took significantly longer than what we were anticipating. I get a little bit of a move here, but we get stopped out. Moving on, I take 2 additional stop outs, but look what I have going on here. So we take 2 more stop outs. We're just sticking to our risk, 10 cents, that's it. We're in at 21s, we're in out at 2090s, we're in at 21s, we're in at 2090s. Now I'm like, wait, what am I doing? I'm at the top end of the range. Let's get closer to the lower end. So where I'm getting out, I get right back in at 2090s, and this time I'm only risking until 85s. So that's south of this line. And then that's when we're fortunate enough to take this move all the way higher. So your risk to reward and sticking to those stops are extremely important. You've seen that I took 3 losses in a row at full risk, but then it allowed me to stay within that game and put on this one more trade that essentially almost eliminated half of all of those losses. So that's just sticking to risk to reward, and I think it's really important when you are intraday trading.
Well said, man. Excellent analysis there, Joey. Okay, guys, we're keeping an eye here on FCEL as this one moves back into 80s. The high of the day is 90s, but I've got a bit of a bias that this one might glance at 11, so if that's the case, I don't want to take out too much too quickly, but we're nicely in the money on this one. We're also back into Donald John. I liked what it's doing here. I like the higher lows. I just think that I've been trading it incorrectly, looking for that decided breakout, but it's kind of convoluting this chart here. So I'm trying to show it to you in the way that, all right, we got to zoom out here to kind of show what I'm saying. See these bottoming tail candles, and I see an upward tilt on these. So the buyers are picking up DJT at higher and higher levels. What I think we need, though, for that continuation trade is a move and a hold above 25. So I'm trying to build up the position in at the right area and looking for that nice move into 14.25, possibly 14.5 if we really get a breakout. But we'll pack the patience on that one. NUAI is going, guys. Very strong name today. I mean, it lost VWAP momentarily. I want to say at around 10.10, but it has recovered, and most notably, it really did use VWAP after breaching it and showing maybe that it wasn't respecting it as a level. It did subsequently respect it for a while, and now kind of has that U shape, that rounding shape, which has higher lows, and we know what that means essentially, which is, you know, that the buyers are picking up this NUAI at higher and higher levels, leading to the flat top break that we got through 370. Now it's a 375 high, so good strength at the moment right now on NUAI. I'm going to have to figure a trade into this. I'm going to see possibly maybe we can get some money fills in the mid to high 60s on the name. Otherwise, I really have no inclination at punching in at high. So that's a look there. Continuing to hold Donald John Trump, DJT, into the mid 14 or low 14s right now. And then FCEL continues to kind of reject off that 80s level. We just closed a doji candle at the 1150. The 1150 candle on the 5 ended up closing as a bottoming tail red doji candle, and this candle has a lower high that we're currently involved in. So I don't want to give back too much too quickly on FCEL, despite the fact that we're in at 53. We have unrealized profits right now. If we allow this to come down, then we're going to give a little bit too much back. So we're going to wet the beak a little bit over here and see if this one wants to take out that 1090 area. How we doing, though, on PCT? PCT doing nothing, holding trend, but not really rocketing up. And then SOC is working its way back into the volume weighted average price, but look for a rejection possibly at 70. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles now that have basically closed or opened below the volume weighted average price on SOC. So if you're looking for a dip trade into that one, be careful, because this has a tendency to lure you in with a nice price spike up only to reject off VWAP as a level of resistance. So that is my look there, Joey. And we're going to try to keep adding into DJT on the higher lows if it still makes sense to do so.
All right, cool, man. Good stuff, brother. So there it is. The market's slowly starting to come back in. Not too bad of a look. We were struggling right at this, so almost a triple top right here on the TQs, guys. Let's head over to the 5-minute time frame and eliminate some of the noise and the detail here and see what we got going on. A lot of wicks touching this specific zone. But keep an eye out. Until this is breached, I'm not switching my bias on the long here. If this breaks here at 52.05, depending on how the momentum is at the break of that specific level, even if you're fortunate enough to get there, what it's like heading into the volume weighted average price, that's if, right? So that may not even happen whatsoever. So that's what I have my eyes on. It's worked for us. It's been our better trader on the day, so I may as well just stick to the guns. Amazon starting to come back in a little bit off of those highs, guys. 229, now trading at 227.64. Let's take a look at what we got going on in the 5-minute. Apple, not doing too much. To be honest with you, what I'm thinking here is that these 5-minute prints going to the long side aren't that strong, especially these are relatively, so they take the strong hand right there, and then sure enough, these, it looks like you're running on fumes. I like what Brian Shannon said that one time, and the volume's really starting to step off as well too. So keep an eye out. If a larger participant steps in, wants to take control of what's going on, that can most definitely happen, especially if it's in the favor of the downside. So keep an eye out on AAPL, guys. Weird price action on today's chart, if you ask me. You have this strong 5-minute opening drive to the downside, not a wick in sight on that candle. If you're an orb player, then by all means, you're taking that all day, and then you get that move lower, but then you get that indecision print right at the lows, and then you recover. But I think this is fumes. Wait for that slow curl over, starting to turtle shell right now, as you can see. And the closer you get to the higher end of the range, the more you can increase your risk to reward ratio. And I think that's really important to note here, guys. Keep an eye out on AAPL as the market continues to ebb and flow. TQ's going right back into the middle of the range. TSLA, I don't know why I still have this thing on the lower end of my chart. We take that small loss on there, but it is what it is. I like what the market's showing me. Yesterday's session was relatively fun. All week has been a pretty good time. I've been looking forward to coming into, even though I do every day, but just trading these markets just due to the volatility and kind of the choppiness of it.
Yeah, I don't mind it so much. I like the opportunity to pick up some stuff on sale. And, like we were talking about yesterday with Broadcom, is definitely a name I'm looking at working into. Let's take a look at what the price action is showing us today on the daily on Broadcom over here. Yeah, certainly still definitely haven't found that level of support. Or have we, Joe? I mean, we did come back into this level.
Is Broadcom the next stock on your wish list? Like
we talked about it yesterday.
You're hunting this one.
We're going to pick this one up specifically for the ASICs trade. We've been talking about this. I'm a firm believer that NVIDIA's margins are not sustainable. I think that their moat gets eaten into, specifically from custom silicon. Especially since a lot of the chips that they're selling are to the hyperscalers, and the hyperscalers are looking for efficiencies wherever they can get it. And efficiencies obviously are to make custom chips that run your application, your custom application better, that reduce your energy intake, and cost a lot less. So yeah, I'm definitely a bull in this, but it's got to be at the right price. Today we have a higher low than yesterday. So what I'm keeping my eye on is a consistent pattern of higher lows on Broadcom. That's my thinking here. I don't want to catch a falling knife in the way that I did with Meta, even though we're doing well on Meta, but that's not the point. The point is I had to aggressively DCA, which took me out of my plan. I want to stick with my plan, Joe.
Nice stuff, nice talk. All right, guys, concussion demand, fast solutions, the NYSE listed Orogenics. Ogen is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more by scheduling a meeting today. Ogen. There it is, guys. Yeah, a lot going on here. I think that's important stuff. Obviously, concussion is really important. But we're going to send it off to Adara. What's happening now, guys?
Let's take a look here. This is for our afternoon happening now. Of course, transitioning to Neil's lesson of the day. We're going to start by taking a look at this S&P 500 because this 680 70 level, serving as a little bit of resistance right now for the SPY. We did have a nice push to the upside, still up more than 1% in the day, but let's see if we're able to hold some support around this area, the 679 halves area that we're at right now for the SPY. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ as well while we're here, up a little bit more here. NASDAQ up nearly 2% right now, and also holding on to support a little bit better than the S&P 500. Now, it's worth noting, a lot of what's buoying the market today is a NASDAQ name. That would be Micron. Now, it did give up some of that early strength, but nice push to the upside for MU after its earnings report. EPS beat and a sales beat, but the bigger thing here for MU is going to be its guidance, because it guided well above estimates here. Good look for Micron. I do want to talk as well about the economic data that really led this market to the upside as well, and that would be these cooler than expected CPI prints across the board. CPI month-over-month, year-over-year, core CPI month-over-month and year-over-year, all of these are going to be cooler than expected, and we're actually seeing, as a result, some different adjustments here with regards to when people are expecting rates to be cut. We might get a few more rate cuts than anticipated. So we're seeing some analysis suggesting that. So interesting look. And I also want to talk here about ACN earnings. Accenture reporting earnings as well here. Decent revenue growth, or their operating margin did decline on a year-over-year basis. We also had DRI and KMX reporting earnings. Now tonight after the bell, we're going to get some big ones. Nike, FedEx, BlackBerry, all reporting after the bell today. So certainly stay tuned. Those should be some interesting earnings reports. Tomorrow morning, some decent names as well. CCL among them. Now we're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. While we do that, make sure to like, subscribe, and get ready to hear some knowledge.
Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. And look, I saw the poll in the chat, and I was like, ooh, now I know exactly what I'm going to talk about here today. Because the poll, for those of you that are in the chat, you can read it right here. Do you review your trades at the end of the market? Now, first off, if you didn't vote in this poll, 1,200 votes, make sure you hit the subscribe button, jump in the chat, converse with the best trading community out there, the best investing market community you're going to find, and then give an answer. 59% of you review your trades at the end of market. Now, the issue here is 41% nope, shut off the books, please, but there wasn't any option for no, I do it at a different time. I'm going to make the assumption that most of you do, I would hope so, and some of you just don't do it right at the end of the day. Maybe you're doing it throughout the day, so you're pretty much done by the end of the day. Maybe you do it in the morning. I do some in the morning myself. Maybe you do it on your ride home. Whatever it might be. Who knows? But if you are reviewing your trades, the other part of it is how. That's the most important part. I've said this time and time again. If your idea of saying, okay, these are the trades I did today, this one's good, this one's bad, it only has to do with your whether you were up or down on the stock, that's not going to play. Straight up, it is not going to play. Like if you end it with, okay, I had 9 trades today, I went 7 for 9, and I had a good day. What? That doesn't even make any sense. Now here's where that could make sense. If every single one of those that you review, I can get this out of the way now because I want to go to some charts here. If every one of those 9 trades was exactly the same setup, right? Like you use the same setup 9 particular times on 9 similar stocks, and you were 7 and 9, okay, good. Then if you were just net positive that day, that would be good enough. But you have so many different styles of trades. Like I'll give you an example. A couple of winners off the open for me today, and I'll get into losers because the more important thing is your losers, if you're being real. I like Medellin for 2 reasons. 1, it was good yesterday. 2, as long as it held, it was like 37.5. I think I accidentally wrote 36.5 in my note, but that doesn't matter. Oh, it bounced. I said I'm either playing off a support or playing long off VWAP. So I got a VWAP long, and if you watch the morning show, I talked myself out of the second one for some volume-related reasons. But overall, the trade worked. That's fine. I worked it to target, and it was a rather, I'd say, simple and boring trade, and that was part of my plan of action. But it doesn't in any way relate to my Apple trade. Like Apple bounced off VWAP too, and I took it from one step to another step, but that is nowhere near, by the way, this could be breaking trend. That was nowhere near the same setup. Medellin was a day 2 IPO play that was trend up yesterday and putting in higher lows. Apple was a flush off of the open that caught a bid and then consolidated and broke out. Those are 2 very different. One was a relatively weak name, one was a day 2 on strength. So those are apples to apples. All I need to be concerned with is when I'm long Apple, entrance here, exit there, did I execute that well? Risk to reward? Absolutely yes. but I get a B on it because I wanted to be adding on the trend line and it didn't give me an opportunity to. So I probably needed to be more aggressive in the initial candle. So I misjudged my ability to get into the position. Fair enough. And when I go over to look at Medellin, like the only question I should ask myself was, okay, well, if I executed well in the first one, why didn't I take the second? I judged that I could have just gone in half or something instead of not taking it all. So I'd give that like a B or a B plus. So even though they were both positive, fine, B, B plus. What's interesting about all of this, is it's actually a couple of loss trades that I would grade in some ways a little bit better. Like I lost twice on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going down. Bitcoin held underneath 90,000. Like everything that I was looking for kind of happened. You know what? I look at the manner in which I took each of these trades. Like you can't go back in time. Like when this makes the break to these highs at like 50, 60, like I can't will myself into a pre-market short. I can't will myself into shorting that first bump because I was thinking maybe into 51 and it went halfway. So once it rejects and I'm looking for a lower high trend trade, I have to take what's out in front of me, which was VWAP. Now, did I get out when this lost VWAP? Yes, kept my stop small. Did it continue higher? Yeah, so it was probably the right call. Did I try it again when it held trend? Yes. Did I widen the stop to give it more of a chance? Yes. When I got out, was it the right call? Absolutely. Did I limit the loss? Yes. And so therefore, one win could easily overtake two losses because I kept it tight. Now, where the only place that I would grade this even remotely negatively was not just doing it a third and fourth time. And that's about it. That's part of the point of being disciplined. So here I have a couple of winning trades and then a couple of losing ones. Your winners are bigger than your losers, but if that's the only level of analysis you're going to do, you lose. I actually think that I didn't trade IBIT poorly. Now, I could have been a little bit more active on the back end of the trade. That's why it's not perfect. But I adhered to my rules. My entries are exactly where I would have wanted them. I didn't average down when it was against me. I didn't take entries against my plan. I didn't hold past any of my exits. All of those things are true. And sometimes you will enter a trade that has all of your setups, that you followed your plan of action, which works most of the time for you, and it just loses. So just because it lost, like if you have something that over the course of the year has paid you 60 to 70% of the time that you do it, and you follow that plan to a T, and it turns into a losing trade, you actually grading yourself as like a D or an F on that? Why? It doesn't even make any sense. Because I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem with that is, then you're not going to take it when it sets up the next time. If it's a positive expectancy, you do it. Losing is just part of the plan of action. But the more dangerous part of this is not that you grade an unsuccessful trade where you followed your plan that's a positive expectancy. If you grade that poorly, that's not the big thing. The biggest problem that traders have when reviewing is simply giving a positive, pat on the back kind of idea, give myself an A because I had a big win, net-wise. That is more dangerous. Now imagine a scenario in which you were a buyer on IBIT, and I'm just going to use this as an example. Imagine where you were buying this up, like IBIT's going to be a long, and you're buying, 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 and you hold it tremendous amount against you against grain just to get one pop, and you're buying the entire $2 down or $1 down or whatever it is, and then you get out so that it ends up being a winning trade. Now you might be P&L positive on that, but if you broke every rule in the book in your strategy, and you didn't actually have an entry plan, then to me, that is a fail, and you should grade yourself as a fail. Now, obviously, the market is rolling over quite heavily, so I'm going to get the heck out of here. Don't just review your trades. Have a methodology that makes sense for reviewing your trades, and be honest about it. Grade yourself on your execution of your plan, not just whether you made money on the stock. The market wants to punish you for breaking your rules, and that'll just make you take a bad trade again in the future. So good luck. And this market is really falling.
Let's take a look here at a whole bunch of these Mag 7 names dropping now. I'm not sure this is the reason for the move. I couldn't find any news for this move, but I do want to cover this either way. Amazon, Google, AMD, NVIDIA, Accenture, and CoreWeave, apparently all amongst the names joining the U.S. AI Genesis mission. I quickly looked up this Genesis AI project, and it looks like this was an executive order signed by Trump a little under a month ago, on November 24th, 2025, basically about AI. I'm going to look more into this. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. But it looks like we have at least 6 companies joining this USAI mission. Apparently, there's a total of 24 firms. There's another 3 quarters here that I don't know the tickers for. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But I'm not seeing anything obvious with that drop. We did get 30-year mortgage rates dropping to 6.21%, so keep an eye on some of these housing plays as we send you back to Joe and Sharif.
Yeah, I mean, there it is, guys. This is what we were talking about earlier when I was looking at Apple. It looked like we were running on fumes to the top side, and then now we're starting to see some aggressive pullback step into the market. You had that shelf being formed on the TQs, the SPY, and a couple of the other names. That cracked, and it broke through the downside. So watch out for these VWAP bounces, but it does look like the volume and the momentum is definitely in the seller's favor right now, guys.
Yeah, it does feel like that. I'm not keeping my eye on the market, but you can feel it in some of the names that I'm trading at the moment. FCell, you know, more exposed to the market at large, not strictly a small cap gapper like the ones that just show up and then are gone the next day. So FCell came back down, held the 20. I punched in to get more shares, and now we're scalping on the way up back into the mid 60s, looking for a move again into the high of the day. Good news about this one is it held prior area low. Prior area low was in the 30s. This one ended up bottoming out there in the 50s. So we're going to keep a tab on that. But SOC really has reawoken over here, and it is now knocking on the door of $9. 9 is a resistance level. Just take a look at what we did at 9. We used it as support. We were using it as resistance, then support. Not surprising at all, given that it is the whole dollar level. So let's be on the lookout for SOC clearing 9 and then possibly making a move into 9.5, 947 high of day. I did finally get the opportunity to get into NUAIs. This one came off 375 back down. Now I picked it up in the high 60s, I want to say 68. A couple of profit takers. You can't really see them because they're overlapping with my resting with some of my resting profit takers now. So we'll see whether this one can pop up and maybe test that for NUAI. It's a 375 high. Ideally, though, maybe we squeeze into the 80s or even better, that $4 touch. Still doing nothing here on DJT as it continues to dilly-dally at 14. It did break trend a little bit, though, but it keeps encountering the same bottoming tail candles that we saw around 11:30 to 11:45. Back into 14 it goes. Looking for a hold here of around this level and then a move above 14.25, but it does seem very much like a range trade rather than any sort of momentum trade, at least for the moment. DJT kind of finds an equilibrium here between buyers and sellers as we've been consolidating essentially since, I want to say, 20 after 11, give or take. I mean, it had a bit of a downtrend prior to that, I want to say around 1040, but since about 1120 or so, it has been a bit sideways. Let's see if that maintains. NUAI coming back down. I still have a resting DCA there. How's FCell doing? Several spikes up. So this one did spike up, got me printed on a bunch into the 70s. But look at that, right back down into my entry. And that's what I meant there. The overall market kind of having a bit of a damper right now on FCell, even though, you know, this one marches to the beat of its own drum most of the time. The market not really supporting this one's move at the moment, Joey. So I'm going to have to be careful here as a topping tail candle is now forming on the 5-minute chart on FCell.
All right, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on here. We'll send everything over into the 5-minute time frame so we can get a bit of a broader look and not so much detail. Watch out, when you have that volume really pick up and you have that momentum to the downside, I mean, this is 15 minutes of selling. Not even yet, and this is 5, 10, 15, 20. Like, you have over an hour plus of grinding higher. So just be cautious on what you got going on. It might be a little bit more difficult. Widen the stop, especially if you're looking for that rebound. I got my eyes on Amazon right now. You can see some indecision prints starting to be formed. Gorev, I see you got this pointed out. I mean, if you're going to go long anything, it's probably some of these precious metals here. Here's silver, $59, putting in that new high of the day. Or all-time high yesterday. Some good stuff pulling back in right now. So you want to stick to the strong names, and I think that would be a good opportunity possibly. You have your out. As soon as you crack a little bit more, widen that stop just a bit, guys. As soon as you crack that low, get out of dodge. And then, sure enough, be patient and see what we got going on. Thanks for zooming in on that there, Fabian. I think that's fantastic work there. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Just blowing past a lot of these buying pressure signals and continuing that momentum to the downside. So keep an eye out on a lot of these Mag 7 names. What is Microsoft been up to? Ooh, for 1 minute. Nothing crazy, but same thing, same narrative here, guys. Off of those highs, indecision print right there, right at approximately 489.57, and then you head right down to the downside, closer to the volume-weighted average price. Let's take a look at what we got going on in the options chain on Microsoft to see what we got going on there, and then we'll send it back over to our boy, see what he's got cooking up. He's still in 3 names, working out for him there. 490, 9,460, that's going to be a pretty large amount. Okay, so 485, there's more size. 500 on Microsoft has more, but the most volume from an intraday standpoint is coming from that at-the-money strike price tree.
Triple top now on the 5-minute chart on SOC. This one's kind of accumulating for a 9 break possibly. So I'm talking about the candle at 12:05. That's the one that clears VWAP. Then you had a candle of indecision on the 5-minute chart. This one right here on the bottom white chart. But that one did come up to, I believe, 8.99 or 9. I don't know why my mouse over is not working. And now we're putting in a higher low on this current 5-minute candle. So SOC could clear 9. Now, if it does clear 9, I think it's a different trade, given that we were using 9 multiple times today as both support and resistance. So I don't want to get in while we're too close to 9. I didn't have belief in this one that it would reclaim VWAP, even though it had a couple of bottoming tail candles. I thought that they were bull traps. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on this one. But I am interested in getting back at around the break of 9. FCell, though, coming right back into my entry after price spiking up. I don't want to take this one out unless it breaches trend. And the trend for me is going to be prior area low. Prior area low is 1049. So that's what we're going to put our stop right now on FCell so that we don't give back too much in case this one does drop. So I'm going to clear my prior stop on FCell. We're going to give it a little bit of room. And we'll go just like this, and that will give me a little bit of maneuvering room. So there we go. All right, good look, good look. How we doing over here? So the candle that I want to show you guys this on the black charts, but this is really interesting here on FCell. So typically you don't imagine. No, actually, let me just close it down because it completely screws up. Oh, wow, nice price spike up. So this candle right here on FCell, see how it's a topping tail candle, ends up closing green. This looks really bad, right? Topping tail candle goes all the way to 70, drops all the way back down to 50. What's interesting about this, though, is it actually has a higher low and a higher high, even though it looked like absolute trash in the way it closed. And then this current candle that we're on, 1215, higher low, not yet a higher high. Let's see what we can get on this one. As this one pops off into the low 60s, I'm going to put a profit taker at 63, and then we're going to move up a little bit into 67. See if we can get something in around there. How's NUAI? Did I get my dip trade? Of course, it comes right into my dip trade, doesn't cross, and I don't get the dip trade. Fantastic there. So let's see if we can get a little bit more over here. Not sure why that didn't enter. Okay, now it enters. Fantastic. Let's put some profit takers on this one for a price spike up into the low 70s. Low to mid 70s is what I'm aiming for there. Not a bad look on NUAI. It's been quite respectful of the volume-weighted average price. I would have liked to have a better price, of course, but beggars can't be choosers. So we're going to keep tabs on that. And how is FCell doing? Nothing yet there. NUAI, okay, not bad look. Donald John Trump, still holding 14s. Now, I really don't know what to make of this. I was thinking, okay, this looks like maybe an ascending wedge. There, I'm not going to enlarge the chart because it tends to ruin what I'm trying to show over here. So you definitely have a buyer in the high 80s, high to mid 80s. That we know, right? The problem is I was looking for the higher low trend. That broke with the candle at 12 o'clock. And now we've got lower highs. We're still getting the same sort of bottoming till action in and around the same area, low 90s, high 80s. But we're not making any higher highs. So I'm really, my patience is running thin with this one. And I don't really want to be expending a lot of mental energy if this one's not going to pop up. Coming back down into the low now, mid 80s. Let's see if this one, again, being bought up aggressively in the low 90s, mid 80s, but unable to make any higher highs. There it goes, right back into 14, forming another bottoming tail candle. So interesting what the hell this one is doing. How's everything else? Okay, nice. FCell gets a nice price spike up. So very happy with how we've traded FCell today. We've been getting the right moves on this one. Not so much with DJT though, quite frankly. So here we go. Back into 70 we go on FCell. What did we get there on FCell? 58s on the Riyadh, and we had good amount of shares. Let's take some profits there. Now we're waiting for 71, I believe, and then 77. So FCEL, higher lows, but not able to get right into that 1090 area, which has been the high of the day, of course. So that is my look right now on FCEL, on DJT, and on NUAI, Joey.
All right, cool. Good look there, guys. Yeah, Gaurav, nice trade on SLV. I'm posted up here at 94s on NFLX. I don't want anything other than that price, $94, as we continue to climb higher. Not going to chase this one, guys, with the momentum to the downside. Where am I going to get out at? 94s. We're going to give it to 93.90s. So relatively tight stop here on Netflix, but you can see the strength start to step right back in. So that momentum to the downside. Now you're starting to get that elastic move right back higher. NVDA putting an indecision print right at VWAP. We have a lot of big names putting in those rebound candles. There's the TQs with that big time hammer candle right below the volume weighted average price. Is solid opportunity right there, guys. I think, in my opinion, risk profile is defined. You guessed it. We have a neckline right here. This is, if this breaks, then you're going to get out of dodge on that long and wait for some more indecision prints to be formed around those lows. But we're going to be patient. I mean, 10 cents, you hit a 2-to-1 right there. If it continues to climb, we can just remove the bid and find something else. There's a lot of names across the board that I think have some quality opportunities. NVDA doing the exact same thing. I want as close to the low as I possibly can. Have to risk too much. I don't like it. I like that 5-10 cents. That's more or less in my wheelhouse. I can get in full size right off the get, give myself that 10-cent stop, and then look for those 2-to-1s post that. Palantir putting in a signal, Gaurav says as well. A lot going on, but Adara, tell us what you got going on.
I'm going to start here with Barrick Mining. I'm seeing, according to a memo released by the company, they are officially resuming operational control of their moly mine. So operational control of the moly mine resumed for B. I want to talk as well, once again, about this story here with the USAI Genesis mission. I mentioned 24 companies are apparently joining this mission. I already named 6. We have a whole bunch of other ones, though, as well. Intel, Palantir, IBM, HPE among them. Now, IBM, HPE CEOs, of course, both with U.S. President Trump at an event last week with business leaders. If I get any more details in terms of the other, looks like 14 companies are missing, I will certainly keep you posted. Back to you.
Stuff. So yeah, we're in at the same spot, Sharif. I know you got 3 names going on. What do you got?
Yeah, sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
Just throwing in my stop. We're good to go. Good. Just putting it in for FCEL, looking for continuation of trend. All right, we got a bunch of prints there on DJT as the price spike up. I don't know what this is doing. This is bamboozling. There's certainly a buyer in the area that I mentioned, but there's certainly a seller in the, I want to say 14 high single digits or low double digits. I'm talking 12s, 10s, 13s, or 8s, 9s, because it pops up into those areas and then it's met with aggressive selling. And the deal is, even though we're getting that buyer in the, I want to say the mid 80s, low 90s, the lower high trend is still intact, man, and has been ever since that candle at 1035. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that, looking for a price spike up, and then I'm going to get out of dodge. NUAI we're doing well on. Punched in, got into 72. Again, it didn't cross, so I didn't get the print, but this one seems like it is certainly a holding trend. This area here is going to haunt me. I had a resting order at 63, got it to 63, didn't print, so I had to chase it at 68. So that's my trouble there. Now I did get stopped at FCEL for the last remaining amount, as this one did lose prior bar low. So if FCEL comes back into about 1035, I'm a buyer in that level. That is the volume weighted average price. But FCEL also suffering from the same affliction from which Donald Trump suffers from as well. DJT, of course, not the president. Lower highs. So ever since that 1040 candle on FCEL, which took us into the high at 1090, then we have a subsequent area crest, which takes us into 1080. Subsequent area crest, 1070. So it's a series of lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Not going to be able to do anything about that until the sellers there get taken out. Back to DJT as we move up back into the mid 14 single digits, 5, 6 showing up. Where's our next profit taker? Well, it's in the double digits. We're waiting at 12s, and then we're waiting in the high teens, and then we're waiting in the 20s. But we're unable to kind of get that continuation there. How's the NUI trade going? Well, 11 and 2/3%, but unable to break through that $0.75, and now this is a little bit sideways on NUA. And not giving up the ghost, but not exactly taking out some technical levels either. So that's going to be in focus separately. I did mention that SOC was making its way into 9, but as I suspected, 9 was a level of resistance, not just because it is the psychological area of resistance, but because we've actually used it on a number of occasions on the day, both as support and resistance. So you just knew that that was going to be a level of import. Now, what we want to see is if this one clears 9. If it clears 9 decisively, I think we can use $9 as a support level. It really will come down to the amount of volume coming in. And since, you know, we made those area highs, it's been a declining volume profile of lower highs there. So that is a little bit of trouble there, Joey, as we keep an eye on SOC into that $9 area. Very happy with my stop out on FCEL as that one continues to bleed down into the low 40s. Again, I want to bring your attention to that 1035 area where the volume weighted average price is on FCEL. If it does catch a bid in and around there, I could be convinced to get back in on that one as a long, but I'm going to need to see more other than just trying to place a resting order at VWAP, Joe. So keeping an eye here on DJT, we're keeping an eye on NUAI, and we are now stopped out of FCEL. FCEL will be my biggest winner on the day, at least so far. So we'll see if DJT can outdo that, showing 7s now on DJT. Look, there's 11s on DJT. There's 12s. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up, take out some higher prints there. I know for a fact we're going to encounter resistance at 14.25. Look at that double top at 1135 and 1140. That reject off 14.25 on DJT. So what I'm trying to do is place resting orders so I can get price spikes up and not actually have to, you know, punch out when the price is there. Throw the resting orders out, guys. You have nothing to lose. I know everybody believes in level 3 and the market makers are going to see your orders, this, that, and the other. I don't know, man. I don't think your orders are that big to, you know, attract the attention of the market makers, but I'm going to throw in my resting orders there. Donald into 15 here, excuse me, looking for continuation there. Now, in the current trend here on DJT, we have a higher high and a higher low. So a 1220 candle, the high of which was 1409. This candle, 415. Prior bar low, 1386. Current bar low, 1399. Let's see if this is a trend change or it's just more consolidation, because we really haven't broken away from the trend. And it feels like here we're likely going to trade until we get either a breakout or a breakdown. 14.25 to me is the breakout area, Joey.
All right, good look there, man. Some good prints off of the lows there. I like what SLV is doing. You can see that we're waiting at 94s here on NFLX. Let's head back over to SLV. I like this name. A lot of buying pressure candles right at the 4. I'm asking for the best price possible. Might be asking for a lot here, but I'm willing to do so. I told you guys the universe ain't on a budget, so continue to do what you want to do. So there it is. Here it is.
I like that one.
Yeah. So yeah, let's be patient and wait. It's either gonna rock and roll without us, or we get to party on with these names. It's tough, man. You want to chase, but it's just extremely important. I was thinking about moving my bid up 5 cents to 94.05 just to get involved with that in this Netflix move, because at that point I could still have my stop at 93.95. Pretty tight, considering it's right at the lower wick end of that candle. But then the risk to reward, it would have been there, so we would hit a 1-to-1 or something like that right now. So I'm just going to be patient and see if these levels come into play. Apple doesn't really know what it wants to do. Microsoft is heading a little bit lower, and also Tesla. You get somewhat of a rebound. I was writing this in the chat. We can pull up my algo right now, so we'll hit this as I pull it up, because I guarantee I'm going to take this off right now because Netflix is gone. I think the only hope that I have is SLV, but it's probably going off just due to some of those individual prints. So let's pull it up and see what we got going on. Get this garbage out of here and head over to the 5-minute time frame.
Returned.
The Katina man has returned.
Food in his hand.
He's got he has his spaghetti and meatball there.
Very pleased today. It was Italian.
Italian, yeah. I mean, hey man, I'd be pleased too, brother.
Hey, man, can we show the people?
Can we show the people what you got?
Can we show?
Oh, there goes Netflix.
Come on, Katina man. Be magnanimous.
Come on, man.
There we go.
You did come.
Joey,
what's up, brother?
look what we got over here.
Hold on, man.
There you go. You got the Italian meatballs.
Oh.
You got macaroni salad. You got the lettuce. You got what is that? Feta, Katina man? Is that feta?
Some Parmesan.
And then some salad dressing
I
there.
like how you get the mac salad, though. I don't get the mac salad.
You gotta ask for the salad.
You gotta ask for that, eh?
You gotta ask your friend there for the salad there, Joey. Yeah, your friend.
That's yours.
Wow.
This guy,
That's
fly
bad.
dog. But no, here comes Netflix. Oh, who hit that? That's
Fabian, bro.
crazy.
Fabian.
All right,
Fabian's doing it
94.05.
live.
You can see that base is being formed. If it does break through 94.10, then maybe you get a little bit of a whoosh to the downside.
Whoosh.
And then you wait for that price. We're still posted up on SLV at the 85 level to see if we can catch a fill on that one. Doesn't seem to be the case right now as the market is slowly rebounding. Netflix does have a nice base being formed though. Actually, this is what I was gonna do. Let's put up on Netflix. It should pick this signal up. So NFLX, we're just pulling this up right now and did it? Bang. Okay, so there it is, right? So there's a couple of opportunities. Did it get stopped out on this one? No, it's still in this. Okay, that doesn't really make too much sense. But yeah, that's a good signal being picked up. Let's see if we can catch a fill here. If that continues to hold, maybe I have to bid a little bit higher than what I want, go to 94.05s. We get out at 93.95, sure.
You know what's a frustrating thing? If you mentally prepare for a breakout trade and it ends up being a range trade,
Yeah.
and you don't shift, right?
That
And you
bias.
keep looking for the breakout. That's kind of what I'm suffering from with DJT at the moment, right? We got 13.99s on. It comes right into that 20 area. Actually, not even 20s, 18s. That's current bar high into 18s, but we knew we were going to expect selling at 20 to 25. And so that's what I'm going to trade this as. It's obviously a range, but I am concerned with the lower highs. The lower highs do kind of put this into flat bottom break candidate because, well, that's what basically a flat bottom break is. It's a series of lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, all the while you have that same area low, that flat bottom, hence the name flat bottom break. So keeping an eye on that. We got 99s have been wetting the beak here into the mid to high teens, but it's not exactly a breakout trade. So yeah, that's it's not good for me. I also added into NUAI. I want to build my position in and around the VWAP level for a possible move above 375. You still have higher lows on NUAI, even though it does have a tendency to breach the 10 EMA. When you look at prior area low, you are still holding general trend on NUAI. So unless this one gives up the ghost in a hurry, through the volume weighted average price, we're going to build the position for a move above the $0.75. I want to mention that one. What else? I know a lot of you guys were talking about TGL in the chat. I'm not a fan because straddling VWAP and almost no volume here. Lately, I know Bovin was telling me about SOPA. That one looks a little bit better, SOPA. So I don't have it right now on the side charts, but really depending on what I see here, it may or may not make it on. It's light on volume, Bovin. 1.93 million shares on a $1.28 name. Yeah, this isn't the best of the bunch. I see the higher lows above VWAP, technically below the pre-market high, so that doesn't work out for me, but it's not really more about that. It's more about the lack of volume on that, so I'm just going to have to forego that one right there. Let's take a beak wetter. Let's put some beak wetters, I should say, on NUAI because, well, we're holding some shares here and might as well take some if there's going to be a price spike up. How's my friend Donald doing? Well, we're still holding above 14. We're holding prior bar low. As I mentioned, prior bar low, 13.99. Current bar low, 14.05. We're showing 9s and 8s right now, depending on whether you're looking at the time and sale, or sorry, the ask or the bid. Looking for a move above $0.25. I do feel if we get a move above the $0.25, this will change from a range trade into a breakout trade, but we got to do that first. Bovin telling me, FJet, I saw you mention that one earlier, Bovin. Thank you for that, and I do apologize for everybody that was tagging me earlier. I had way too many trades on, so it was hard for me to concentrate on the chat and on the trades. FJet, this is the 1 minute on this new IPO, FJET. I don't even know what this company does, man. Show me. What is this company? Starfighters? Somebody tell me what this company does. I have no idea. I'm not going to have the time to look right now, but it's a good looker, Bovin. It did halt a couple of times, both to the upside and to the downside. This one opened up at 10:45, kind of an early start there for an IPO. But I guess, you know, if you don't have to pair all that volume behind the scenes, you can go early. Anyway, looks like it's finding support here at 12.25. It is widespread, and you also have lower highs ever since that high of the day at around 14.59. So be on the lookout here for FJET. This could be an interesting one. How's NUAI doing? Well, we added aggressively into that one, and there it goes. Takes out most of my orders, 73 unprinted and 70 4s unprinted, 75, high a day. Let's go ahead and wait there as well. And we're also going to wait a little bit above that, shut it to 77. Keeping an eye there. How's my friend Donald doing? Well, he's disappointing me again. Of course, I'm not talking about the president. I'm talking about the stock, DJT. Up 30, almost 34%, dropping back down though into 14 as we expected this range trade to continue. I'm going to be very much alive to this range trade now, and we're going to see what we can pick up, Joey, in the low 90s, high 80s.
Fair enough, brother. All right, so yeah, that base at 94.05 holding up there in NFLX. Looks like it wants to somewhat recover here today. We're still posted up at that same level here on SLV, on the Amex, if we're fortunate enough to get it, but it's already, 10 cents worth of risk. You climb up to 20s, you're already 2.5 to 1 at that point. So I might remove that bid, not gonna chase it. Gonna wait for this pullback off of these lows, but a nice bounce back here in the overall market. Solid opportunity on NFLX. Bree Powers, I seen what you had to say about your 575 puts on the SPY. Just understand what you're doing on that, because those are extremely out of the money and only have time value essentially on them. February, still a little bit of time, right? You have a month and a bit, couple months there to be exact. So, if you understand the game plan and you're looking to just gain time value on the contracts, then you want to see some aggressive selling, and then as soon as you get a nice percentage return, start to lock in that profit. So yeah, just be aware of the difference between intrinsic and extrinsic value. So yeah, that's what we got going on. There goes SLV climbing right back towards that previous pivot high at 59.20. Sharif, what do you got?
Joey, we got to tell him about trade the pool, because quite honestly, for far too freaking long, okay, trading meant risking your own money. I don't want to risk my own money, or not even having enough to start, Joey, and the fear of losing. Goodness gracious, it kept so many people on the sidelines. But thankfully, because of Trade the Pool, it is all changing, Joey. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets, especially with its limited risk trading model. Traders get to use funded capital, and they trade the pool. They absorb all the downside. It allows you to focus on what truly matters, guys. We're talking about the discipline, the consistency, and the growth. And when you hit your profit target, you keep up to 70% of the profits. There is no fear. There are no barriers. There is just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool, Katina, man. So get onto your browser, Chrome, Safari, whatever you need to do, and go to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code to get 10% off.
Did they actually name, is that the new one? Did they name drop the browsers, or did you just?
No, I just did it because I know you love Edge, Joey. I know you love Edge. Don't.
Brother, I had to move over to Chrome now. So we're Chrome, Chromium.
Robert, well, we're not allowed to call him Robert, so don't tell him I said that. But he reprimanded you.
Is that what he did?
I think so. I saw it.
Yeah, he said, yeah.
Why are you looking down?
He pretty much said, yeah, your computer won't accept all the usage of Copilot, so you have to switch over to Gemini there.
Well, I think your computer's allergic to bad LLMs, so you're going to have to take ChatGPT off that one as well.
Katina Man said I remember Katina Man said I was the only one who ever who used Copilot.
I personally think you are. You're the only one I know.
I might be the only
What is this thing that's blocking the, that's my screen, Ram. My screen is blocking the camera shot over here, eh? I think we might need to, Fabian, go to the 2-shot. See this, Ram? Look.
Yeah, it's always been like that.
No, we can't have that, Joey. We got to fix that.
Push it in.
Yeah, I'm trying to move this one over a little bit.
Like
but I don't want
this way.
I know, but there's the other monitor over here.
No, you see how it's gone now? Go back. See, Top, watch this. Is this good for you? Stop messing with it, Ramin. You're pushing it.
I thought she was just going to zoom out of the angle there. Okay.
Bang. All right, now we got to figure it out.
Oh, Ram, you just made NUAI go up again. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so we just took a print there on NUAI at 73s. This one continues to put in higher highs and higher lows, Fabian, as I did add into this one at around 68. We're looking for continuation on that one. Shout out to the Fluffsters. Fluffy Hippo says it looks fine. Well, it does look fine, but there was this like little side part there, Fluffy, that, I'm a little OCD, I do admit that, and it was bothering me, so I do apologize there. Okay, Joey, we're still holding here on Donald. I put a dip trade now at 88s to try to get money fills, but now it looks like it's defending 14. If it wants to defend 14, I'll take it. because this one kept dipping down into the low 90s, into the high 80s, and I wasn't getting filled there. So I put my order for a range trade now on DJT. The range to me is high 80s, low 90s to, let's just say mid to high teens, 14 mid to high teens. That's kind of what I see there. You being buddy retentive? What does that mean? I don't know what that means, Fluffy. Buddy retentive? Where's Bears versus Bulls, Kalu asks. Bears versus Bulls, I know that he is no longer with us. I believe he had some personal stuff to take care of, quite frankly. So, yeah, I don't know where. I shot him a message after he left just to say, it's been.
What's going on?
It's been nice, yeah, because he was the mod for the channel for many a year, and so I never got to meet him in person, but you talk to somebody enough, even if it's on.
He's a good dude.
He's a good dude,
genuine,
funny guy, great guy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Bears versus Bulls if he's ever watching. We miss you, brother. And the chat, hasn't been the same without you. We've been having to, do all the modding.
And I accidentally block people too, so.
You accidentally blocked
No,
people.
I do, man. A couple of times I accidentally did it.
Ozan, I want to, what? Sharif, I want to meet, I think you mean, the new Bears versus Ozans. You're hilarious, bro. What is going on? What does that even mean, Ozan?
What's in the water over there?
By the way,
in
I
Dallas?
saw a buddy of mine at the gym. I was speaking of Dallas.
This one, yeah.
He said exactly the same thing as you about Dallas.
Yeah, what do you say?
I don't mean to speak poorly about Dallas for anybody who lives there, but he said the exact same thing. He's like, it's a concrete jungle, but all the buildings are super low and so sparsely populated. You can walk and walk for like
Forever,
a while and not see anybody.
There's nothing, man.
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. And the other thing is, he's like, Arlington is far. Like Dallas, the Cowboys Stadium is far. Because they're doing the World Cup there, right? So that's going to be like another thing where people are really going to have to travel from downtown Dallas all the way over there.
Funny, yeah. I mean, I heard Austin's a pretty good town, so I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said to him. I'm like, I think Austin's eating Dallas's lunch now,
It is
right?
definitely eating Dallas.
Because everybody's moving over there.
Dude, I'll tell you, this is what Dallas is. It's like a little bit bigger Mississauga core.
But Mississauga's nice, Joey.
Dude, I trust me. That's what I'm.
Square One Center is.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. What it roughly is.
What's happening there?
The timing is off, man.
Hold on. So make the comparisons a little clearer here, because I don't get it.
So like, you have a couple of like residential buildings, and you have the big mall. The rest is more or less corporate buildings. But I'm comparing it in kind of in a size
like
aspect,
a commercial
right?
low building kind of thing?
Yeah.
Understood.
I mean, they have the Salesforce thing. There's nothing really going on. It's a couple hotel chains and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, Dallas, man.
Like, if I ever go down there, I'm going to stay in Arlington. What was the point of going to Dallas and then...
You're not missing out on anything over there in Dallas.
You see what I mean?
But once...
Boston's worse, says Fabian.
Austin. Austin's where it's at.
What'd you say?
Austin is where it's at.
Austin is worse? Everybody says Austin's really nice,
No, it's where it's at.
Where it's
at. Yeah.
Understood.
The
bee's
man.
knees.
Wow, what a recovery here, guys. I mean, Netflix getting that bounce, SLV, so a lot of missed opportunities. I'm talking what-if history here, but there's no reason why we shouldn't be hella green right now. We were posting up yesterday. We were catching fills left, right, and center, and today at every level that I post up on, getting nada, so no love.
Nada.
Yeah, so no love. But yeah, Chicago, I mentioned Chicago. I love that city. A big shout out to that. You get the thumbs up in Chi-Town, and then you get kind of getting thumbs down in Dallas. Dallas, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the way it is there, Joey.
Yeah, man.
All right, guys, let's get back into some trading. NUAI just touched the high of the day again, or sorry, 70. No, it got back into 75s. I didn't take the print at 75 because it didn't cross. So the high of the day remains the same on NUAI, but it is stair-stepping up. I think that I should probably have some dip trades ready to go for this one because it does have a tendency to make area highs and then revert back down. If that's going to be the case, might as well get some get a better cost basis is what I'm saying there ineloquently. I do apologize. So let's go ahead. I'm going to set up more dip trades over here on NUAI, I want to say in the high 60s. We're going to go ahead, you know, most of the time I'm going to wait at 69, but we're going to wait a little bit lower over here at 67. Let's see what we get on that bad boy. How's my friend Donald doing? Well, my friend Donald now has been holding 14 for the last, I want to say, 5 candles. This is the 5th candle where DJT has been holding 14. Does that change the range trade narrative? A little bit, because it was dipping down Ram into the 80s and in the 90s. Now it's still not clearing the quarter dollar, as we can see. Still, you know, putting in, you know, those mid-teen prints. But the fact that it's not dropping below 14 could mean, you know, those bottoming tail candles that we were seeing all littered from 11:15 till 12:20, an hour of bottoming tail candles may mean something here. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Get it, Katina Man. The Katina Man is still long Rivian, guys. $18.44. And you want to know what Rivian is at right now, Katina Man? It's at $18.94. So your boy over there on the other side of the desk is printing. We're going to shout out Katina Man. Hope he prints up multiple storms. Randy also told me he punched into a few hundred more shares today on, I think he said 100 or 200 more shares on Rivian. So we're going to hope he prints up several storms as well. Shout out to my man Randy, who said, by the way, in case you guys want to know anything about this, he's going to sell, well, he got a new Cayenne, right? He got the, what do you get? You got the Cayenne, right? The new one? He got a new Cayenne, but he also has the old, what's that other one? He has the other one as well. I forget the name of it. And he's going to sell that. It's a diesel engine. He's going to sell that when he's getting the R2, when the R2 is out. So Randy's going to be able to come on the show and give us exactly what the R2 is and how it's faring. Okay, guys, get into the chat. Fabian keeps putting that up there, so I'm just going to talk about it. Please vote for your favorite tickers every day. Tesla's leading the way with Micron and DJT. Big Bear AI is up there, as well as NVIDIA. ATHA, a small cap gapper that basically did nothing during the afternoon, also up there as well. Make sure to vote. Get into the chat, but you got to throw in that $ before you vote. Keeping an eye here on Donald. Okay, so gave up 14 again. Now this one is a topping tail candle, but there it is. Still trading as a range, a little below 14, a little above 14. Separately, NUAI, we got a couple of prints to the high there. Neither the dip trade has filled nor the profit taker at 75 has filled as well, so be on the lookout. There we go. Great call out by you guys. Throw your names in the chat. We're seeing everything here. We're seeing CGC, LUNAR, ASTS, RKLB, SODN. We got NVDA, ONDS, TSLA, DARA. We got YCBD. You guys are voting for everything under the sun, and that's exactly what we want. We want a plethora of different names so that we don't speak about the same names every day. Get into the chat right now and vote for your favorite tickers every day, and then we'll talk about them on the afternoon rundown, Jeff.
Go heads prevail always, man. So we go and grab some H2O, a little bit more H2O right there. Cool the old system down, just watching things go in our favor, not catching fills can get to you. But times it's not even 1 o'clock yet, so we still have a couple of hours. Thanks for voting for me there, Sports and Stonks. And I mean, we're one trade away from going back to the positive, and Apple forming a really key indecision print right at around the highs. So we're going to keep that an eye out on that. We're going to keep an eye out on NVDA, but a nice bounce. It's unfortunate I had to remove that bid here on SLV. Gorb, I'm really glad that you smashed that, brother. Nice work there, brother, on that one. The Hulkster, brother. But yeah, other than that, guys, let's see what we got going on. A lot of volatility here today. We get that aggressive selling not too long ago, approximately half an hour ago, and then now we're rebounding relatively aggressively. So you can see AAPL from the top end of this range right here sells into the volume weighted average price and then bounces right back up to the top end. So aggressive stuff. You get 15 minutes, 20 minutes of selling met immediately by 20 minutes of buying and very little resistance on some of this pullback, guys. So keep an eye out on that. Wait for those indecision prints. Post up at your levels. Don't chase and find something that's going to work for you. Tesla climbing back up. Yeah, I'm looking, it's not far off of the high of the day, guys, at all. I mean, we're about 1/3% from that specific level and a couple other key ones. So keep an eye out on it. There might be an additional short. This could be just a cover rally, and then you take an additional move lower, or it could be a full-on recovery. You've absorbed enough liquidity, and you're looking to take that next leg higher. I think that's important to note. Be patient, wait for that level to come into play and see what you guys can stir up in today's stock market pot, Shree.
I like that stirring up comment there, Joey.
Thanks, Mary.
I'm just looking at some of the broader market at large, looking for some outsized movers because my stocks are moving super slow today. So I'm not just going to keep commenting about what the price, where they're at. You know what's standing out to me, Joey?
What's that?
Affirm. It's
Affirm,
up.
eh?
It's up 8.25.
Okay. Oh,
That's really
no
interesting.
way.
I'm assuming it has something to do possibly with the CPI print that we got today. 8.25 on. I don't really see much in the way of news from Affirm, at least not from today. I see yesterday got a price target neutral. There, not really much. So Affirm up big on the day, 8 and change, looking to go 8.5. Looking at some other names, Upstart and Affirm almost looking identical. Upstart 8.4, Affirm 8.2.
Okay.
So some very good strength in those names today. So keep your eye on those. Kalua, who is Mr. Okay, well, he's a guest. He's going to be on shortly. Appreciate that. Drop Systems saying YCBD. Let's check YCBD. Nice breakout there on YCBD. Not a bad look at all. In fact, let's take a quick look. This was a bit of holdover, Fabian, for multiple days. We're still below the pre-market high, so we still have to get above that 255, 256 area, but a great recovery and a great hold here of higher lows, basically, since the area low on the day when we made that, what time was that? About 10:20, higher lows on every pop. Clearly, we're using volume-weighted average price here as an area of resistance, but it looks like that's gave way, and now we're basically higher highs and higher lows, looking take out 245. Good call out there on YCBD. I think I'm going to take off. Who am I going to take off here? Dawn. Let's take off Dawn, put YCBD in case this one really breaks out. Then we could definitely take maybe a pre-market high break or two above that. Nothing doing here on NUAI. Break even on the remaining amount of the trade. Same thing here with DJT as it continues to dilly-dally at around 14, guys. All right. Joey and I are going to have to pause for a second. As you can see, new guest behind us with Adara. We're going to send it to the big desk.
Definitely been a very hot topic lately in the market, and so we're very excited to have here the executive chairman of Total Metals Corp, Michael Dane. Michael, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Very happy to have you on the show. So let's just get right into it here and talk about the $2.5 billion regional renaissance within the Red Lake District. So how is your team at Total Metals leveraging this massive opportunity?
So we're right between Kinross's Great Bear deposit and First Mining Springpole Lake. They're combined putting in $2.5 billion worth of new infrastructure for their two new mines. Because we're right between them, we get the benefits of all the roads, the power lines, the town expansions they'll be doing, the mill expansions. They'll have to build 2 mills just because of where everything is located. And being right in the middle with our electrolode property, that gives us a lot of advantages of cheaper infrastructure for us while the big guys are building their mines.
You said the old guard has returned. Can you explain that comment to our audience in terms of what it means for your projects and for investors?
Sure. Well, I started in Red Lake in '94, and Tim Toomey, Rob Penzak, and I were all exploration geologists with at Rob McEwen's Gold Corp. And we all started right around the time of the high-grade zone discovery. And we were very fortunate to be there at a time when gold was, I think, $280 an ounce. But we found 2 ounces per ton gold in this mine. So it was an exciting time, and we developed a lot of techniques for interpreting data, how to target gold, how to promote gold. And by putting the old guard together, the old team together, it feels like the band is back together. And we're getting in through our first 3 projects. I think we're going to be targeting 4 or 5 more acquisitions in the next year. But we're targeting what we believe is undervalued, higher grade assets. So we're looking at 10 gram per ton material is a nice grade for us at $6,000 gold Canadian, where we're almost at today. That gives you a lot of upside, a lot of value, a lot of return for your investors.
It's actually a great transition as well into our next topic, because I want to talk about Total Metals' data-driven approach to acquisitions and exploration targeting. So how are you using modern and historic data to unlock value, especially in a market that is super bullish on gold?
Well, and it's kind of fortunate that Rob and Tim and I have added Colin Bowditch to the team. Colin's an 81-year-old geologist, and he is a VMS specialist, and one of our projects has a lot of zinc and copper on it. And he knows how to interpret that data, but he also takes a common sense approach of not just going for the conductors, but how do the conductors look relative to what's been drilled, combining it all together. Then you bring in Rob or Tim and myself, and we look at a bigger picture, wider regional picture. How does it fit into the regional structures? Does it tie into what Great Bear has? Does it tie into what Springpole Lake is? Is it similar to the structures at the Red Lake mine? Because there are dominant structures all through that part of northwestern Ontario. And once you start putting all the pieces of the Lego together, the picture evolves quite clearly.
That in mind, I want to talk a little bit more about these acquisitions, specifically the West Hawk Lake and High Lake projects. How do these acquisitions come to be, and how do they fit into your overall strategy?
So I was very fortunate. I reconnected with Goldcorp's old investment bankers, Gene McBurney and Michael Weckerly, and they started a new EMD this year. They were working with a company called McFarland Lake that was buying the Juby deposit near Timmins. It's quite a large, low-grade resource, and these are quite high grade but very small resources that we've acquired, where we feel that we can probably do 10 times the volume and grade that's there now just with exploration. We feel comfortable that that's our specialty. That's what we want to go to. We really don't want to go for very large low-grade deposits. One thing we learned when we were at Goldcorp is high grade is king. So being in these deposits in the current market, it's, I think, the right place to be at the right time.
I also want to ask you, what about these two projects, other than what you kind of said here, really stood out to you and your team that others might have missed, and what would you want potential investors to know about these acquisitions?
Yeah, most of these targets and on the properties already, there's, I would say, close to 50,000 meters of drilling, but most of it's very shallow, less than 300 feet. In Red Lake, we were down over 7,000 feet vertical. So when you kind of look at how deep you can go on a gold mine and profitably extract the gold, we're really shallow here in Kenora and in Manitoba. So I think it's cheap exploration, great infrastructure, close to the Trans-Canada Highway, but the cost of drilling should be much cheaper than going to Nunavut or northern Quebec or far north Ontario.
Is there anything else that you would like potential investors here to know about Total Metals?
Well, I think you put together a team. David Burgess joined us as well, and he was actually the QP who wrote the 43-101 technical report for McFarland Lake on the West Hawk and High Lake properties. He's now on our board of directors, so he's been able to give us a lot of guidance on these projects as well. So a lot of domain experience internally. And I'd say being on the older side, our team does a little better because we have information in our heads that doesn't even exist on the internet. So we have that little bit of an advantage that old guys have that the young guys have to go look for.
Very exciting update. Thank you so much here, Michael Dane, Executive Chairman of Total Metals Corp, for being here with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that,
Good job.
Dara and Michael. Much appreciated. Good information as well, too, guys. Very much appreciated. Now, as for the overall market, take a little attempt here on the NVDA short. Didn't go, so we got out of that one. 10 cents worth of risk. Take a loss on that. So we post up on that. We get the fill that we were looking for, but it just didn't work out. So yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm down less than half my risk, total daily risk here, and I'm thinking, like, just because I am getting a little obviously agitated and everything, I might just not even trade, but I don't want to eat my words too quick, so I'm going to sit on my hands for a little bit. We're going to start the news, I'm sure, relatively soon there, Sharif, so I'm happy to get involved with that. So
yeah, I know. We should be starting, Joey, but like I'm locked into these positions.
You're tapped in? All right,
yeah, that's the thing. So I'm looking to resolve this in one direction or another. NUAI, definitely not as I don't want to say volatile, that's not the right word, but as uncertain. This one's above VWAP, it's putting in higher lows, it clearly has an uptrend. It's DJT that's bamboozling me. It's a range trade. You know, the range shifts from time to time. About 1390, as you can see, kind of the low end. I tried to get the money fill at 88s. That wasn't the right move. I should have been trying to get the money fills in the 90s. But that new range is is new, right? And here we go, moving up into 14. Phoebe, can we take off the bumper? Yeah, just so for the position board. Thank you, I appreciate it. So we got 99s on DJT. It's showing 11s, but you know, the higher lows are decent here. Especially with the bottoming tail candles now feeling like they are below 14 as opposed to below this 99 area. So what we were seeing earlier, Fabian, on the bottoming tails, where they were coming into the 80s and the 90s. Now the bottoming tails are just breaching 14 and then the price is moving above 14. It doesn't change the fact that the seller is still there in the high teens and in the low 20s. But what I'm seeing now is the resumption of that higher low kind of trend that we've been putting in since that candle about 11:15. So I don't want to take it out quickly, knowing that we can get a nice price spike up through 14 a quarter. But what I'm trying to do and do better is to pick up some at the money fills, the money fills that I perceive to be money fills, towards the lower end of the range. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel my 1388 dip trade. I don't think that that's accurate anymore. Let's take that one off. We'll cancel that one, and then we'll put it a little bit lower right now. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to, oh, sorry, a little bit higher, pardon me. Let's see if we can get some money fills at around that, you know, high 1390s, give or take, in and around there. All right, good price spike up here on NUAI as we added more into that one. I appreciate that, Katina, man. Oh, really? Oh, just tell me, brother. This is fantastic. Yeah, yeah. MSOS is halted to the upside, guys. Big move here on MSOS. It's halted to the downside, 1629. Big move down here on MSOS. We're going to go to Adara. I'm seeing an executive order leaked here ahead of the announcement.
I haven't seen the leak yet, but I have seen a lot of commentary in terms of what this might have to do with it. Looks like it's going to be more CBD related. I did mention earlier today as well that I was seeing Washington Post report something to this effect. Apparently, this administrative action is going to focus on, quote, increasing medical research for medical marijuana and CBD to better inform patients and doctors. There's another element of this that I'm also seeing reported, again, not confirmed. A White House official reportedly saying that the CMS will also be announcing a model that will allow a number of CMS beneficiaries to benefit from receiving CBD under doctor recommendations. So it seems more CBD than cannabis specifically. Back to you.
It's definitely interesting there if it's CBD. I don't think that that moves the needle, but it is one step closer. And I got to tell you, it's not something I didn't expect. And you and I have always talked about the fact that we were a little surprised that it would be the Republican Party or a president from the Republican Party to be the ones to kind of, you know,
push that needle.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's completely possible. It's just I was surprised by it. That's all. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens there. But what are you looking at, Joey?
Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll here. I tried that one short. He got stopped out pretty quick on NVDA. We take the full stop out on there. Not too sure. I don't want to reschedule anything. All right, so yeah, I got it pulled up. Oh wow, that's lengthy. So yeah, let's just see what we got going on. I'm sitting on my hands right now, waiting for a quality opportunity to come onto my lap and see if we can take advantage of it. I think I'm just gonna avoid NVDA today. I haven't been trading it as of late. So yeah, I mean, there it goes, still climbing a little bit higher. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn some more, guys. All right, Machiavelli, Mike Peter Ryder, he's out. All right, have a good one, Machiavelli. Grant Ratcliffe, I don't know if that's necessary, but nor is that ever going to happen, but please don't do that, please and thank you. And yeah, I mean, it's not horrible, but did you see what he said?
There's a push for that. You realize this, right? There's a whole push.
Bro, weren't they doing that in the West Coast?
Yeah, well, they did. Okay, so they decriminalized simple possession. They had to get authorization from the federal government to do that. So they made or I think it was Vancouver or all of British Columbia, a special zone for criminal law, because criminal law is exclusive domain of the Fed. in this country. It's not that way in the South, where each state obviously has dual area of competency. So they had to give them special permission, and then they retracted. They're like, no, take it away. It's too wild.
Things were getting disastrous over there, Sharif. Yeah, I mean, I heard that it's apparently just an absolute hellhole sometimes over there in West Vancouver, especially with the narcotics use. So you don't want to give people that advantage, because they'll take advantage of it, or that that privilege, and they'll take advantage of it. So keep an eye out on that.
All right.
Weren't they putting it in vending machines and stuff?
I think they were. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they were.
That's crazy if they did that.
Yeah.
All right, guys. People are saying Broadcom's getting legs. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, it's up above the volume weighted average price. It's just south of 330, Katina, man. All right, here's the deal. We're gonna start the news. I've set up my stops on DJT as well as NUAI. I put my profit takers as well. We'll see what these do. If it loses trend, it loses trend. I'll get stopped out. I've thrown everything on there. Let me just load up the news, and then we'll get right down to business, because it is a heavy news day, I'm sure, as you guys already know. Let me put this on a screen that I don't need to trade off, and that's gonna be this one over here. There we go, throw this on SOC. All right, let's get down to work, baby. Micron with a blowout quarter, and they're guiding even more impressively for the next quarter. They reported EPS, guys, of $4.78, a share beating expectations easily of $3.95. The CEO says, look, it was driven by strong pricing as well as obviously AI demand for high bandwidth memory. Their revenue look even better. $13.64 billion, topping the consensus estimate of $12.84 billion, and marking a 57% year-over-year bump on that top line number. So needless to say, a top and bottom line beat. Net income, that profitability, that take-home money, $5.24 billion on the quarter, not the year, the quarter. Compare that with the $1.87 billion they took home last year on the quarter. That is an over 100% increase, with the CEO, Sanjay Mehrotra, saying, look, we're expanding our AI data center capacity, and that is driving a significant increase in demand for the high performance memory. Now let's talk about that guide. Equally as impressive, if not more impressive, in fact. Q2 guiding $18.7 billion in revenue, absolutely crushing the street's estimate of $14.2 billion, more than almost $4.5 billion higher, with their EPS 75% above consensus estimate. Obviously, they haven't realized any of this yet, but this is the guide off which we trade. $8.42 for EPS. The street was looking for $4.78. Fantastic beat. Better than expected there. It's signaling accelerating momentum rather than a one-off spike. They are, Micron that is, one of 3 global suppliers of high bandwidth memory. The other, of course, are the 2 Korean companies, South Korean companies, SK Hynix and Samsung. And the deal is, there is such tight supply for HBM and this higher bandwidth memory that they stopped selling completely direct to consumers. So they're only selling to large corporations, hyperscalers, et cetera, and they're selling because of the demand at premium pricing. Cloud memory sales doubled year over year, more than $5.25 billion. Their core data center sales, Joey, up 4% year over year. Yeah. A much more modest growth, $2.38 billion.
Yeah, I mean revenue quarter over quarter up 21%. EPS pretty good beat there as well too. Gross margins up to 56.8%, 11 points. A lot good going on here. But what I was thinking about this trade here, Sharif, is that, I mean, it was an exciting move to the top end here in Micron, but I just feel like the AI trade just needs to take a little bit of a breath. That's just my opinion, but everything else is looking pretty good. DRAM revenue you were touching on as well, up 69% year over year. 79% of total revenue is coming from that alone. So a lot good going on with Micron. Let's pull up the actual chart and see what we got going on. Sorry guys, I'm in a trade right now. You can see that I'm in Netflix, but what we have on a daily is a substantial move. So just be careful, because we haven't broken through that previous high of 264 roughly, and you're starting to form an indecision print. We got relatively close, but then price started to reject it. So there might be somewhat of a gap fill here play, and then maybe some more sideways price action. I think tomorrow's going to tell a lot. If you do happen to open up on the top end of the range, watch out for a potential breakout here in Micron, guys.
MSOS halted again. It looks like it's 575. I'm just trying to confirm 574. Halt level 574 on MSOS. It's really bleeding the chart. Yeah, just letting them know, Ram, that it's halted. We're going to go on to the next story. Oracle. Faces data center funding scrutiny after the Blue Owl report. This is older from yesterday, but we're gonna give some details here. So it dropped big yesterday, I think 5.5%, after reports that Blue Owl Capital will no longer fund their $10 billion Michigan data center project. Fresh doubt, the Financial Times was the one that reported this, which raised among market participants, of course, fresh doubts around how Oracle plans to finance their very aggressive AI data center expansion. Oracle denied immediately, almost immediately when we got this, that Blue Owl had, quote, walked away, calling the report, quote, unequivocally false, quote, close quote. The company said it's progressing as planned with a different company called Related Digital as their development partner, and the equity negotiations remain on schedule with them. They emphasized, Oracle that is, that there is strong interest from other equity partners, and they framed the project as highly competitive amongst those other partners. But look, aggressive scaling by Oracle, a lot of it is tied to OpenAI and OpenAI's workloads. But recent reports suggest completion timelines for that build-out may be slipping. And there's also questions about, OpenAI's continued dominance as the market leader in large language models, especially with Gemini 3 coming out. So if that is the case and OpenAI doesn't continue to grow their revenue as scheduled, are they still going to be in a position to be able to follow that same build-out schedule with the same kind of cost? I think they've earmarked over $1 trillion in build-outs over like the next 10 years. But that is really kind of concerning the market. So it's not an Oracle-specific story. It's Oracle's kind of the conduit into the overall, AI trade risks. Oracle, to bring it back to them, they're down about 45%, at least at the time of the writing of this article, off the highs. And they're this was what really stood out to me. Remember the credit default swaps during the great financial crisis with mortgages?
Yes. Yes.
So Oracle's 5-year...
I'm not lying. I know exactly what he's talking about.
Oracle's 5-year credit default swaps more than doubled since late September, signaling a risk debt concerns by the market, of course, and investors are increasingly focused on how they're going to do all this, Joey.
Yeah, I think Wall Street's just really worried about Oracle possibly biting off more than they can chew. The cost of them to obviously meet all the infrastructure is going to be through the roof, and the margins are going to be extremely tight. They have a lot of obligations that they have to meet. Oracle is down 48% off of that high. So if you look at it from a technical standpoint, this stock needs to double in order to just get back to where it previously was. The guides are aggressive. Adara agrees with that. She doesn't like the guides. I agree as well. So keep an eye on what Oracle is going to be doing in the near future, because come next earnings report, it's going to be a massive teller on the direction of this stock and how much more they're actually going to be spending in order to meet the demands in the infrastructure that they need to meet their obligations with OpenAI. So keep an eye out on Oracle, guys.
Absolutely, Joey. All right, Adara, give us your take on Oracle. Sorry, Ram. Just take your time. DJT towards the top end of the range again. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I have to say here, Sharif, I kind of do think it is mostly an Oracle thing. Like, I know it's about the whole AI trade, but what company missed revenue 2 quarters in a row? That would be Oracle. Yes, they got EPS beat this time, but they did miss on EPS last quarter. The only reason they had that massive push to the all-time high that they're now down roughly 50% from is purely because of that insane guide that quarter, which again, they gave alongside a double miss. So I think with ORCL, you really do have to mention the actual earnings, or rather lack of concrete earnings here. The other thing I want to say with Oracle, specifically with regards to this data center, like they keep talking about this cloud infrastructure revenue Joe just mentioned the guidance. I've been incredibly critical of the guidance, and I think because a lot of it does not really math, for lack of a better term. But even here, if you look at this fiscal 2026 revenue, this pink, I guess the headline is above it, but the point is, this whole point of this infographic is to kind of show the actual revenue we've had reported in the sector versus what they think they're going to be getting by fiscal 2030. And I've done the math for fiscal 2026. This is prior to the report that we got last week. We are, as of this most recent quarter, we're really not poised to get this unless Oracle's posting at least $5 billion a quarter for the next 2 quarters in this segment, which they're not. They're posting around $4 billion. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens here. But either way, I think ORCL, it's almost impossible at this point for them not to disappoint, at least in the near term, with their AI and cloud infrastructure. However, on the flip side of that, if they do actually manage to pull something out, I think it'll be a good look. But we keep seeing these reports about this, and none of them are positive, which does make me wonder. I think there's a big asterisk here.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next story. Very similar, of course, and related, because we're going to talk about OpenAI. Of course, OpenAI, not a publicly traded company, and that's why I included the Microsoft technicals on the morning note. Hopefully, it will be a public company sooner rather than later. As Altman was challenging everybody to short a stock, I think he may want to rethink that now. They have reportedly, OpenAI that is, held preliminary discussions about raising capital at an eye-watering valuation of $750 billion. Questions? The valuation of $750 billion is for them to raise up to $100 billion. That would be a roughly 50% jump from their last prior funding round where they were valued at $500 billion. That wasn't that long ago. It was in October. So a big move up there. I mean, I have all sorts of questions about this, as I am seeing OpenAI and ChatGPT in specific really struggle lately to kind of hold their lead, at least from the way that I use it. Anyway, they're laying the groundwork for what could become one of the largest IPOs in history, maybe rivaling the SpaceX IPO that we're all waiting for. They're both valued or projected to come to market at around $1 trillion. We'll have to wait and see if that even happens. OpenAI could file with regulators as early as the second half of 2026. The company recently completed a $6.6 billion share sales, which allowed their current and former employees to monetize their holdings. So, Joey, Microsoft, the biggest still, hyperscaler investor in OpenAI, but as we saw yesterday with the Amazon headline, they're not a one-trick pony anymore. They're buying possibly some Trainium chips here, and maybe that NVIDIA reliance that we've been talking about maybe dwindling a little bit. Does that play into the ASICs trade?
Yeah, but it probably, possibly. I mean, there's a lot going on with Sam Altman and company. I think that he was the leader at some point, then he's starting to get leapfrogged by Gemini and other large language models. He's in a tough race. We know ChatGPT, what is it, 5.2 that just was released, I believe it was?
Sir.
Yeah, 5.2, not well received. I agree with that. I'm liking what Gemini is doing a little bit more. It's going to be really tough for him because if he continuously gets leapfrogged and ChatGPT doesn't turn out to how people are expecting it to be, he doesn't have the ability to monetize it in certain ways where he can start to pay off some of this debt because he's heavily into the debt markets as well too. This stock at the IPO I think is going to be extremely bullish, but what comes after that once they start releasing earnings reports, if they're spending too much money and not bringing enough in, it could be big time trouble for Sam.
And before we get Adair's comment, I know she wants to comment on this, but this is interesting in the way that I use it. I'll give you an example. Every day I do the morning note, and I want to create an infographic for the morning note.
Yes.
Up until a couple of weeks ago, if I said, show me or put a picture of Elon Musk disappointed, like say Tesla had a bad headline. I want Elon Musk to look a little disappointed. It no longer will allow me to generate images of real people, despite all the other LLMs doing it. I'm not asking for anything bad here. I'm just asking for him to look frowning. Okay, that's one. Two, when you ask it specific things like basic stuff, okay, breakout right now on DJT, there it goes, we're holding from 98s. That's what I waited. Look for the break of the freaking range. Holy, that took the entire freaking show. Unreal. Now we're positive on the day. Oh my goodness. Here comes the breakout now. Look for the move into the 40s. We did, you know, top out at the 30s earlier in the day, but I think that here we are moving into the high 30s. Look for continuation now into the 40s. I'm going to wet the beak here. Oh, I don't want to take out too much too quickly, Joey. We took out a little bit too much there. All right, so let's set up now just south of the $0.50, and I'm going to wait a little bit north of the $0.50 as well. There's 41, 42, 43 showing up. 44 is 47, Joey. Can we get a little bit higher? Can we get much higher? Let's go, man. We reject the 47 area, and I don't get the print. Good continuation, though, on DJT. Here we go. What a breakout candle that was, man. That took a long time. All right. Positive on it now. Happy.
All right, there you go.
And let's let this one run. So I'm gonna put my orders out, and if it wants to keep going, we can keep going. There's the print, guys. There it is through the $0.50. Now I'm setting up in the high 50s, and I'm setting up in the high 70s. Let's look for continuation here on DJT. But to bring it back, I asked it something super simple, that Faraday bag I told you about. I was trying to tell my mom Dukes how to make a Faraday bag because she's worried about leaving the keys by the door because all those people that come there and scan your keys and whatever. So there's a way to make it through like aluminum or something like that. She asked it, and it was like blocking her. It wasn't telling her. So they filtered the hell out of this thing. They've made it super annoying, and none of their competitors are doing the same thing. So what am I going to do? What's the natural thing that you do when the LLM that you were basically using every day the same way changes on you? You're going to go to another one. It's that simple. And you know what? Quite frankly, I'm thinking about asking Brendo to cancel the ChatGPT membership to get an XAI one. I want to get a Grok one.
Right. You don't like
I've been using the free version of Grok every day, and it's fantastic. It's fast AF. It gives me proper images.
That's crazy.
Why, Ram? What did I do? Why does my hair look like that? But thank you.
That's a good look.
Oh boy, that was funny. I appreciate you there. So in any event, man, so that's my little 2 cents. I think he's ruining the product.
Yeah.
And here's why. I got a bit of a theory. He's got a lot of money that came in lately, Joey. And all that money comes with strings freaking attached. They'll be like, no, don't do this. No, we tried your LLM and it gave me some secret potion for drugs. And they're I don't know, I'm just throwing anything out there. But he's filtering the hell out of this thing. He's putting all these checks into it, and it doesn't feel like it's even usable anymore, at least for me. So those are my 2 cents. I don't like ChatGPT anymore. I'm begrudgingly using it because I've set up my morning routine around it, but let me tell you, if it continues in this way, I'm gonna change and I'm gonna go with something else. Do you have a comment, or we go to Adara?
We can head over to Adara.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about this because I find it pretty interesting, this story immediately after Oracle, right? Because they're all kind of about AI spending, and I think also Oracle and OpenAI are really at the center of that, this kind of circular spending, right, that we've talked about, that we know Michael Burry was looking at. Oracle was certainly one of the names he mentioned. I think with this OpenAI, sure, that's great, they're getting so much money, but again, I think unless we start to see some concrete results, sure, Oracle's got those massive remaining performance obligations, a lot of which are OpenAI, but again, they're remaining. The company is still missing revenue, right? So the reason I bring up Oracle here is because I do think it's all very interconnected. Unless we start to see some of this money being put to use, as Sharif said, into the product or with some of their partners, I don't know how much more money OpenAI is going to get. And I'm going to be honest, I think unless they really turn around this image, I actually wonder about how well received that IPO is going to be. And I'm not saying they're not going to do it, but I wonder if this is going to be kind of more of a bullish than a circle, if you catch my drift when it comes to IPO reception. We're going to have to wait and find out. But yeah, I think that right now, specifically with OpenAI and Oracle, they're all both on pretty thin ice. And I think unless we see results, I will continue to be skeptical, but I think also probably some other people will become skeptical as a result.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, and I got to tell you something else too, man. I mean, I had something to say. Oh no, you did it again. Let it go. Do it again. Do it again. I think you're good this time.
Oh yeah, we got it, baby.
Hey, good job, Joe. Yeah, all right. I forgot. I had a point, but I forgot. If that comes back to me, I'll talk about it. Let's talk about Medline, that IPO from yesterday, MDLN, and how well received it was. Ended up closing up on the day. I don't know where it's at right now. Let's take a quick look here, Joey. MDLN, the ticker. Okay, we're down 1%, but we're above 40 bucks, man. Okay. In case you don't know, there was an IPO yesterday, the biggest one of the year, and in fact, the largest IPO in more than 4 years. Of course, shares surged over 41%, but that 41% is not from the open price, which was $35, the price we all got on the floor, but from $29. That's the IPO price at the institutional level. So it was up 41% from that price. It's also raised $6.2 billion for the company, makes it the biggest IPO globally this year, outdoing the cattle IPO, which was on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, the Hang Seng. The CEO of the company, this dude's name is Jim Boyle, and he's positioned Medline, his words, not mine, as the Costco of healthcare, and they use a membership-style model, and they emphasize their private label products, and revenue is split fairly between selling Medline-branded surgical and medical products, get it, Ram, and managing the supply chain services, so they do both. I'll submit to you the supply chain service management, a higher margin product than their actual physical products. They have delivered, I should say, consistent revenue growth over years, and they operate at a solid profitability level. Jim Cramer had some comments about them yesterday on Mad Money, but that was all good news, right? Is everything good about this company? No. Even before the IPO came out, management was saying they expect $150 to $200 million headwind next year as a result of tariffs, as many of their products are brought in from overseas. You guys want to guess from where? Of course, China. So this creates a bit of an issue for a company who's trading at 45 times its earnings and has only delivered, albeit profitable, they have been profitable, they only give low double-digit growth. The fact that they're low double digits and the fact that they got an almost $200 million tariff headwind next year, do they deserve a 45 times multiple?
I don't know. That's a good question, man. 45 times, big-time tariff headwinds, a lot of the products coming in from China. So all we can say is that the stock may be expensive right now, Sharif. Trading at 45 times, $40.94. I mean, we've seen some crazy PEs in the past, whether it be with AMD trading at like 1,200 times or something. Remember when we were looking at that?
Yep.
But then you also have names at Google that were trading at like 23 times. Right, and then sure enough, they skyrocket into new levels.
Right.
What's going on with Medline? I think you have to be a little bit more patient. There'll probably be some selling because we know after the IPOs, we've seen a lot of aggressive selling in a lot of these names, whether it be Circle, Figma, CoreWeave. What else did we get? Those were three of the big ones. I know we had at least one or two more.
Oh yeah, there was a bunch,
and not very many of them. I think the one that held up the strongest was CoreWeave. Why? Because it's a big part of this AI play. I think Medline will come in a little bit, maybe not right away, but eventually it will, so it can fit into that multiple.
That's fair, man. Yeah. I respect that, especially with that kind of multiple. Yeah. Let's talk about Eli Lilly, Ram. They're advancing their oral GLP-1 strategy, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows on this. I'm going to show you why in a second. This pill, even at the very optimistic trial phase, is not as good as the injectable. So I don't know if it's going to have a big of a market. Experimental daily dose obesity pill called orforglipron helped patients maintain most of their prior weight loss after switching off the injectable GLP-1s. Formally filed for the FDA approval for the pill for obesity, and they've received from the FDA a priority review voucher. We spoke about that before. All the data that's coming out is from a late phase 3 trial, but here's the deal. Patients who switched from Novo Nordisk's Wegovy to Lilly's pill, the experimental one we're talking about here, regained about 2 pounds on average at the end of the 52-week follow-up. And then patients who transitioned from Lilly's own Zepbound regained more weight, averaging around 11 pounds of weight gain after switching from the injectable version of the GLP-1 to the oral version. Now, we've been talking a lot about how the oral version is really going to have a bigger market. People don't want to prick themselves, yada, yada, yada. But when you're given this kind of data that you're not losing as much weight, is that going to move the needle? So while orforglipron produces less absolute weight loss than the weekly injections, the company argues its value lies in being needle-free and long-term maintenance option. Analysts view this as a direct threat to Novo Nordisk's semaglutide franchise. And the safety profile apparently was decent. It was safe and tolerable. Most of the issues are the same issues that people have with GLP-1s, which is gastrointestinal. The discontinuation rates as well were comparable or better than the placebo, so showing, people were sticking on it. But unlike the oral semaglutide, oral 4-glyperon is not a peptide drug, which allows for easy absorption and no dietary restrictions. Another kind of positive you could have there, because that's not the same case for the other one. Joey, Eli Lilly touched a trilly, a little above, a little bit below. What do you make of this, though? The fact that the oral, not as good.
Yeah, but I think we were talking about that right out of the gate with this, Shreve, when the pill was looking to come into play, is that it's just not as effective as the injectable, right? But there is some other benefits as well. People don't like picking themselves, storage costs that can increase margins as well too. But other than that, it's just not as effective, and we knew that, I think, right out of the gate. Yeah, right out of the gate that, hey, what do you want to do? You want to get the premium, you want to optimize the drug by injecting yourself, or are you willing to ingest it, but the results aren't necessarily going to be the exact
and the no dietary restrictions either, whereas if you're on the injectable, there are certain things you can't.
Certain things you
can't. Yeah, that's a good point. So it's a trade-off. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, Joey. Okay, let's go on to the next story. Apple opens iPhone ecosystem in Japan. This is not a good story for those who want to maintain the high gross margins for their services business as this starts eating into it. Let's talk about it. Apple announced it will allow alternative app stores on iPhones in Japan to comply with the new legislation there. The change only applies to iPhones, though, not iPads or other Apple devices. Obviously, iPhone, the biggest one. Japanese developers can now, as of today, I believe, launch their own app marketplaces and pay as little as 5% on sales through those alternative app stores. Developers may also offer their own in-app payment systems, but there's a caveat. They also have to offer Apple's right next to it, has to be shown alongside. Apple's going to continue to charge commissions, though. It's not like they're not going to get any money. They're getting 15% instead of 30% for external payment links, and they're going to get 26%, not 30%, for actual App Store, Apple App Store downloads. So they're dropping that from 30% to 4%. That is down from the historical rate, right? They really hadn't been budging on that for as long as I can remember. This is not the same thing, though, as Europe. It's a little different. Unlike Europe, Japan's framework allows Apple to approve or reject alternative marketplaces, which preserves, some gatekeeping authority, but it does reduce the headline revenue risk versus Europe, because Europe just wants them to be completely laissez-faire. They're not laissez-faire themselves, but they want Apple to be laissez-faire. Of course, it erodes Apple's services margins, and Japan also forces Apple, Joey, to open up certain iPhone hardware features to third-party device makers. I couldn't get any more information on that, so I can just read that headline. I'm not really sure what it means.
Which one? Let's do this here now, Ramin. All right, guys, I just found something.
What'd you find,
crazy?
Joey?
There we go. I'm digging into exchanges and stumbled across BTCC, top 30 globally. But here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero know your customer if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering plus 15% bonus. Thing that covers losses up to, and I don't know why I said 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code.
I'm missing anything,
for more info. No, I think it's a smart play by Apple. Why? Because it weakens your competitors at the end of the day, right? So, hey, it's like we don't want you going into another phone's app store or building it on whatever it may be. Come to us. We'll kind of manipulate the rules a little bit so you are building on Apple and you stay within that ecosystem. So I think it's a smart strategic play on Apple's behalf.
All right, DJT just got into the high of the day, guys. 1467, we're holding from 99s. DJ frickin' T. It took forever for this one to clear. Here comes another high of day. Can we get 69 or O's in? No, we reject off 67 again. There's a seller at 67 here on DJT, up 40%. I think he should run for his life because it looks like the longs are in control now. Run for your life, short seller at 67. They're coming for you, baby. Oh, we dropping down a little bit here, Joey, back into 62. So DJT on the move here. I'm going to continue to hold. So I've got 98s, not 99s on. Let's see if we can get into that $15 area. Good strength here midday for DJT. Seller at 66 now. The seller is moving down. So that should be something that you should be looking at there when you have that incremental level of resistance move down a penny or two. So keep your eye here on DJT. I don't have many shares left. Going to pack the patience, see if I can get a nice move in there on to the high side on this one. Shout out to my man, Dijon Mustard. He's in the trade, first time, my man. Shout out to Dijon Mustard. There's another high a day, Joey. It's 69 now on Donald John Trump. It's 70 now, Joey. Here's the breakout, baby. 70 seller, big size here on Memex. Back into 70 we go. And that's where we're going to take it out at 73 into the high, up 40%. We're spinning the money on this one, man. Boom on DJT. Very happy with this trade. Let's get back to the news. All right, what do we got here, Ram? We got Instacart. They're in trouble. They've annoyed the FTC. This is actually an interesting story here. So reports. There are reports that the U.S. Federal Trade Commission has opened an investigation into the company's pricing practices. I know, right, Fabian? The FTC issued a civil investigation demand, and the agency declined to comment. The FTC declined to comment on any specifics of the investigation, but a recent study showed prices for identical grocery items at the same retailers can vary around 7% on Instacart. So you go in the store, it's $1. You buy it on Instacart, it's $1.07. I'm not even talking about the delivery charges. The price is different between what's offered in the store as a headline price and what's offered on Instacart's website as a headline price. Instacart pushed back. They said, look, the retail partners are the ones that set the price, not us. Why are you blaming us? But in 2022, we know Instacart acquired Eversight for about $60 million. Eversight is an AI-driven pricing and promotions platform which kind of helps retailers and consumers packaged goods companies. The goal was to create real-time savings opportunity. Its tests are not dynamic or surveilling the prices there. Okay, the U.S. Representative Robert Garcia, he sent a letter to Instacart CEO. He demanded clarity. Lawmakers framed this as algorithmic pricing, Joey. In any event, they have now raised the ire of the FTC, and they're going to get investigation for pricing.
Yeah,
investigated.
It's the same thing on Uber Eats. If you go to the store and look at the app, there's a couple dollar change in some of them. So rightfully so, I think they should be investigated. But I think that's also due to updates. I mean, the prices are ever so changing. I don't know how difficult it will be to update your app consistently. But other than that, Instacart, let's take a look at some of the technicals here, guys. Cart and see what we got going on. Maple Bear. Boom. And see what we have on a day. Oops, no, this is an hourly. Let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on. We'll remove this. All right, come on now. You can do it. And see what we have from a technical standpoint there on Instacart. Sorry for the lackluster. No, we're good. We're good here. I mean, it hasn't been performing as well as Uber, but isn't horrible, down 17.33%. I think it's interesting that they're obviously going to get that probe into it. I think it's rightfully so, considering that's what I stopped doing, Sharif. I was like, okay, if you're going to order something, I may as well just walk across the street and get it because it saves you a little money at the end of the day.
All right, Dara, what do you think about Instacart?
I have a lot of thoughts on this, and I've done some research to back up my thoughts on this, so let's get into it. So for one, I think we have to talk about the fact that if you actually look at this report and what the FTC said, as well as what Robert Garcia, who is a U.S. House Democrat from California, who sent this letter to Instacart CEO, they have all kind of emphasized that a lot of the reason they're even, trying to look into this is because of that report from last week that Sharif mentioned in his note. I want to talk about this report because this was kind of co-authored by 3 organizations. One of them is Consumer Reports, which is formerly known as the Consumers Union. The other one is More Perfect Union, which is actually a nonprofit. The last one is a policy think tank called Groundwork Collaborative. Now, all of this is to say, all of these organizations, I looked into this, are kind of biased against corporations. That is pretty clear. Janet Yellen even criticized one of them, specifically Groundwork Collaborative, for misattributing a lot of the causes here of inflation and the ways to cause inflation. So I wanted to get into this because I do think it's really important that if we are going to get this investigation, what is it based on? Because I read this report that Robert Garcia and the FTC both kind of cited directly, or in the FTC's case, indirectly, as their reason for wanting to investigate Instacart. So in Instacart's own response to it, they said apparently the findings of this report are accurate with regards to their AI pricing experimentations at 10 partner and grocery retailers. So you ask, how many partner and grocery retailers do they have? As of 2023, over 1,800. So this is a very infinitesimal percentage point of their overall retailers. I do not think this report is a smoking gun that some of these institutions seem to think it is. And furthermore, the fact that specifically Robert Garcia, again, that is the Democrat who sent this letter to the Instacart CEO, he keeps going on about the AI or algorithmic aspect of this. They're only just beginning to experiment with that. Actually just seeing a headline now, too, on CART, which I want to mention. CART on Watch set to pay $60 million to settle these FTC allegations over the Instacart Plus membership program. I'm going to look more into this to see if this is a different FTC allegation, but either way, CART back in the news here. I'm also seeing that UWMC is halted pending news. That's my thoughts on Instacart. Lots of research. Very excited to see how this all unfolds. Back to you.
Expands beyond crypto into a one-stop trading app. Let's talk about this. This is Coinbase's most aggressive move yet to reposition itself as a mainstream financial platform, expanding, yes, well beyond crypto. They're rolling out products aimed, to become a single app for stocks, derivatives, prediction markets, and of course, on-chain finance. We'll talk about that on-chain in a second here. Management says, they've been doing this. They've been developing it internally for months, and they're now fully built, and they're ready to launch it. Here's the deal. They're going to get into stock trading. They're going to get into futures, perpetuals, and prediction markets. With the prediction markets, they're going to tie up with Kalshi. This puts Coinbase obviously in direct competition with the likes of Robinhood as well as some others, IB, KR as the other one that Joseph and I use. And Coinbase outlined, this is kind of really what I liked out of the report, their tokenization roadmap. They're going to start with traditional stock trading for that. They're going to, with a view to, long-term tokenized equities. They want all the equities to be on the blockchain so that people can distribute them, buy and sell them freely. The company launched Coinbase Tokenized to that end, which is going to be an institutional platform aimed at real-world asset tokenization. And they're looking at diversifying. Well, why? Because the crypto market, well, we've seen crypto volumes cool down a little bit here, especially with transaction volumes and transaction margins compressing as they have to drop their price to be in competition with some others here. So Coinbase, Joey, interesting look, and you and I have been talking about this for a while, the tokenization of equities.
Yeah, I think that's big. I mean, with the tokenization, my question to you is, what does that mean? As soon as a lot of these equities are tokenized, does it even matter if Wall Street is like, hey, we're going 23.5 or whatever, or 24.5 or whatever it is? You can trade it whenever you want anyways if everything's already on the blockchain.
Yeah, but you can send it to people where, for example, I know it's not a big deal. I can't send you anything right now.
No, what I'm agreeing with you. So what does it matter if the SEC is like, hey, we're going to change the scheduling if everything is already tokenized where you have access to it 24/7 at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. There have to be some more clarity on the fact it's like, okay, you can't transfer equities on Sundays or something along those lines.
You know what would be interesting?
What's that?
To see whether the bid-ask spread would
how tight? Yeah, the liquidity coming into play.
Because that's the biggest criticism of the 24-hour markets, right? Like the bid-ask spread is going to get
the liquidity. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
Fair enough. You know what's funny, Sharif? I find it funny. I don't know why they say trading volumes cool down when we're selling. Like, look at the volume pickup as soon as we started selling in Bitcoin. So I think that's more transactions. I think in bear markets, there's going to be more transactions. And I think we've seen in the likes of Robinhood with their previous report as well, too. But I think one thing that's really important to note is this space starting to get a little too flooded.
Like the brokerage space?
Yeah, exactly,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Because think about it, you have the Weebles now, you have the IBKRs, you have
Hood.
is it SoFi a broker?
They're trying
It's
to,
trying
yeah,
to be,
they're
trying to be. You have the Robin Hoods, you have the TD Ameritrades, you have the Schwabs and everything along those lines. So it's like, hey,
good point.
It's a pretty flooded space, and who's going to come out on top? And what is it that is going to make them come out on top? Is it going to be commissions, right? So like, what is going on that front? Because there will be a leader.
Man.
Who do I think that is right now? I think Robinhood has the slight edge, right? Because they were the first ones to tokenize in the private space,
right.
In Europe, that is. So I think that's a good starting point for them to start doing that here before some of these bigger names start to go public, and that can give them a solid lead in this race. But a lot going on with, we know Coinbase has been getting hit as of late as well.
It's been getting hit, yeah.
So.
All right, let's go on.
One last thing. Do we think that this kind of decouples the correlation between Coinbase and Bitcoin if they start to trade equities as well?
Oh yeah, you have to assume there's going to be a little bit of a decorrelation there because, well, I mean, if they're not strictly crypto volume and crypto trading focused, yeah, for sure. That doesn't look very good on Bitcoin. Is that Coinbase?
This is Coinbase. You're down 44%.
That's looking like the flat bottom break.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Lululemon, man. Elliott Management, we all know them as an activist investor. They took a stake in Lulu. So activist investor Elliott Management has accumulated over $1 billion of Lululemon shares. That makes it one of the company's largest shareholders. This move signals, of course, their aggressive push to influence strategy as well as leadership with, Lulu brand in some trouble as of late. Let's talk about this. Elliott has been working for months, though, to try to find a suitable replacement for the outgoing CEO. And they've been speaking with this woman named Jane Nielsen. She is the former CFO and COO of Ralph Lauren, and they view her as a very good potential CEO candidate. Lulu confirmed last week that CEO Calvin McDonald will step down in January after 7 years at the helm without naming a successor. And this lack of clear transition plan increases the likelihood that there could be a contentious and very expensive board fight, and we know Elliott does not shy away from those board fights. The founder as well of Lululemon, a dude by the name of, Chip Wilson, he actually blasted the previous CEO as well as the board, and he says, look, we need new the founder and largest shareholders, Chip Wilson's publicly called for an urgent CEO search led by new independent directors.
Marijuana news.
Wilson also blamed McDonald as well as the board for what he called strategic missteps and the company's prolonged stock underperformance. And we know as well, Elliott's involvement mirrors their recent past activism in the likes of Pepsi and the likes of Phillips 66, which is reinforcing their willingness to push for that operational and leadership change. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to get news from Adara, and Adara, please comment on this one as well.
Yeah, sounds good. I have a couple pieces of news to mention here. MSOS, I'm seeing more reports here. Apparently, marijuana will remain illegal to possess under federal law, according to a senior administration official, saying that there is currently insufficient evidence of marijuana's medical uses and that the Trump order that would be coming out makes no changes to criminal penalties or access for recreational use of marijuana. Now, apparently, this executive order is just going to be directing the Attorney General at the DOJ to expedite reclassification of marijuana. So they're not going to be reclassifying it right away. They're just going to expedite this reclassification. Apparently, Trump himself saying that the order will not legalize marijuana in any way and that the order is not, I will repeat, legalization. I'm going to keep looking into this, but I also want to mention PANW for you as well. Sam Altman saying that he and his team at OpenAI are beginning to explore trusted access programs for defensive cybersecurity work. So with that in mind, PANW moving a bit. CrowdStrike did not really move on this. But again, I'm going to keep an eye here on this executive order stuff, and I'll give you guys more comments when I have more to say on that, more information. I want to talk, though, about Lululemon. Because you guys know me, I will focus on, the tiny little aspect of a story that I find interesting. What I find interesting about this story is Jane Nielsen. Jane Nielsen is the woman that reportedly, according to this WSJ story, Elliott Management is trying to work with to make her the new CEO of Lululemon. So this is kind of interesting because, I guess with Lululemon versus Ralph Lauren, you do have that sort of high-end retail experience. She was there for 9 years. You guys know how I feel about CEO hopping. She has not done that. She's kind of stayed at the company, but she also does not have a CEO position to her name, which isn't in and of itself a bad thing, but it is interesting because the role of CFO, she served now 3 times, once at Coach for 5 years, and then, and this is what I really want to talk about, she was the CFO at different divisions of Pepsi, on and off for almost 17 years. Now, why is this significant? Because you might remember, Elliott Management was recently involved in Pepsi. Now, I can obviously not prove any kind of cahooting here, but I do think it is interesting that now we've got, again, Jane Nielsen was involved at Pepsi for many a year, like literally almost 2 decades. Now, apparently, she's in talks with Elliott here for this Lululemon role. I'm gonna look more into this. Obviously, a lot of this is just kind of my thoughts right now, but this is a pretty interesting story here, and I wanna see what kind of unfolds from this. I'm not sure if she'd be like the right CEO for Lululemon with this kind of pedigree. Again, no CEO background and also no athletic apparel background. But we're gonna have to wait and find out what happens here. I kind of wonder if Lulu's gonna go with an internal hire, but I do kind of find it hilarious that they announced, along with their earnings, their succession plan that included no succession plan. Back to you. I'm gonna look more into this cannabis story, guys.
Yeah, give us your take, Joey.
I think it's interesting. I think you also know where I stand in the retail space. I think it's best for Lululemon to start to kind of switch over into that online e-commerce presence, brick and mortar, opening up new stores. What we're seeing in the stock right now, and we're seeing it across a lot of the names, whether it be American Eagle, Abercrombie and Fitch.
Yeah.
I think this is a little bit of a Christmas rally. What's going on and what's going to happen in the coming months is obviously yet to be told. I think that Lululemon might be in a little bit of trouble because the ever so revolving door of the athleisure wear is definitely here. It's either Aloe, Gymshark, whatever it may be. So one day you're hot, the next day you're not. As for the CEO, I think they have a new CEO. I think they have a lot of work because the stock has been down substantially off of its previous pivot high, down more than 40%, 50%.
50%. Trump Media to merge with fusion power firm Tay. That's why DJT is up 40% today. So DJT agreed to merge with Tay Technologies in an all-stock transaction, valuing it at over $6 billion. Shareholders of each company, they're going to own about 50% of the combined entity, and it's expected to close in mid-26. Devin Nunes, that's the chairman and CEO of Trump Media. He's going to become a co-CEO of the new company, sharing leadership with Michelle Beinbauer, who is the current CEO of TAE Technologies. So they focus on fusion power, which is, kind of the electric power. They focus on fusion power, electric vehicle power management, and targeted cancer treatments. It positions DJT, of course, beyond the current scope of their company right now, which is social media, and it has exposure to clean energy and advanced sciences. Fusion does, though, kind of remain that long-dated, capital-intensive future outlook for energy generation, is widely anticipated to be the main energy generation source for the next half of this century, but not quite there yet. I do follow this from time to time, and I think that they actually just got net positive, meaning that the amount of energy that they use to create fusion, which is the way that the sun creates energy, actually produced more energy than was required in the intake process. So that was a milestone that they reached. I think it was MIT or Harvard or something like that. But still very much a science experiment and not available or not ready for market yet. DJT was up 31% in the pre-market. It is up over 40% now, 1478 high. Joey, what do you make of this?
Is this thing in the meme ETF? If it's not, it should be.
A meme ETF? Yeah,
it should be. It should be, right?
I have no idea.
No, I'm not. Well, that's my question. Like, is DJT in the meme ETF? Who was just recently implemented into that? I mean, this stock is a little bit tougher to trade. I know that it's in play today here, guys. You get a nice little gap up from $10, which was roughly around the lows, or $11 or so, and you're continuing to climb to the top side. But if we go back, I mean, this thing is tough, right? Whether it be Trump Coin, DJT, 81%. I don't know if this stock will ever recover back to those previous levels and highs of around $70 to $80.
YouTube secures exclusive Oscar streaming rights, not right away. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, they signed an exclusive deal with YouTube, of course, owned by Alphabet, to stream the Oscars from 2029 to 2033. The agreement begins on the 101st Academy Awards, so they won't get that inaugural 101, but at least they got something. No, this is going to be available on YouTube YouTube TV subscribers in the US, but it's going to be free globally on YouTube for international viewers. And it's going to include the red carpet events, behind the scenes content, access to the governor's ball, all things I just absolutely do not care about. The deal significantly broadens the reach compared to legacy TV. And then Disney and ABC, they're going to retain domestic broadcast rights through 28, which means that they get the 100th anniversary of the Oscars. International distribution is going to remain, though, Joey, under Disney's Buena Vista International through the current contract.
Come to me, please, news.
You like this? I mean, I personally don't give what about the Oscars or anything related with Hollywood, but I like the fact that they're diversifying away from just that regular, broadcast TV stuff.
Okay, let's go to Adair. We'll come back because I think there's some interesting points to be made here with YouTube.
Why CBD holding here and actually pushing higher prior to that hold? We do have comments coming from the Administrator for Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. That is, of course, Dr. Mehmet Oz. He's saying that millions of Americans on Medicare are going to become eligible to receive CBD as early as April 2026. So CBD really being emphasized here in this executive order. Again, as I mentioned, the executive order does push for more research and specifically more for access to CBD. It also directs the Attorney General to fast track the rescheduling of marijuana to Schedule 3, though Trump did emphasize this in no way makes marijuana legal. Back to you.
Ram, check your chat, please.
So this, never mind the Oscars, whatever's going on with that stuff, because you and I could care less about it.
No.
But what we haven't seen from YouTube is that they haven't been bidding on these sports contracts.
No, they haven't.
Do you think that that's a good strategic move, considering that Paramount Plus paying out the wazoo for the UFC deal? You have the NBA deals that are just continuously growing with Amazon. You have the NFL deals that are growing. NHL starting to play catch up as well, too. Do you think that's a good move by the parent company, Alphabet, and YouTube to not be going after these sports rights, or do you think that it's going to hurt them in the long run? Okay, so I'm going to say face value, not a good idea, unless there is some sort of other plan to become niche in something else. In this case, I mean, it may be something to do with Hollywood. I have no idea. But offhand, no, because sports events keeps growing. We see the purses growing. We see the amount of users growing. We see basically all the redistribution of content in shorter form all over the internet growing. So I do agree with you. Sports definitely, and streaming sports specifically, definitely a growing market. It probably makes sense for Google to jump into that bandwagon. Eventually.
But at the same time, you've got some competitors there. You got Apple with the MLS. I know that contract's expiring, but you saw what Amazon did to TNT and TBS. They outbid them.
Outbid them, yeah.
But I don't think Amazon's bigger.
So that's what I'm thinking. Like, it's like, hey, could this be kind of a capital preservation, or is it going to hurt them in the long run, not getting involved with the sports? Because it's real. Those NBA deals, I think it was like, I don't even know the numbers, like $70 billion or something.
I don't know if it's capital preservation as like their main motive, or other, aside from.
It's not like they're cash strapped or anything along those lines, but the deals cost.
It just might not be what they want to focus on, and so that's what I'm trying to say. If they chose to get into sports, I think it would make sense. But if the company's chosen to find something else as its niche, then. How about it? And it's not cheap, by the way. Have you seen what YouTube TV costs in the States? Like almost $100.
Yeah.
So it's not cheap. Certainly not cheap. All right, let's go on to the next story. What do we got over here? Birkenstock, solid quarter. Burke's down big, I think, in the pre-market. It was down like double digits. 8%. It's off the lows. It dropped all the way to 39.50. It's up to 42.60. EPS 60 euros, whatever, 60 penny euros. I don't know how you even call that. Estimates were 0.4. I'll just call it 0.6 euro. Estimates were 0.4. Quarterly revenue coming in at $615 million. It's a 15% year-over-year increase, and it beats the street's expectations. Their America's revenue grew 11%. Europe grew 16%. APAC grew 33, so they had their biggest move there. Revenue rose double digits across all segments, with gross margins, though, declining 90 basis points, now below 60% at 58.1. They've opened 30 new retail stores, and now that brings their total to 97 locations globally. They also are pushing DTC, direct to consumers, and with their APAC share for DTC, rising 120 basis points up to 11%. They also guided pretty poorly here, though. And that's why they sold off aggressively here. Joey, what do you make of Burke?
Yeah, Burke, I mean, inception 2023 here in the overall market. I mean, you open up around, let's get a little bit more detail here for you guys. On the first day of trading, you open up around $40. So 3 years, you're essentially right back where you were, Sharif. We have a previous high of around $64, down 33% from that specific zone. So, I mean, it's been 3 years of dead money here in Birkenstock Holdings. So not the best look, if you ask me.
All right, guys, that concludes the news segment. The other stuff, not really that important. So we're going to bring you back to the main trades on the day, DJT. It's at highs. It's trading at highs, 1478 high. It's at 1467. It's a good look right now. It's Ramin, screen, please. It's holding the 10 EMA on the 5, guys. All the dip trades, I'm talking about that 145 candle as well as the current 155 candle, all finding support at the 10 EMA. So this could be a bull flag continuation. Look for a break in 15 coming soon as well. We took out pre-market highs, which were about 1470, 1469. So a great look right now for DJT. We're going to be keeping an eye on that one into the afternoon. David, dropping cash in the chat, 20 big ones. Hope you woolly bulls have a good day. D-Trade, DJT, no soup past 1475. It's got 1478 high, my man. Year-to-date record today, kept car insurance scammer on phone, 16 minutes. They Googled John Voight's 80s Chrysler LeBaron and hung up. That's amazing. Word up, Joe Riffs. All right, man, that's a whole lot there, but the John Voight thing and the LeBaron. You bought a LeBaron? Anybody who knows Seinfeld knows exactly about that. A LeBaron, and a convertible one at that. Shout out to Big Larry Ellerson in the chat. He's dropping 5 in the chat. We wouldn't touch Sydney Sweeney with a 10-foot pole, right, Joe? Sharif? Look, man, I can like a person from Hollywood and not like Hollywood. What is going on here? Like, am I supposed to dislike everybody in Hollywood? But your point well taken. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, Big Larry Ellison. And shout out to Sydney Sweeney for making me some money.
Oh, she got a new movie out there.
I saw the boxing one.
No, not that one. A different one.
Oh, with the girl from Mean Girls.
Who's that?
The blonde girl from Mean Girls. I don't know.
Blake Lively.
I have no idea.
I have no idea either, man. We're talking the wrong book here, Sharif. We're gonna
girl from Mean Girls, bro.
I don't know Mean Girls, bro.
You don't know Mean Girls?
No, I don't know Mean Girls, man.
Rachel
McAdams.
McAdams?
Name, but anyway, yeah, she was like
Who's Rachel McAdams?
the airhead in no, not Rachel McAdams.
Okay.
Rachel McAdams was the mean one. She was. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, all right. I appreciate it. I have no idea.
Not Lindsay Lohan either, guys. The other one. So not Rachel McAdams, not Lindsay Lohan. Who? Regina George, that's Rachel McAdams. Yeah, that's Rachel McAdams. All right, guys.
All right,
it is 2:02.
This is how we're sending it off right here, Sharif, for our guy, your Huckleberry. We're going to send over the big boys now.
Oh. That way, Ram.
Welcome, everybody. I'm still trying to figure out why are we talking about Mean Girls? What did we miss?
Sharif was saying that he didn't have too much interest in Hollywood, and then someone had said, what about Sydney Sweeney? And then Sydney Sweeney went on to some new movie releases. Come on, Neil, get with it over here.
Yeah, my bad.
You know, and then we went back to Mean Girls, which was filmed about 5 minutes. I was actually at the school Mean Girls was filmed at last night. I was there. So funny that this happened because we're just talking about it. Like, what a small world that is, actually. So shout out to Etobicoke Collegiate. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. And it's funny because we'll talk about this. I actually looked it up. I've only traded one symbol today, and it's Rivian. And look where Rivian is right now, up 9% and near the highs. And I actually was showing this, and this is what we just did here. Rivian, and then we got reserved. So we're gonna make a play on a Rivian R2 here, and today's R2 brought to you by Rivian, the stock itself. Right there. Oh, it's oh shoot. Yeah. Oh, here, I'll just open it up again in a new tab. It's just the reserve page. Oh, nice. Oh. Yeah, it's nothing. It's just, this is what, it's a 5-seater. It's supposed to be really good. We'll see. We got it reserved, so we put in a reservation for this, so the wife may get a Rivian after all. Right there. Yeah, what's up, guys? And then not only that, Pathik, man, we also reloaded this right there. So we got it right off the jump. This is we put 1850 down on the sticky note. It hit early. That was a good trade there. And then we actually reloaded it again just to watch it get there back to the upside. Unfortunately, I wasn't sitting here when this happened, 1935, but we went and got a coffee. Now we're back and got some more outs there. So what I was saying is that I've made only one symbol today, and I think that might be a record for me up to this point. We'll look to make a little bit more as we continue to go on. But yeah, not bad. We had those Italian meatballs there for lunch. They were pretty good, but
they're pretty good.
You know, could always
garlicky, but
yeah, could always do better. I don't like the strong red sauce or anything.
It was a lot of sauce, and the sauce was very garlicky. It was tasty, but they might have overdone it a little bit here. What did I just hear about NVIDIA? No, you know what's crazy? It's like, I don't know, we've had discussions before, and I understand people's viewpoints about stop orders, whether they like them, whether they don't like them, where you might want to use them, where you might not want to use them. I personally think it's kind of it's the time that you do have one and it matters. Like, here's the way I would look at it. I would rather have a bunch of bad stop outs to avoid like the worst happening. I'm sure we'll talk about the weed stuff because there was a couple of headlines there as well. But I'd rather, you know, be able to deal with, okay, fine, that's a bad stop out. I got to jump back in because it wicked me out. Using a stop order gets you out at the low, and then you have to re-enter the trade, as opposed to when that news hit, because I was sitting in a VWAP long, and CGC was at the high of the day. And I'm sitting literally, and I still have like 75% of the position on, looking for the break of the high of the day, just kind of cruising. It's like, oh yeah, it's going. It's going to break. We're going to get 50s. And then the next thing you know, it hits the stop, you get out. But imagine a scenario where you don't have a stop there, where you're like, oh, I'm going to be the person that reacts to that. Instead of getting out at 24 on a 25 break, you could be getting out at 15, which is silly. Well, I mean, whatever, to each their own. It doesn't really matter. But I think we have this discussion over and over again. I would rather have some stop outs where you got to jump back in than the nuclear option, which is getting smoked.
Yeah, we have lots of examples like that. I mean,
this is an obvious one. It was literally at the high of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're
not concerned about it.
Yeah, this is what we try to teach every day, man, is risk management, right? And I don't know, sometimes we get people in there that say like they don't use stop orders, and I don't know. So to your point, I don't know why or who those people are, but
I mean,
you should definitely. No, I don't understand that. I still don't understand. Like, people are in the chat. I don't understand the point of no stop orders.
Well, I would think if you're in the pre-market and maybe you don't have access.
Okay.
To them,
yeah.
I understand not every broker does. I will say this here at Real Trading. You can use stop orders in the pre-market. Anyone that trades with Real Trading, just understand not all of them. We have a various number of stop orders you can use. Not all of them work in the pre-market. Some do, some don't, but you do have access to them here. And I think one of the, it's happened to me before where like you use 2 or 3 and then I'll just instinctively throw out one. It's like 920 something, and for whatever, maybe you got in position before, I'll instinctively throw one out that doesn't work in the pre-market by accident. And then you're like, oh, yeah, that's right, I can't use that. But you should have some kind of a risk plan. Anyways, I like them I like to have stop orders.
Yeah, for sure.
Right chat here. Oh, that's what I always forget to do.
Yeah, you got to get in that right chat.
Make sure I'm in here. What Mike's saying? I sound like I'm speaking at the end of a long hallway. What does that even?
Echo, maybe. Is there an echo with Neil here? Yeah, no.
You should see my mic setup, what Fabian just did.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
You guys can't see it.
With that. Yeah, no, I was going to say, like, there was someone in the chat there that said, you know, when I mentioned there that, you know, I'd only traded one symbol, and they were like, you know, I kept saying traders got to trade and everything, and then I responded like, you know, you got to wait for the right setups when that happens. Then you showed that CGC trade. So I was just going to say, and I already know the answer to this, but how many symbols have you traded today?
I don't know, 7 or 8 probably.
Yeah, exactly. So there's lots of opportunities here. One for me, 7 or 8 for him. I mean, it's just a matter of what you guys see as opportunities, right?
Well, here's the thing. If you trade setups, like there's some stocks I will trade more than once. Like Intel's an example. Like I'll trade Intel more than once. We got a bunch here. CGC was part of the plan. I'll trade that. I'll trade that more than once. But I have like BM&R, effectively one trade that I just, hey, where's my trend line? Just I didn't hit save. I just gotta get this up for myself. Like this one was, oh, I'm in it, but I'm gonna add to the position. It's effectively one trade where I was sort of averaging up as it was going on the trend. But like there's gonna be other ones where it's gonna be like a one and done. Like I'll wait all day long for one setup in DJT. Wait all day long. 1, 2, 3. You always hear me say 3 contacts, trend line break. Someone's like, yeah, short DJT at the top. I'm like, nah, I'm going to short the trend line break. That's my play. Third out here, look for VWAP. But that's like a one shot. And then I don't even look at DJT again because I don't think it's going to do the same setup again. But it's whatever works for you. You know what's hilarious? I saw somebody today talking about the how there was an IPO today. It's like, oh, the IPO. Okay, let me preface that. There was an IPO today. It's nothing like.
Get me excited over
It's nothing like the one size from yesterday. What was it? It's FJet, right? And someone said, it blows it out of the water, the IPO from yesterday. And all I will say is this. Could you have made a lot of money trading FJet? Probably, but there isn't a comparison between this and what happened in Medline. Like this opened up, instantly halted down. So if you take the opening print, you just immediately rinse. It opens up, so it halts down at like.
Oh, that's the open right there. Yeah, so you're screwed right away.
And then it opens up for like $3 lower. So if you sit it out, like I'm not paying attention to it, and then maybe you just take a halt there, that's a very different trade. So for us, there's no chance this could, like I would never have been profitable on this because once it opens up downside, I don't know if I'm getting involved in this candle or chasing it up there. It's just very different, probably much more difficult to scale on FJet. So it's like, yeah, there was an IPO today. This is not one I would have touched with a 10-foot pole. But if you have a strategy that works for that, I don't know, maybe just take the first up halt. Maybe that's your jam. You certainly would have worked out pretty well. But man, you got rinsed on this in a big way if you took the opening print.
Yeah, no, not a good one. And, the major difference is we had no idea that this was happening. And yesterday it was on our watch list and it was on the sticky note and it was on all of our notes. So I think that's a big one. I don't even know what this one is. Got it, exactly. All right, a lot of people saying the executive order that was signed obviously related to CBD in the marijuana space. We had a couple different halts. We had YCBD halt, we had CGC, we had Tilray, we had MSOS with multiple halts as well. I get a feeling that it might be on the board. So we're going to go over to Sharif. We'll talk about all these plays. If you are waiting for more marijuana talk, it'll happen as we go. So just keep on going right now. Trump in my ear looking to declare national emergency on housing. Okay, I don't know what that means. We can check out Lennar or B.H. Horton or something like that. But all right, you saw Sharif waving. Is he ready now? He is ready now.
That's awesome. I like that. Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and loaded in there. See ya. And we are ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to get into the chat at any point in the day before right now and vote for your favorite tickers. You guys can see Tesla leading the way there on the board. TSLA up big today. We'll get to that one in a second. But Fabian, we want to look at all 4 major averages, and they're all green, much unlike yesterday when they were all red. 1.6 here for the NQ leading the way to the high side, trying to break back above 25.4. There seems to be a lot of resistance at 25,400. Separately, the ES also getting back above 6,800, but below that 6,850, it's up 0.89. The Dow not faring nearly as well as all other 4 major averages, 3 major averages, excuse me. It's up 0.29, and then the Russell, the small cap heavy, nicely above 2,500 and up 0.9% on the day. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, TSLA, and there's no specific headline today on Tesla, but this one sold off aggressively after making all-time highs the day prior. Nice bounce back up today, guys, as it accumulates into 500.
Yeah,
wow, 490.
That's a pretty wide accumulation if we're going to call Because usually accumulation is like, yeah, we're just going sideways at a support level. Well, if it ends up accumulating in this kind of a range, then buckle up, everybody, because like Tesla went $15, and that's not even the full move from yesterday. Ultimately, almost the entirety of the move to get back to 490 today. So it's as weird as it seems. Like Tesla is, I guess, in a new upper range band, which is very, very wide, which probably requires a ton of patience. I'm going to think like 470-ish to the bottom and 490 to the top. And maybe Tesla's the kind of thing now where you just have to wait till it decides not to trade at either one of those levels. It's all systems go on the breakout, and technically it looks way better on the daily than the choppy mess the last couple of days. On the daily chart, this just looks like, hey, you broke a fresh high, you pulled back into prior highs, and now you're holding this consolidation. So yeah, it's absolutely holding a top-end consolidation. It's just a very wide range to trade. I don't know. I didn't have anything terribly clear on it today, so I stayed away from Tesla. It oddly enough did give you the short off the 80 to 82 area a couple times, and then it broke away from that level. So if you're ignoring those tops and bottoms, there's at least some kind of pivot off the 80 level you can be playing into. Maybe we see that this afternoon.
Yeah, I think you could get a run to 500 again here, to be honest with you guys. It's too bad because you guys know that I'm all about the 200 period moving average. So if you come over here to the charts, you'll see right there that it did hit early at 474. So are you grinding up those eggs back there, Sharif? All I heard was just like grind. Ramin, I'm not done yet over here. Ramin, all I heard was grinding. I didn't even look backwards. Well, just 6 eggs. Okay.
6 eggs.
Neil, you know that I have 12 eggs every morning, so 6 is half. I mean, I don't know why you're getting so surprised. But
So wait a second, is that 12 plus 6?
So you've got 18 eggs today?
I don't eat all the yolks. So we're only going to have 2 or 3 yolks here, Katina, man, out of the 6. In the morning, I also have 2 or 3 out of the 12, so it's not even that bad.
You don't get those tree trunks without.
So you've had 18 eggs. Okay, so
They're not
all right.
counting the sausages that are all in there.
I don't count those as sausages anyways, Ramin. Those are like boiled hot dog things that I'm not even sure Sharif should be eating, to be honest with you. All right, 487 right now for Tesla. But okay, honestly, so you're having too much fun. I was sitting here like this, and all of a sudden I heard crack, 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 and I'm like, I know this dude is rolling those eggs.
18 eggs?
I saw him do it. 18 eggs. You know what? It's too bad that we didn't do like a Christmas exchange thing, because I just got this guy a chicken coop. You know, one that he can put on his condo outside on his balcony. You know, have some chickens there.
My sister-in-law, they got chickens.
Yeah.
Why not, Sharif?
Yeah, exactly. Marissa wanted some for our house over here.
You guys, you do it.
Yeah. I think no, it's not legal in our neighborhood. We thought it was. The guy across the street put a chicken coop in. No, I know. The guy across the street put one in, and I talked to the guy. He got bylawed. Yeah, someone came over.
Someone ratted on him?
Well, ratted on him.
What are you going to do?
Chickens are like walking around the neighborhood, man. No, they're in the coop, of course. Okay. Hi, I'm Sean. I get very distracted. All right, so Tesla. What about it again? Yeah, so I really like this 200 period moving average. The problem is it wasn't on the radar yesterday, honestly, and I had said this 480 marker could have been a good blowout top there. It does happen right away. I don't think you ever take Tesla off the very first move any day. It can definitely do this little rinse action, which it did wind up doing. I feel like once it's settled and we kind of knew that the movement was going to be up and the market was going to hold today, you probably could have played it off VWAP. And so that, to me, would be the next sort of level that you would play off right now here, volume-weighted average price. My only thing is now is the futures, right? And you're coming back in. I don't mind it if you're trading in between the 50 and VWAP, but right now it looks like you're trying to head a little bit lower. So I don't think the futures, if they do break VWAP and start to trend a little lower, I think traders would like to look at this low again. So that probably means Tesla does wind up breaking. Yeah, you do put that on there, Ram, a little undercover there. I see what you're doing. Okay, but anyways, oh man, there we go. But Tesla on the downside anyways, keeps it going. I don't know if Rivian's gonna be on there, but we're basically in, and this is for you. I think it was Jam or someone in the chat there said, Sean, ring the Dollar Club register there, and I'm not trying to be like, you know, all about that, but we got it there on Rivian, so it went up to 40s. We took a little bit out, 4 cents short there on Rivian, and I really enjoy trading Rivian today, man. They had that upgrade, so I'll almost see if it's on the board. I'm not sure if it is or not. Yeah, there they are, Ram. Those are the eggs right there. Okay, sure, yeah, there. There they go. All right, over to the desk, and we'll talk about topic 2. Maybe it's like Smithfields or something, some sort of an
I haven't cheated today.
egg company. Oh yeah, it's gonna be DJT or Micron, it looks like. All right, over to Sharif.
I like Ram Ram on the ones and twos. She's causing all sorts of havoc over here. Shout out to Ram Ram. I saw the fart quotes there in the chat, guys. There's no farts over here. You can ask the boys. No bad smells over here.
I was wondering what that was.
Get out of here, Sean. DJT up almost 39%, guys, after this new tie-up here with TAE Technologies. It's a $6 billion all-stock deal. Shares are up big. I was trading this one the entire midday show. TA plans utility-scale fusion within a year, backed by $2 billion in funding and 20 years of experience. They know. Analyst says the deal aligns with U.S. energy ambitions amid the AI growth and China's competition, guys. So DJT up nicely here, trying to take out 15 bucks.
Yeah, hey, look, it's certainly doing better than I would have expected. The thing about this combination, the CAE is a private company, so it's not like up and just go, okay, so you get 50% of DJT, you get 50% of this. Let's figure out some kind of a reasonable fair value, use some historical prices, and bada bing, bada boom, like figure something out. You can't really do that unless you're really familiar with TE in the private market. But overall, there's the squeeze aspect to this. Fusion has a tremendous amount of upside, and there is actual progress being made in the sector for sure. So there's a there. I just don't know how you would properly value this, not to be ringing some of the register here. So if it was me, and DJT did the old, let's do the SPAC bounce off 10 and basically fill in the gap because at a double bottom at 15, well, that's what it's giving you today. So without really having to, I guess, roll too deep in this, I wish I'd gone in this off at the $10 level. I almost feel like anything that was a post or previous SPAC that has hype behind it or a big short float or just has some of that oomph to it, it's worth it. If it bases off that $10 level, I know Webull was kind of the same thing the first time, and DJT managed to give it to you twice off of this $10 level, go all the way back to September 2024. You just kind of take the shot, gives you good risk to reward usually. I think that's what's going on here with DJT. Let this settle down for a couple of days because this stock clearly has a tendency to get some news and pull back on you. But yeah, move to that 15. I already took the reversion shot on it. I don't really see another opportunity unless it has to go parabolic or set something up very, very clean for a trend break, and it hasn't gone parabolic today at any point. It's actually been relatively controlled on DJT, which I'm surprised. I'm used to seeing at some point some kind of insanity spike, and then you start to see the back end. That hasn't really happened. It's been very controlled and very orderly to the upside.
I was going to say, first of all, right now, unorderly or not, we just got Rivian up there at 1947. So that is really, really starting to go here. The only trade I have on here today. Look, I don't know. Someone in the chat said that a couple days ago I was mentioning DJT because I was at 10 bucks. And I was just mentioning that it has bounced off $10, and it used to be a SPAC. So SPACs always start off at 10. And this one was DWAC, which was probably the most exciting time in the show's history. If we ever find that video, you can see it. Again, maybe we can find that. I know Ramin's busy today, but there's videos of that. It's on Twitter. I can go find it too. But it was 10 bucks. And I was, yeah, don't worry about it. I'll tell you after. It was this little spot right here breaking above 10 bucks that, you know, I don't know, bouncing spot up to 11.74. Obviously, when you make calls like that, you have absolutely no idea that something like this is about to happen. But there it goes, right? And sometimes if you do a little bit of research and you find out that maybe $10, there could be some potential buyers there or a floor there or something. Now, we've seen a lot of SPACs break way through 10, and that's that, right? Once it breaks through, you want to get rid of it. So you had a great opportunity there on DJT. It didn't break 10 at all. So if that was your strategy, you know, it worked amazingly right there, and it may be that trade again. So there you go, man. DJT off $10. I would just say if you're long this name, potentially get some out now, but at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world if you let this thing run a little bit higher and then use 10 as your stop just to see what can go, right? Because
I want that stick.
Okay, we got to go to Neil immediately for an ad read.
Immediately? Yeah, you know why, Sean? Because I was just finding something crazy when I was digging into exchanges. I stumbled across BTCC, top 30 globally, and they've never, ever, ever been hacked. It's true, Sharif. While other exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. And through Trader TV, you can grab a 100 USDT coupon for registering and a 15% bonus that covers losses up to 15K USDT. So, what are we missing here? I don't know, not much. Scan that QR code out in front if you want more information, and thank you to BTCC. And I also want to thank the generosity of, I'm going to say this out loud just to make sure that this happens, the generosity of Remain. Team Ram Ram has said, I have a Snickers for you. Neil. So there's apparently a Snickers.
In the fridge.
I have.
It's all
I like
over
food.
Ram Ram.
Oh, okay. So you've seen it, and she's offered. And she's so kind. She said you can have the Snickers. So I'm saying it out loud just to make sure I get it. So if I don't get a Snickers,
I love how when Neil tries to act sweet, he always goes into a new voice. He goes like, yeah, so, you know. It's like when you talk about your daughter, you're like, yeah, so Team Ram Ram, my daughter. It's really nice, Neil. I like that.
It's, you know what? It's entirely natural. Except
I really, really like it.
And I tell my daughter this all the time. She's like, when I'm speaking to her nicely, sometimes you have to, you know, kids will be kids. And I'll be speaking to her nicely. She's like, Daddy, you're being mean. Oh, because I'm telling you something that you don't want to hear, but I'm speaking nicely. You will always know if I'm actually upset or something is really serious. I go, that's the thing. Like, to me, it's an important part of communication at the end of the day. Although I will say this, my pops, he was a very one tone. Like, it was, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was scary. Sometimes you couldn't tell, but you'd have to look in the eyes. You have the same tone if he was happy or if you were in like deep trouble. You just had to be able to read it. And then once you realized it, it's like, okay, shoot, he sounds like he's being normal, but no, he's being dead serious here. Don't play around. Mom's on the other hand, different story. No, you knew from the first word out of her mouth whether you were in deep, you know what, or it was just a small deal. Easy. Sometimes she wouldn't even have to say anything. It was like you walk in the room, it's like, oh, don't mess around with a West Indian parent.
Yeah, my wife is the boss in my house. It's like, can we have French fries? Mother, no. I go, here's my credit card. So it's really bad. I got to get better at that. Okay, back over to the desk, Sia and Sharif.
Guys, on some comments that President Trump was giving moments ago. He said Fed chair announcement will be made over the next couple of weeks. Couple of weeks, you know, to means two, but we'll have to wait and see. Also, speaking about Ukraine, saying, quote, they're getting close to something, but I hope Ukraine moves quickly. Also saying that Congress he doesn't mind telling Congress about any possible attack on Venezuela. He says also there's really no issue with that. So any more comments? I think he's done speaking now. I'll keep my eye out on those and report them back to you. Micron, the next though, ticker on the board, up 12 1/3. What a fantastic report it was for Micron, beating easily on both the top and bottom line, guys, and that ridiculous guide where they were guiding EPS for the next quarter 75% higher than the street's expectations, guys. Micron, 263.65 high, dropping down into the low 50s now.
Stapleton right here. Sean followed you on that Rivian, a little late, but hey man, a little late. Props to you for doing that. And then this is the more important thing. Just joined last week, so first time message. So there you go, man. Free trades given to you every single day right there. And today, I hope that, you know, the fact that I've made just this name twice, and as we continue to go higher there, you know, it's on the note, it's on the sticky note. You guys just keep supporting us. Thank you so much every single day for that. It's great to hear that others are having success following and sort of copying some of the ideas in the trades that we have. So thank you so much, Gregory.
Yeah, I don't have good things to say about Micron, terribly. Ultimately, I think SanDisk was something that I thought would be a trade today on this. It was an absolute blowout. But like everything about that report, it wasn't just that they were beating. They beat significantly. The guide was a significant beat on the guide. So you can't really point to anything as, okay, well, there was slight beats and yada, yada, yada. No, it was all fantastic, but it was unable to break the highs today. So without that, like, to me, I still think you are in the back stages of a potential top here in these in the memory names. I just also think that Micron is probably the best one, and I'm still seeing the way this manifests with SanDisk. I looked at this one today and was like, okay, well, Micron has a chance to break this out. SanDisk, if it even gets to this lower high, you know which one's weaker. The chart's telling you it's weaker. The pullback from the high is telling you it's weaker. The performance on the earnings is telling you that this one is weaker. So I still think this is the one that's going to be the next fade. Just want to give it the old 3-day rule because maybe Micron breaks out tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe Micron breaks out after we give it a couple of days to digest these earnings, and you don't want to be too early trying to look for the sympathy short here in SanDisk. But I think this is where the short is going to be a little bit better over in SNDK. It didn't happen today. What are you going to do? Micron never broke out the high. Despite the market doing what it did, Micron just couldn't give that push, which meant no trade for me on SanDisk. But it'll happen. I think the turn is coming again on at least this name.
Yeah, so, when Micron was up here, I sort of was thinking that it was going to fall down. We made that call. We made it again the other day. And then yesterday, when people were asking me about earnings, I had mentioned that actually the setup on earnings was half decent to get a bounce off the 50 period again, because we got it the last time right there. And as long as the report was good, which we knew it was going to be good, everybody in the quarter, my kid was even telling me what a good move it was that we bought RAM a couple weeks ago. So, if he understands that, then I'm sure that the demand was going to be there for RAM. We know that prices have been through the roof. So if you just come back here to the chart, 260, I already called it this morning before this even happened, that if you get up here, that's a good sell spot. My guy, I think it was Machiavelli or somebody else there in the chat, made 10 grand off of that call. So that was great. Congratulations to all of you that actually put something like that on. That was a big, big call, whoever did that this morning. So good move all the way down. It gets down to $246. It has made a nice little move back end upside. The good thing about all of this, and this is what I always say whenever you get a movement like this, is that now if you like the short, there's just such a clear out, right? That 265 top is your clear out. So I think this is one of those plays where I've already said, I talked about the smartest one in the room, Dara, who's not here right now, made that call on Oracle. And the thing is like, even if on Oracle, if you do think something's fishy right there, right, a couple days, she made it a couple days after earnings, which is right into here. So if you make that call on Oracle and then, you wait maybe for it to bounce back up, similarly to like what Micron's been doing, if you get in right there, then your out can be up here. So it's just like this gives you 330 short, out at 345. That gives you $15. And the downside, although you can never predict how far down we're going to go, but even if you just get into the 50-period moving average, that was $50. So that already is 3-1. And then now we can see where we are right now on Oracle. So yeah, just be careful with your Micron. I think if you're going to be short, you do now have an area to look at, and thank earnings for that, right? That's why we wait for earnings to make calls on different stocks, because now they get some levels and you get a little bit of level of concern over there. I still don't know why. So in my other pool, I've won, if you have Josh Allen in a pool, it's like a cheat.
Doesn't hurt. So
I have Josh Allen in our other pool, and I won, a couple years ago, and I've been second last year. I'm second this year, but we'll have to see if we can call that out. And he got me this little squish thing for Josh Allen. So we want to say shout out to the Buffalo Bills, and it should be another good weekend. I don't know who they're playing. He only has one eye in this, though. It looks like it's come off here in all this time. So hopefully he has both eyes open.
Peeling.
Yeah, hopefully he has both eyes open this weekend. Shout out to everybody who's watching NFL, man. It is basically playoffs, no matter what fantasy you're in.
And the good news is, if you're in the NFL, if you're in your fantasy playoffs, you probably don't have to worry about the fact that you lost Tua for the rest of the season, because if you have Tua, there's no way
you're not even in the fantasy
you're not
playoffs.
in there, so you're good to go.
Or he's like your QB 4 or 5. Who plays tonight? I have to set my lineup.
Oh no, tonight's a huge game.
What is
Seattle
it?
and the Rams. Well, not for fantasy, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have anybody, but
Seattle versus the Rams is a big one.
I have Darno, but I'm not
tonight. I'm gonna get destroyed in the semifinals.
Oh, the Bills are playing the Browns?
I lost my QB2 was Mahomes. I lost him. Neal was my RB3. The guy in New Orleans, he's out. Burden was breaking out, and he was my running back. I'd already lost Kraft. So I actually don't have a choice. I have to start one of the Seattle backs tonight. I don't even want it. I don't have a choice. I got to start Walker or Charbonnet, because I don't have enough healthy bodies to not do it. So. And I'm also starting Gardner Minshew as my QB2 in the semifinals. Thanks, Patrick Mahomes.
Man, you got to have some depth over there, my guy.
When you have Allen and Mahomes, in our league, I always have the most dog crap QB3 because I have my top two are so good. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I figure if I lose one of them anyways, I'm screwed.
Well,
so
Minshew's playing where then? What is he even?
Minshew's Mahomes' backup.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Kareem Hunt. The guy might get 50 carries this game. All right, let's go back. I don't know who they play. Because they're eliminated.
Well, they're actually playing the Titans, so they will. They're going to win.
So it's a good
they are
week
going to
for
win.
them, yeah. All right, Sharif, let's go talk about DJT.
No, we're going to get to that. I want to mention this headline over here, Ram. Michigan regulators approve DTE's energy request to fast-track the power for Oracle and OpenAI's planned Stargate data center in Saline Township for a 1.4 gigawatt project. Oracle would pay the cost under the DTE agreement, including minimum monthly charges and a termination fee. And the company said the broader Oracle OpenAI partnership now tops 8 gigawatts of planned U.S. capacity, with more than $450 billion of investment planned over the next 3 years. That just came out now. So the takeaway from that is the Michigan regulator has now approved their energy request. On to the next story. NVDA up 1.88%, bouncing back from a very bad day yesterday and probably rising amid the Micron bullishness of the AI trade. Separately, though, Tigris Financial raising their price target from $280 to $350. They keep it as a strong buy. The firm calls the must-own core holding in the AI investment theme, boys. NVIDIA up 1.86.
Yeah, it's up, but it's still in this down channel recently. So, yeah, that's sort of the problem. Like, look at the last couple of weeks here on NVIDIA, and it's kind of stair-stepping down. And every time we've had like a good up day, and okay, fine, there's been one good up day, it was followed by the biggest down day. And then we had like 2.5 days of consolidation, and of course yesterday. So like this pattern of we're meeting big up days with rejection, and we're meeting consolidations with moves down until that breaks in one meaningful way, either consolidate and break up or have an update that follows through. I kind of feel like at least this name is weak, but it doesn't mean that that's the place to go short. So 175 was a key price coming in today. I'm glad I didn't trade off of this because it was a chop fest off the 75 level. You could have had a win early, and then you would have just been chopped up off that level after the fact. But I still think NVIDIA, regardless of what anybody sort of looks at it in the long term, in the short term, it's downward trending, looking to find some reasonable support somewhere. It's like you have the 200 period here at 160. You got some wick bottoms at 165. So somewhere in that range, I think it'll show you a temporary bottom. It just hasn't done so yet. For today, the only chip name I traded today was Intel. Started out, actually, you know what? It didn't really set up cleanly, to my chagrin, until VWAP, which I missed that candle. Then I shorted underneath, which was okay, until took the third entry. I hate that entry. I usually have a rule about if I'm shorting a level, and it's showing me first support ends up a higher low. It's like, don't get out till it starts making a bottom. Then I'm like, oh, okay, it's making a higher low, let's get out again. But that's a higher low. I shouldn't be re-entering the trade here because at that point, I should only be re-entering the trade if it breaks that little uptrend that it put on. So I kind of violated that rule. Now I'm just shorting VWAP on Intel. Much weaker name, even though it's up today. But NVIDIA, maybe 160 to 165, we can break this little malaise it's in.
When the seconds count, you do not have time to wait to treat your symptoms. NYSE-listed OGen is rewriting the rules of neurological care. They're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. So if you, a family member, anybody you know is suffering from concussions, please let them know about OGen. Book a meeting with their team today over there at OGen, symbol OGEN, over there on the NYSE exchange. Go check them out. All right, so yeah, just NVIDIA, as Neil had mentioned there with Intel and Broadcom and AMD and all the bunch there. I think it's a nice little rebound day today for sure. I mean, because the fact that we had Micron, it's just sort of reaffirming some of the demand in the space. I know it's, it's RAM, but, good talk about that. If there was no demand for GPUs, there probably wouldn't be demand in this data center place, and that's what NVIDIA is all about anyways right now. I'm a little nervous, obviously, about what's been happening with OpenAI. But I am still long without any ideas of selling any of my NVIDIA. So I would say that if you're not in this name, and it's just, it's not financial advice, just what I'm looking at. I think this is a good area now. Whoa, I think it's a good area now from the highs. Here we go. We have, like, I try to use the equipment and whatever that's been given to us here. So let me just measure this real quick here without going over to TradingView or anything. Yeah, so is that right? 10? No, no. It's only saying it's down 10%, but that cannot be right because the high there was 210. 210 minus $40 is close to 20% right there to the downside there. Yeah, see it says right in, it says 8.98%. Right. So I'll have to see what I did wrong there. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's taking it from this spot. Maybe it's taking it from there. Hold on a second. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll fix it anyways. So I was just going to say, you know, down 20% roughly there on NVIDIA. Probably a spot if you're not long or looking to get longer. You know, bear territory is 20%. So basically NVIDIA is moments away, if not in a bear rate now. And it's really been respected. And forget about what I just drew here. But if you go all the way back, this is July. So forget about like everything you've heard about the demand and everything that NVIDIA is doing. All we've done is just basically erased half of a year. So like if you go back and you think about like what the demand was here and what the price and what the enterprise value for NVIDIA was here, well, they've booked more profits. They still have that big order log as well. And then hopefully now with more opportunities into China, just pay that 25% tariff, then, you know, the China numbers will be in their next, potentially, I don't know, will be in their next release. They were not. There was no China-related numbers in their last release. So how could this be the same enterprise value now as it was back in July? I think that there's a little bit of a down drag in here as traders are nervous and maybe thinking they're caught holding the bag and nobody really wants to average in. So I would just say in and around this area, to me, looks like you could do worse out there. So yeah, NVIDIA down 20% to me would be a buy, and that's where it is right now. So I like it at 170.
All right, guys, F-Jet, Starfighter Space, that's what this company is called, down, halted now, $10.44. Here's some information on the company. So they operate a fleet of modified Lockheed F-104 supersonic jets. They're based out of NASA's Kennedy Space Center. They're used as a first-stage airborne launch platforms for small satellites and other payloads. They go up to about 45,000 feet. They pitch themselves as the only commercial operator actually able to sustain Mach 2 flight, and they're developing this program called Star Launch 1 and 2, which is a suborbital launch program targeting cost-effective and reusable access to space commercials, guys. So down halted here, 1044. Neil covered this a little bit at the open, that, you know, picking it up here at the open as an IPO probably wouldn't have done that well. It has a 599 low and a 1772 high.
Yeah, like if you can catch the bottom on these, I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird one because it was probably fantastic for most people that traded it. And I think maybe just comes down to patience. Like if you just sit it out and then start trading it after, like somewhere when it's not in the immediate halt, which shows you a few bars, get a consolidation. I don't know, maybe there's a long in here off a 10 where you give to 950. Like that's the best I could come up with. I mean, obviously you could have played it here at 13, but I wasn't looking at it. At this point, I don't like anything on the back end of the trade. If it's this volatile at the open to get down to $6, then how much faith do you have in it holding this $10 level? Because a revisit of the lows certainly would make some sense. And the volume's 6 million today. It'll probably be like 1 million tomorrow. So I think this is it was your best shot to have possibly traded it this one early. Interesting. Hey, I like the space that they are in. But this one's going to be a pretty hard pass. But I think the interesting thing is there's something for everybody in the market. Like there was a couple of people, I saw them in the midday, or at least when they were talking about it, that they thought to them this was a better IPO than yesterday. And you know what? If you do better trading an F-Jet type IPO than you would Medline, great. Then make sure you wait for the next F-Jet type. Like I didn't even know this was coming out today because we only look for the big ones on big volume. But again, it comes down to what is your style and what works for you. Because clearly this was a great runner. And don't listen to anybody that, like, I might say, well, I don't like the volume, I don't like the liquidity, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter what I think about it. It just means I don't want to trade it. But if this one works for you and you get patient enough to be able to get it, you're going to probably see bigger percentage wins on stocks like F-Jet on day one. The only thing I would say is, make sure you have a good, solid risk structure, because the downside on this Like when we got stopped out like originally on the open yesterday. Like what did it print? Like a couple of cents underneath the even dollar?
Yeah, the most I saw was 4 cents.
Yeah, like a stop out on this. I don't even want to know what that looks like.
But that's why the strategy changes.
It's just strategy changes. Like you probably are giving it an incredibly wide range. You're probably just trying to not get caught in a halt. Is probably where your stop is. By the way, it just halted. In the time I was talking, it just halted to the downside again. Now at 9.53 with an even tap. This one might retrace all the way back to the bottom.
Telling me that not all IPOs are the same. All right, here's a big shout out right here to Joe Tabor. What's up, Joe Tabor? 6630. That's my wake up time, 6:30. Go right over there. All right, big day today. Short SNDK. Bang. Off 223. All right. And long Lululemon from 168, 18 trading days ago. You and I both, my friend, congratulations on the Lululemon trade there today. I'm just going to go over, and I wanted to pull that up because we're done right now, the rundown, and I just wanted to show you that we did not get to Lululemon, and I actually did not get out of anything during lunchtime, so it does fall in. It's been really getting crushed today a little bit, actually. Back down to the downside, Lululemon now at its lows. So I just wanted to ask there, Joe Tabor there, did you get out of some of your Lululemon today? If not, what would the plan of action be over there? But all right, so there it is, man. Lululemon. Tonight we have Nike, I believe, and we got FedEx. So maybe we can get a chat up there about which stock would you rather own heading into earnings, FedEx or Nike? And then tomorrow we can see where those votes go and who is accurate on that one. For me, I would be FedEx. Okay.
One chart's not like the other, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, exactly. I really like FedEx, and I should have got into that a couple weeks ago. That is my bad, as I'm looking to diversify the portfolio. And for that, I'm going to contact Wu-Tang Financial.
Yes.
All right. So shout out to Sia in the back, and she's going to give us Happening Now.
Thank you so much. Hi, guys. Welcome back. I hope you're having a good day so far. The year-over-year core inflation rate came out today at 8:30 this morning, with the number falling to 2.6 this November, which was the lowest it has been since March of 2021. Also below market expectations of 3%. The actual number came out 0.4% lower than forecasted, standing at 2.6%. Initial job claims also came out earlier today, standing at 224,000, 13,000 lesser compared to last time, and continuing jobless claims at 189,000, 67,000 more than what came out last time. The consumer index also rose to 2.7 annual rate per the delayed report from BLS. And later today, keep an eye out for the Fed balance sheet dropping along with the month-over-month core inflation rate post-market at 4:30 p.m. Let's also quickly go over some headlines for today. Micron has beat Wall Street's fiscal first quarter expectations after its earnings last evening. Company says that it's expecting total addressable market for high bandwidth memory and to hit 100 billion by 2028. MU stock also jumped 12.3% earlier today and is currently up 12.38%. Management has upped their capital expenditure guidance from $18 billion to $20 billion. The company has reported earnings of $4.78 per share and on $13.64 billion in revenue. Let's also take a quick look at Nike. Nike's expected to report its earnings later today after the bell, and currently the stock is up 0.41%. Company has just completed a year under the CEO Elliott Hill's turnaround strategy, which is centered around regaining its growth and market share and focusing more on the wholesale investment in relationships. For the second fiscal quarter of 2026, analysts have expected 38 cents of earnings per share and $12.22 billion in total revenue. Overall, however, Nike stock has dropped more than 11% this year. Also, really interesting news, CMG, Chipotle, has introduced meat in a cup, chasing the protein craze. And because of this, their stock rose 2.07% earlier today. Customers in the United States and Canada will be able to access their 4-ounce adobo chicken and steak extra in a cup starting this Tuesday. And stocks are currently up 2.26%. I personally think this is a really smart move as a lover of Chipotle and someone who chases the daily protein streak. Back to the guys. Thank you.
Questions. I'm raising my hand, Sia. So so as a lover of protein, first off, what do you think about eating about 18 eggs in a day for your protein intake?
I don't want stuff to stink, so I probably know how to do that. I don't know how Sheriff does it.
I love the brutal honesty. Right. Okay. Well.
No, someone in the comments earlier went that, oh my God, Sharif's fart stinks. And I was like, okay, that's a weird comment.
I'm going to take this over. All right, thanks,
Keeping
Sia.
it real,
All right, yeah.
Very right.
Yeah. Or very wrong. Okay, so thanks, Sia. Great little talk there. And Chipotle's been on a move lower as of late. And I mean, I was talking about how more and more, and it's too bad that, all right, well, it's nicely cooking to the upside. Not good earnings, but no, and it doesn't matter. I mean, if we can zoom back out, there's always going to be missed trades and missed opportunities. But I remember sitting here on the, I got to use a different chart. Hold on a second, guys. I'm not going to use this one anymore. CMG right here, just real quick, and then we're going to go over to Adara. I just wanted to say, I was talking about this after their earnings. I mean, they had a huge miss all the way to the downside. And then we talked about more and more return to work. Chipotle is obviously a big lunchtime thing. So outside of more and more high density areas, being populated once again by employees, workers looking for lunch, looking for whatever, I still think Chipotle does have a tough road back to the upside. So we're going to get that all figured out now. 200 period, $44 for Chipotle. I think if you've enjoyed that move up, might be time to look at your position and think about what you're going to do with Chipotle. We'll talk about Kava after we get back from Madeira. I think there's more marijuana news.
Here about the market, because we have comments coming from U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Lutnick saying a couple things of interest, including the fact that apparently more drug pricing announcements are going to be coming before the end of 2025. Now, that's about 2 weeks from now. So we know we had these drug pricing announcements with Pfizer, Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, among others, I believe. Looks like we're going to be getting more before the year runs out. He also said that the new Fed chair, whomever that may be, will bring down interest rates, according to an interview with Fox News. So again, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick making comments, be aware. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. We did have a couple of super chats I wanted to get to. First one, Patrick Jam. Nasty candles on Micron. Are they, though? I mean, not really. This morning, yes. I would say right now it looks pretty steady to the downside, so I'm not sure if you saw anything that we didn't. But, yeah, Micron, despite being up 11%, obviously has been trending down for a little bit, and at the open did the same thing. But I don't think anything too crazy is happening in Micron. Maybe you have some dark pool wicks that I'm not seeing. And then we have another one, and this is a shout-out and thank you, PVT Wow. Can we go over the Santa Claus rally, or the Christmas rally? Well, it's the Santa Claus rally that the NOS boss provided. So it's the last 5 trading days of the year in December, and then the first couple in January is typically the Santa Claus rally. Although, I just realized, do we count, does the Santa Claus rally count the half day as one of the days? So I'm gonna,
I think it starts, regardless of what Michael Noss said, I think it starts the 26th.
Yeah, because that makes they wouldn't start it on the 24th, so it should be Boxing Day, which it's not a market holiday. It's a holiday in Canada. It's not a holiday in the U.S. And then goes into whatever that works out to in January. I'd have to look it up on the calendar. What'll that be, the 5th, I suppose? Because
it's three trading days.
Oh, never mind, because the first is a Thursday, so 1, 2. It'll be the 6th, because that'll be the Tuesday. Right, because Friday, the first day back in January is going to be a Friday, believe it or not. Kind of weird. It really chops it up. Because the first is a Thursday, so then you come back for 1 day, and then we'll have a couple days.
Okay.
I've I kind of always never understood why they don't have a half day for New Year's Eve. That's just kind of a weird.
It's a full day, isn't it?
New Year's Eve is a full day. The markets, we'll have a fun time. That's for sure. Maybe we should do champagne or something.
Yeah, we could.
We could.
Here, I was going to say, let's just go over and have a quick little look then. A little look-see there at the Qs and what happened last Santa Claus rally time. So this right here is the 20th. So we're going to go into December. And last year, it was definitely not a Santa Claus rally. Wow. Last year, it was the opposite. So last year, we have the 26th right here, which is this red candle at 526. By the time we got to New Year's, you were down to 5. So you had 4 straight down days. So opposite of Santa Claus rally. Then the first 3 days, we did get back going in the new year. We got a little bit going there again. And then only followed by another flush. So last year, Santa brought the market a couple lumps of coal. So please do not consider the Santa Claus rally as anything other than just something fun to talk about. All right. Yeah, one thing I wanted to look at was as well, are we going to Adara? No, okay, good. All right, perfect. Okay, like what in the Adara, we're going to Adara right now, is I'm gonna ask what the heck happened with Bitcoin. So this was 88,000, okay? In a matter of, this is a 1 minute chart. So at 12 o'clock, Bitcoin was 88,000, all right? At 12:30, it was 85.5. So you lost like basically 4% in a half hour. That's nice. And then all of a sudden I was like, okay, bang. And now you're down again in just 20 minutes right there. We just lost $1,000 again on Bitcoin. Man, this thing is not looking the greatest right here. On your daily chart, I think they're getting ready to rug this thing. So get ready for crypto. Get your orders locked and loaded at 75 and change. And after that, put some orders at $60,100. Sorry, Mean, I couldn't hear you.
But we can certainly all hear about Beta Pro by Globex Canada, the largest provider of inverse leveraged ETFs here. And they got a few new ones here. We've got 3x bull and bear exposure to TSX, S&P 60, semis, and U.S. Treasuries. Also, they're going to be dropping their fees to just 65 basis points throughout the end of the year. So you only have a couple of weeks to take advantage of this. They also have currency hedging, so you can have more pure performance and exposure to your trade. So hey, if you're a tactical and sophisticated trader looking to amplify some performance, then check out betapro.ca, 3x daily. Scan the QR code you see right in front of you to learn more. And we're going to go to Adara, I do believe. So let's go to the, what?
Yeah, no, I just wanted, I wanted to ask Adara if there was.
I thought it was like a news story.
Yeah, I know the rug pull's already started with Bitcoin, but what was up with that move, Adara? Was there anything on that, or?
Which move on Bitcoin here? Let me check.
At noon. I was just talking about it.
At noon? Okay, so yeah, let me look here. Around noon, there was that drop. The only thing that happened there was we just got some companies that were kind of coming out here with regards to who's going to be involved in that Genesis AI project announced by the Trump admin back on November 24th, 2025, so just under a month ago. But yeah, apparently like these companies include Intel, IBM, HPE, the latter two of which had their CEOs visit Trump last week, by the way. But we also had NVIDIA, like the old standards, NVIDIA, Amazon, etc. So there was a lot of companies mentioned there with regards to this Genesis AI project. The other thing, though, Sean, that might be more relevant for crypto than it was for the overall market could be the fact that apparently there was a bit of a drop there for those mortgage rates. We have the mortgage rates come out at 12. I did see that. Unclear if either of those stories are directly connected to that move, but it's worth noting the whole market kind of dropped like that. Bitcoin just seemed to drop harder and faster, if you will. And now we're going to take a look at a segment. Let's see ya.
Huge volume, too.
The Russell today, it's up 0.85%. Tech is doing really, really well. Finance, health, retail, all super flat. However, let's take a look at Bloom Energy. BE is up. Let's take a look. BE is up 4.04% right now. Closed at $76.97 yesterday, down 12.4%. Around $10.5. The company's stocks have been performing pretty well over the past couple months and have gained 8.2%. It outperformed S&P's growth of 3.5% and is clearly benefiting from growing clean power demand from the AI-driven data centers. Also, Urban Outfitters in retail is up 0.35% after the CEO, Richard Haynes, sold 40,000 shares as of 15th and 16th of December. Transactions included and not limited to direct shares, and also indirect shares were included. Indirect ownership was included. Shares were being sold at a weighted average of $81.81 to $83.91, with the total sale amount being a big amount. And CRDO, Credo Technology, showing gains by 3.38% today after company's director Feng Cheng made the decision to sell 55,000 shares worth $7.9 million. And that's all. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Sia. Man, Bloom is, oh my goodness. Like, it's the rug that's happened on that slug. You know what? And this is why I have concerns about SNDK. Like, this chart, and a lot of other ones that are like it, it's not like Bloom is the only chart that looks like this, but look at how crazy it was. It's like, oh, it's in favor, it's in favor. Well, okay, party's over when you get this pullback and then the lower high, right? Well, what looks almost exactly like this? So remember, just take a mental picture of Bloom Energy, and then we look at SanDisk. Oh, does that look the same? It looks pretty much the same to me, and the only thing left is there's your lower high, double top, and then crap all over yourself till it gets down to like 120 or something like that. Completely unrelated, but it's like the unwind of parabolic stocks. They don't always look identical on the way up, but man, do they look very similar on the way down, I'll tell you that much. And so far, that's what I think can be happening next on SanDisk. Bloom Energy, just like when they're in favor, it's great. We saw this with Abercrombie. It's probably 2 years ago, actually, now that I think about it. It wasn't even last year. Yeah, that was a couple of years ago, the ANF. 2023, maybe? I'm going to throw it up here just to see load. It was in favor for so long, and then it had a big drop, and yeah, it's going to end up being way further back than I want as we enter power hour.
Yeah, we're entering power hour. And I just want to say, like, remember about 30 minutes ago when the futures were up here, and I said the futures look like they're on their way down here. So I hope that some of you were looking at that, and if you were in the futures, hopefully you're able to get out. We did talk about not buying NVIDIA because we were thinking the futures had a lower move. Remember, I said if we break VWAP, the futures, the traders will probably want to see some of these lows again. So they're seeing them right now. Let's see what winds up happening right there with. Yeah, oh yeah, shoot, I forgot we have that one. That's literally my favorite one right there. Okay, yeah. All right, so some talk about Rivian. All right, so I'm almost out of everything. Yeah, that's later on. I'm almost out of everything right now on Rivian. So someone was asking about a target there. Now my last piece out is 1910 right there, but we have like 5% left, all right, maybe even less than that on Rivian. All right, so we just enjoy this move up, and look what's happening in the futures. So we're not going to think too much about Rivian anymore today. That trading is, for me, most likely done. Okay, so that's that. If I'm going to do anything, it might be in something that has a little bit of juice to it. So Tesla, right? And I was going to try to look at TSLL moving forward. I'll probably go back to Tesla, but I did write down on the note today TSLL. So it's just bouncing right there off VWAP. So let's see if it winds up holding that. I think we could go long here off the volume weighted average price here. So it's something that I'm looking at. The only problem is we're leaning down here on the indicators for myself. 200 period, 50 period, 21, and then VWAP. And up into here, 23 bucks has been the high. We sort of ticked off there a little bit, and then every single time we tried to break higher, we faded out until eventually we broke that 200 period. So yeah, I think it's worth a shot. 2230s there. If we do get that opportunity right here, right now, we'll see if we can recoup some money from Tesla yesterday and go on that one. All right, so Boeing's been a good little look as well. Shout out to 21 Savage. Probably no one got that reference, so it doesn't matter. But down into there, Boeing. Boeing's been good off two bills, man. I mean, it's been good, and it's not really going to the downside here at all, but it is holding its 200 marker there, BA. So, you know, a little look there if we do get back in. Not much going on there. Just crossed the scanner. Was hoping there might be something. Let's have a quick look at Netflix. A buyer of Netflix I am, but down today. So yuck on that one, as we'll slap a this toilet flush on there on Netflix. You know, I'm long at 96. It's flushed back in. I will be buying more of this name, and I just don't know where yet. So Netflix was thinking $88 and change on that one. There come the futures, man. Wow. Damn, man. I should be doing this more often. We called the move down, and then we called sort of an area of support there. I'm a little nervous. The volume is actually okay. It's not like we're in lunchtime right now or anything like that. The volume is a little bit, it's not great. We do have quad witching.
No, we're going to see better volumes tonight and tomorrow in the afternoon than usual. That's just how it is for witching at the end of the year. So you can expect movement today and tomorrow. Maybe not as much today, but tomorrow big time. Carvana, baby.
You'll be lucky enough to have Obi sitting in for me tomorrow. So Obi will be here tomorrow, and he will be trading probably not that often, and probably similar to me as well. So watch out for Obi tomorrow. Get ready to ask him all of those questions. And I'll probably be watching near the end of the day because I remember, I believe it was I can go find the spot exactly where it was. When I was in the chat, I was sitting at home watching the show, and it was 1:31. It was right here. It was this day in June. So the 6-month rebalancing, and now you get the full year. I was sitting in the chat when Palantir was doing this, and we were able to get long at 1:31. Then the very next day on Monday, I was yelling at the people in the chat about it. And then the very next day, it popped up to 138. It did revisit, and then it just took off. So you are going to get moves, and just zooming in there. Whoa, I'm still on this. Whoa, I get rid of that. Right into there, June. So it was this move right into there. And the very next day, the cat came back, and it went up too. You thought it was a goner, but it came back. And then right in there, 138. And then, I don't know, the market must have had a little dip on that Tuesday, and then we just took off from there. So we'll wait to see, well, I won't be here, but you guys will wait to see tomorrow to see if there is a violent move one way or the other, and try to catch it if you can, because there's a lot of money to be made on those kind of moves.
In the chat, I was just answering a question. The question was from Bill's camp. Whether usually on triple witching is the volume to the upside or the downside. It's not really, it's not a hard rule like that, because if you really think about it, like in the options market, there's a balance there, and then when you think about index rebalancing, there's going to be lots of up weights, there's down weights, like something goes in the index, somebody's coming out. So it's not as if overall volume typically has one direction. Sometimes you will see it favor one way or another, but I don't know that there's any rule to that. At least I've never observed it like, hey, on year-end rebalancing and triple witching, we're favoring the long, we're favoring the short. I've never found it to be that way at all. Individual names, you might have a bias. Like, of course, like this time tomorrow, maybe bias to the long side on Carvana, because that's a gigantic addition to the index. It's going to the S&P 500. But it's not the only one. It's just the only one it's the one that I care about the most because it's the biggest action. I forget the other name going in, but I did want to give an update. I elected to pull the old, well, this is my trail out, so I'm just going to add, can we come to the chart for a second? And this is sort of like when I'm in something which is already in the money, which is trending down, instead of just putting the trail in, what I try to do sometimes is, okay, well, it just got to this profit target. So if it breaks down, I want to add to it here. My average price ends up basically at break even. If it takes this out, if it breaks lower, then great. But until I'll just wait for it to get to VWAP again. But I like that when it's working the trend to the downside. And if we reverse, I wait for the volume weighted average price to try to jump back into it. I see Bitcoin is battling with 85K. Unconfirmed whether we're going to hold it. Bitcoin's literally back and forth. I've just seen it go back and forth 85K multiple times. And ETH is doing the same thing at 28. So there was someone in the chat mentioning it's a bullish thing if Bitcoin closes above 185. I actually don't disagree with that. I'm just not completely convinced we're going to hold that level. So I'm going to zoom out so you can sort of see. This has been support above the 85 level for the last couple of days. So it's pretty bearish. Obviously, it goes both ways. If we lose this level tonight. However, if you do get a wick bottom, we can close. I'd argue you want to be well into the 85.5, 86 range to hold this support. That would give you maybe another push into 90 here. But for myself, I look at it, no matter how the day ends today, I can't be happy with it. because I liked IBIT for a short and I ended up down on the stock when I was shorted. So it was a frustrating one because sometimes you can have the bias for a direction, but if it doesn't set you up an entry that allows you to be in the trade, or or I missed the setup that was there after, if I take it the third time on the same setup, it would have worked, but you got to be at your desk at all times sometimes. That's just how it goes. So it was a frustrating day on IBIT, but this market, the crypto market, I should say, is certainly right now more bearish than either the NASDAQ, whatever you want to look at. S&P, Dow, NASDAQ, there's no question that right now crypto is the other way.
Takes one. There it is, man. It's Rivian. Wow. The bulls are running on Rivian again, man. It's not only was it a good trade, it was reloaded as well. So there it goes. We don't have much left, but wow, there goes Rivian. Couldn't be happier with that trade. What's up, Adara?
Look here at SHFS. This is SHF holding. This one moving higher here, and it's also in watch here alongside MSOS with regards to some of this cannabis-related news we had earlier today. Apparently, I've seen a report suggesting that a senior advisor said that, quote, this is just the start. Bold clemency action, a directive to Congress to pass safer banking, and the formation of a descheduling commission are all being planned for the first half of 2026. So again, advisor to President Trump indicating that each one 2026 is going to bring about more news in the cannabis space. SHFS, again, is on watch here. Apparently, looks like they're related to the banking aspect of this. Back to you.
SH, okay, never heard of them. There was this, yeah, unfamiliar with that name. There was a ticker that was similar to that. Anyways, well, it doesn't seem to be having a very good day of it, I'll tell you that much. Yikes. Ooh, well, I don't like that chart whatsoever on SHFS. That's a flat bottom break. That's a habitual line stepper. That is a hedge fund's dream for just jumping into the short and dumping all over these guys. Yeah, that's correct. Give them the Wilhelm scream for sure, because that's what people have been doing if they've been in this one. You've been able to catch some wins in this, I'm sure, if you find the accumulation points and then just take it when it breaks. Here, accumulation, break, accumulation, small break. It's in an accumulation now, it just hasn't broken out. So it's showing you the pattern. On stock like this shows you the pattern. There's no excuse for getting caught when a flat bottom breaks the low. But yeah, however you skin it, this one looks like it's pretty dead. Rivian Millionaire asking about NVIDIA. Yeah, it's kind of breaking this downward trend. I'm not in love. To me, I'm not in love with that one, to be honest with you. I would almost defer. I would defer to a trend break, maybe on something like AMD, which is just moving more. NVIDIA, it's just not moving as much. And when a stock is the less it has volatility relative to its peers, then the less I'd want to be involved in a trend break. For a trend break, I kind of want it to be moving. Is it doing more than the market? Is it doing more than its peers? Then I think a trend break makes sense. So I would look at if an AMD was giving a setup or an SMCI was giving a setup along those lines. Look at SMCI compared to NVIDIA. That stock's getting destroyed. That's going to move a heck of a lot more. Look at this. That's got to be one of the worst chip names easily today.
We talked about Tesla, yeah, SMCI. Well, down 1.4? No, it's probably, Broadcom I think might be down, I'm not sure. But yeah, Tesla there today. We talked about 484, by the way, and yeah, once again, man, we had some great calls this morning, and we missed them, and there goes Tesla right now again as well. Missed that 484. We'll buy 484s if it comes back. All right, let's go check in with Sia one more time.
Okay, guys, let's do a quick sector watch. As compared to yesterday, energy is not doing the best right now. Amazon, however, retail trading 2.09% higher after OpenAI's announcement yesterday that it's in talks with Amazon about an investment that could exceed $10 billion. Tesla is also soaring since SpaceX IPO hype is building, currently trading 4.23% up. Uber also trading 1% up as stock trades around $80, seen cheap by analysts. Uber Technologies announced the departure of its safety chief, Gus Fuldner, amid a recent executive shakeup. And honestly, that's all that I'm looking at right now Electronic tech services looking pretty good and flat. Finance is super flat today. Yeah, that's all. Back to the guys.
Thank you again, Sia. DJT making some fresh highs as well. That's going pretty slow and steady to the upside after their AET or whatever, after their business combination and merger into the fusion space. It's finally at that $15 level, so this is filling in the entirety of the gap. I'm sure the Donald is going to be dancing it off with this one.
Crazy.
I don't know how much, I couldn't tell you how much he's made when this moves 43% to the upside, but it's not nothing. But also keep in mind, like, this was in the 50s, believe it or not. In the 40s at the beginning of the year, but it was in the 50s late last year, and has been on a pretty steady downward trajectory. Like, it's whether it's a trap. Well, I don't want to call it a. I'm not the one. I'm not sitting here.
I don't know.
I don't know. Look, I don't really know enough about this fusion company that they're merging with. Who knows? Maybe it ends up the next big thing, and they make some real progress. There are a few companies out there that I know have made some serious waves in fusion technology. I just have no idea whether or not they're combining with one that has something going on. That's what you got to figure out. Like, and if you can, more power to you. It's probably like trying to figure out which one of these quantum names has the best methodology and is going to make the biggest breakthrough. Do you like a Rigetti? Do you like a D-Wave? Do you like an Ion Q? Who knows? They all have different approaches to a similar technology, and one's going to win out. I do not profess to be an expert, so I'm not saying DJT is a trap. I would just simply say that most of the time, if it has a good day, it doesn't last very long. I'll leave it at that.
Right here, I'm always going to post these kind of things up, and there it goes. Everybody on this show does a great job. A lot of compliments there for Sia in the chat. So thank you, Sia, for adding to our show. Okay. Looks like the girls are busy today. Adara with more news.
Keep an eye on LUNR and RKLB. LUNR wasn't really moving. RKLB is at day's highs. There is a new executive order called, quote, ensuring American space superiority. Once I get a better sense of what that means, I'll keep you posted. But either way, our KLB seems to like it, or at least not be bothered by it. Now, before we send you back to the guys, I do have to mention, we have a new infographic here in X at TTV Research. Now, we know we have a ton of names on watch after the bell: FedEx, KB Home, Nike, and BlackBerry. Did you realize, though, that we have some heavy hitters before the bell tomorrow, including one that I know Neil watches on earnings: Carnival, Cruise Line, CCL. So make sure to check these out on X at TTV Research. I will have a Carnival earnings preview coming out tonight. It's already been scheduled, and I have earnings previews already for FDX, NKE, and BB. If you scroll up a little bit here on X at TTV Research, we'll send you back to Sean and Neil, but not before telling you to like and subscribe.
Well, I mean, had we seen that infographic before, Adair, then certainly this poll would have had BlackBerry on it, obviously, so that people could have proclaimed their preference to own BlackBerry over Nike and FedEx going into tomorrow's earnings. My guess is the current 58% FedEx and the 42% Nike would probably be 58% FedEx and 42% Nike if we had put BlackBerry on the poll. So probably a good thing we didn't include them on there. But yes, Carnival Cruise Lines. I like Carnival. I like what's going on in the space. I strongly dislike when they report their earnings. Some companies have the intelligence to report or the courtesy to report their earnings well before the bell when they do it in the morning. Carnival tends to report at like 9:10 or like 9:15. So then you have like a few minutes before the opening bell to sort of work things out, which makes it just makes it a frustrating trade most days. Sometimes you can set something up a little. I think the last time I waited till like 10 or 10:30 and was able to get something going in Carnival. But I do like I meant to go to the stock. I do like what's going on in both this and NCLH. They've broken a downtrend. Let's see the numbers come out. I want to wait till after earnings to see what the next move will be, whether it's back into consolidation off the $26 level, or we can look for this to break out into some fresh highs. It's all about experiences lately, and some people, like a good friend of mine's on a cruise right now. I know plenty of my parents like cruises. I'm not a big boat person. You probably never see me on one, but it doesn't really matter. It's what the masses do, and they're spending on experiences over things, and that falls right into their laps.
Funny thing is, they're not spending anything on EVs right now, which is strange. I only put Rivian here, and I'll put this note in the chat again. I do this every single day, of course, except for tomorrow, because I'm not here. But there's Rivian. But this is what it was here today. It's a sticky note. This is what we have as a #1 trade idea. You know, Rivian, 18 dip buy or 1850 rip, right? Upgrade at Baird today, citing the new R2, autonomy and AI, looking long with a 15% short float, right? So we were looking long on Rivian. This is the talk. We put this out at 8:30 or 9 o'clock or whatever. These are all the notes that I had today, and we even talked about Rivian in our market commentary as well. The TQ's long. You know the TQ's long at this level hit, and we didn't take it. Palantir does not go that low, but Google, you know where Google was? 299. Look at this recommendation, 299 to 300 right there on Google. So let's just go over and have a quick little look to see what Google's at. Google might even be there right now. We haven't even looked at that yet. Okay, so we wrote down 299 to $300 bottom there, or where we looking long on Google. We wrote that down when, of course, Google was up here, right? Or we made our sticky note and released it. I think today was about 9 o'clock. I was working on it. People were yelling at me to get it out a little bit faster there. But look where Google goes, man. Its low today is 299.25s. And then 299.50, we reached that level twice, or more than that, but two different areas of support hit, and we didn't take the long. So yeah, I was a little bit nervous early. I like the Rivian call. I mean, you got to make calls on things. I like the Rivian call more than the Google one, so I wanted to support that long. And if both, I didn't want both not working, so we did step out of Google trade, and we should have stayed in it. So we did have a pending bid there and pulled it. So we're learning more and more every single day. But hey, man, now Rivian's almost at $20. We did blow through 20 the very first time, and we touched out at $20.08. So that was a nice little take there, but it has since faded back out. All right, so faded back in just a little bit anyways. I don't think it's going anywhere. All right, Bitcoin. Would I talk about what this is funny. Okay, here we go, right here. We don't even talk about what our P&Ls here are on the show. Okay, so no, unfortunately, we won't be discussing our net worth on the show, but I do appreciate the fact that you're asking, so thank you so much for that. All right, so yeah, it does look like right now Bitcoin on a daily chart is definitely seeing some support, right? I think it's gonna crank a lot lower over the next couple of days, so watch out for that lump of coal coming through. It doesn't mean that it's going to. I just don't like this movement today. We don't even really have any significant news of any sort there that caused this 4% move down. Yep, I will. From 88 down to 86, 85. So basically that move that started from here at 1040, we were at 89,000 at 1040. Okay, so 5 hours later, we're down here to 84. Now we're having a nice little bump up right now on Bitcoin. So let me just, even if I zoom out, yeah, so I don't know why you would have thought that it could have bumped off there, but it did. So now we play, if you're long on Bitcoin, now you just say, okay, it bumped off of a random spot. So now that's the spot that we look at, you know, to see if it can hold. Like, why did it hold there? Maybe some buyers were coming in. I could add volume to see if there's any volume behind that one, but 84,350, let's say 84 flat, I guess, if you really were wanting to hold it. So I would say watch out for that move incoming again on BTC. What's up, A?
I want to talk here about LUNR. I did mention here LUNR and RKLB Rocket Lab with regards to this new executive order that was called Ensuring American Space Superiority. I do want to provide a little bit more background on this because I did have the time to read through this a bit. So the reason LUNR, or Intuitive Machines, was part of this was because of this executive order's focus on the moon. So apparently this order has set some targets to return astronauts to the moon by 2028 and establish initial elements of a permanent lunar outpost by 2030. They also want more commercial launch and exploration, prototyping some next generation missile defense technologies by 28. So lots of different, specifically lunar and space related headlines here coming out of this EO. If there is anything more, if people have any questions, you can just tag me in the chat. I will do my best to parse through this and let you know. But LUNR certainly trying to move a little bit higher off of this news. Here's RKLB, which is kind of running to some resistance at 59.50. As we send you back to Neil and Sean.
Who wants to send people to the moon? I mean, let's be real. The only reason the U.S. went to the moon is because of the Cold War. There's this demonstration that Neil deGrasse Tyson always does, and I'm going to steal it right now. He says if the Earth is your fist, then how far we go off, how far we get off the planet now is like the width of like a couple of coins. That's how far we go if your Earth is a fist. And like it's, more than arm's length is where the moon is, just to give you a bit of perspective. For a private company to say they're going to do it, it's like, it could happen, but like the will for like governments to do it, it's just, they don't care. There needs to be some kind of a push. Like if China says we're going to the moon and we're going to put a base up there, the US will be there in 2 days. Or not, well, they'll just put a full, not 2 days, literally, but they'll put a full court press on. So it's going to have to be somebody private. I don't know if these guys can pull it off. That seems a little bit.
I think there's a good point there. Oracle is putting some data centers on the moon right now as we speak. So,
but there's a very big difference between that and actually putting boots on. Is very different.
Yeah, I don't think Oracle's going up there. Okay,
no, but
so
it does. There's a long term.
Yeah, there has to be. I think
that does make sense. I just don't know if we're getting there in the short term. It was something on Bitcoin I was going to mention. I saw in the chat some people were mentioning the Bank of Japan and a rate decision. That's going to cause that will cause a little bit of excess volatility in Bitcoin. So we're going to be a little bit more patient tomorrow. But I'm favoring shorts again. Like I said, it was a bit of a fail because like I came in like this was the one thing I knew I wanted this one short. When it doesn't get to your target, you have to find entry points because it was nowhere close to where I thought the real short was. But it did trend down, of course, when the floodgates opened up. You got to be sitting at your desk. I'm looking at BM&R right now, though. Just for look, I like the weakness in BM&R. It traded once today, but I'm looking at yesterday's lows. And of course, Ethereum is right at 28,000, which is its own key level for Ethereum. Like Bitcoin, 85K, ETH, 28's been a big level as well. So right at this 29 even on BM&R is right where the bottom got made on that crazy candle, and we're consolidating under it. So going into power hour, I want to see if it can pop, put in another lower high, and just go for a little scalp trade, favoring the downside here on BM&R, which is also ETH. And our good friend Tom Lee, this is BM&R. If we lose that 85K, if ETH loses a bid right here, there's not much below about 25 bucks on BM&R. Like if we think, like if we move downside or ETH can make a gap to move downside, like what happens here if we lose some of this bid? Like that could be 30 or 40%. Forget about like looking at 10.
You know what else we're looking at? Yeah, no, I think, anybody that followed Tom Lee is out of the money now, so congratulations on that. And I just want to say right here, DJT, if you're following Donald John Trump, then yeah, today you have been rewarded. Even if you took this thing, remember, we are now live every single day at 8 a.m. So if you came in here and took that with us at 8 a.m., even at 9:30, that was $12, $13 right there. Do we have that dancing Donald J. Trump thing? Because, today shareholders are definitely dancing this one off. Up 44% right there for DJT as they get, there it is, they get a merger agreement here with TAE Enterprises, which is a fusion power company. So I don't even have any idea what that has to do with Truth social media or anything like that, but it is DJT now making moves.
They do everything now.
They do everything. You might as well, right?
They're a finance company.
Yeah,
they're a crypto company. They're now an energy company.
Yeah.
They're a media company.
Don't be rude. Don't be rude.
Don't be rude.
Uh-oh, what was that? Rude. That used to mean a call for Adara, that horn.
It did.
China.
Do it again.
No, it must mean, no, it's not. Adara's not even there. Move your head, Neil. Is Adara sitting there? Nope. Okay, so that means it's not. Oh yeah, that's right. They were eating the dogs and the cats. That was apparently truth there. So, yeah, what's up, Kenny there? Kenny's up 250 on Rivian. You are welcome, my friend, right there. So big shout out to you right there, Kenny. Right there, a good Canadian show. Kenny versus Spenny.
That's old school.
If you've ever heard
how old that show
of
is?
Kenny versus Spenny. One of the greatest shows in Canadian history. All right, and seriously.
No, if that show was now, like with YouTube Shorts and social media, it would be on a different level because of those types of shows where you just take the funniest moments and they're all over social media. That show would have crushed it. It was just like they were a little bit before their time.
Yeah, go check out Kenny v. Spenny if You have a chance. Okay, so, all right, Apple, Google, NVIDIA, SMR, Boeing, Google, Apple, Boeing. Okay, so it's all the same names here. Let me check out what Apple's doing right now as we go through it. I mean, we can have a quick little look at this watch list, and I know Fabian, Ramin, they like to zoom in on these type of things here. Let's just see what's moving around here today. Let's start out the top side. Micron right now up 12%, so that's still going. SOXL, we've had a nice little rebound day in the overall semiconductor marketplace as well. Affirm seems to be doing Affirm type things today, up 8% for Affirm, up 7%, sorry, for Affirm today. That's been cooking off some of those levels there as well. Starbucks, we like that stock, up to $90 right now goes Starbucks. We'll see, they are selling out some of their Chinese subsidiaries there, China coming into play for them. So we'll see what happens there with Starbucks. Nice move up there today, another 5%. Palantir up 5 points as well. Tesla, some company, is up 4%, up to 490, getting close to that. Marvell, my guy right there. We really like Marvell, not the superheroes, of course. Amazon up 2. Let's go to the other side of this. There's Mara down there, down 2. Oxy down 2, Roblox, SMCI, iBit only down 1 right now, so that's interesting. PayPal, Coinbase, XOM. So yeah, thanks Fabian for all of that. We'll zoom back out now and I'll get rid of it. But that's just some little names there that's been moving around today, and it's been an aggressive day for sure in the marketplace. And
Bitcoin's 4% off the highs. I know that. Yeah, I know iBit says it's down 1%, but if you go to the double top today, it's down 4%. Sometimes I feel like if you go to the prior close, it's a little bit, arbitrary is the wrong word, but it can be misleading. Like BMNR is only down 2%, but from the high, it is down 10% today. This is given up in a single session. It just flat bottom broke, so now there's trend line. I'm gonna try and short back into this trend line. Bitcoin lost 85 again. ETH just lost 28. So it's breaking down toward low of the day. Again, only 1% down, but what is that? Does that really tell you the story? It just means we gapped up and then lost the entirety of that gap. There's no doubt what the weakest segment of the market is going to be right now, and it's going to be crypto, unfortunately. Oh, there was someone in the chat that was talking about WBD and Warner Brothers. We've covered Netflix, and Netflix has moved down. For the record, for those that are that were looking at that WBD at 30 and sort of the fade because there's really wasn't much upside past that, and now all of a sudden the board is recommending the Netflix side of the trade or the Netflix deal. It's more or less priced within 10 to 15 pennies right now of the Netflix deal. So if you just take the actual ratio of stock and cash, then it's within 10% of that. But that doesn't factor in the time value of money and the fact that this deal will still, even if they close it, it'll close well into next year. So in theory, it should even be a little bit lower than this, maybe even like a full $1 lower. Your upside really at this point, if you're buying it at this level, even though it's already fallen a couple bucks, almost 10% from that 30 we were talking about, if you're buying it, you're probably still buying it because you think there might be a higher bid again by Paramount. They just come back over the top or something. If they don't, then this could easily slide under 27 bucks. If you look at any kind of a reasonable fair value, right? You can put, the easy way is you can always put into like ChatGPT and just say, okay, well, if the deal closes X time, assume X interest rate, and you can find your own fair value. But right now, it's trading pretty much at the actual deal price, which is still too high in my opinion. Let's go to Sia at the desk.
Hey guys, so the U.S. inflation data came in lighter than expected, boosting certain expectations from Federal Reserve rate cuts, slightly weakening the USD against majors like the JPY, UR. Markets, however, are now priced higher at odds of Fed's easing in December. Let's also take a look at the Bank of England. After facing 5 months of depreciation due to rising unemployment, soft business activity, weak growth, the British pound is stabilizing ahead of the BOE meeting, which happened today. Traders did predict an 88% chance of a rate cut, which did fall true. The BOE did cut rates from 4% to 3.75 earlier today. Also, the ECB interest rate decision came out earlier this morning at 2.15%. Didn't really affect market too much. And that's all for right now. Back to the guys.
Thank you, Sia. They have that Fed rate. I thought that was going to move the Fed watch tool. We're literally at 73.4 this morning. We're still at 73.4. Sometimes I feel like it's like, let me just refresh it one more time. What are the odds that it hasn't moved? We got CPI this morning and it hasn't moved a single percentage, not even like 0.1. We're still at exactly 73.4% of no rate cut, and then better than a quarter chance that we get a cut after that light CPI print. The big thing happening, and thank you everyone that reminds us, Bank of Japan has a rate decision tonight. That is probably the biggest mover overnight relative to earnings. I feel like that's going to be a bigger deal. And then, of course, witching will be a big deal as well. Which, speaking of which, got to show you guys the early look right now. Again, Chipotle, that's 2 days in a row. I believe, you know what? It was Chipotle, was it Chipotle and Oracle yesterday? 3.4 million and 1.8 million. You know what? I'm not 100. It was around 3 and it was around 1.8 million on both those two names. So both buy and balances on Chipotle and Oracle. Kenvue seems to always be there, so we'll ignore that for a bit. SOXL is a sell imbalance if you're paying attention there. Those are the big ones. CMG, I don't think let's just double check what CMG did yesterday. The big movers at the end of the day yesterday, like Apple, a couple of big cap tech names took some tumbles. So Chipotle was falling going into the imbalances, and then in the last 10 minutes, dropped again. So on a buy imbalance, I think if I'm based on what I saw yesterday, I think you'd be looking to play the fade. Like let it come out, let it flip, and play the flip because it sold off despite a buy imbalance yesterday. So playing by that, I would wait and see on Chipotle. But that's a big imbalance for sure. Let's go back to the desk, Adara.
We do have comments coming from Fed's Austin Goolsbee. Now, why this is significant beyond the fact that it's Fed speak is because Fed's Goolsbee, along with Fed Schmidt, actually dissented at the most recent Fed meeting last Wednesday. We had that rate cut. Goolsbee and Schmidt both voted to keep rates in check. So what Goolsbee said here, or what he's been saying here, because he is still speaking, is that if clarity arrives and inflation is waning, then that's the point when rates can come down. He's not comfortable with front loading, quote unquote, any of these rate cuts. And he also says that most of these job market pressures most of the measures here of the job market has shown pretty steady cooling. A lot of these feds are worried that the job market is cooling too much. Fed's Goolsbee basically arguing with that notion a bit here, saying it's cooling, quote, mildly and steadily. Though he did mention that the latest inflation data was favorable. So last but not least, we once again have comments coming here from Goolsbee, basically suggesting that, sure, we do have some concerns here at the job market, but the inflation concerns are larger. We don't need to speed up these rate cuts too much. Also, apparently, there is a new executive order from U.S. President Trump closing federal government offices on December 24th and 26th. So interesting look there. If I get more updates, I'll let you know. Not likely market related in terms of any market closures, but interesting stuff. Back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I guess federal office is getting a little
yeah, why not?
Holiday there on the 24th. I didn't know they were still open. Of course, the market will be open half day, right, on the 24th?
Yeah, on the 24th. I think we have some plans for the 24th. At least I hope we're going to go through with maybe doing the 2026 picks. Instead of doing it, because last year we only ended up doing the picks for the year because we had that Jimmy Carter day and we're all at home. It's like, well, what can we do? Because we're not going to be trading on the show and we're not going to be able to follow the market in the same way. So we ended up having a discussion on like our picks. But it makes more sense to do that kind of a thing before the start of the year. We just randomly did it on like the 19th of January, which is what it is. So yeah, come what is it, Wednesday?
Whatever day the 24th is.
Whatever the 24th.
Yeah, the one thing.
Half day. I know, but Brendan's not here, but I think everyone else is here.
Yeah, I don't know. We can do it on that day or whatever day anybody wants. And if you are using charting to make your picks, you may want to consider using eSignal. And for today and today only, or any day you scan that QR code, you will be able to get free 1 month of service from eSignal. So make sure you go check that out. They do connect to over 50 plus brokers, including whatever broker you guys use. They have world-class customizable charts, as well as amazing scanners. That was sort of what I just showed you there on my watch list, my self-curated watch list. It is really a basic charting program with many advanced features. Pretty simple to use. Get in there, obviously sharing on social is another thing. But to me, it's the 500 plus symbols that you can run at any given time. Their software is definitely, and there's some of the screeners that they have. If you just look at the top left there, there's different variables inputting into the market screener. So here we go right there. So if you just average volume, MACDs, whatever, names that are hitting your levels, find them first with e-signal. I mean, that's exactly how we screen most of the stuff that we see right here, right now. Wish we had a few more diamond hands. We do have our reservation in for the new Rivian R2. So wife already knows, so early present there, but who knows when that's gonna finally come through. Thank you, e-signal, to all of that. All right, let's get rid of that now. There it is right there. I just want to show Rivian because Rivian right now is gone. We are up on this stock pretty nicely today, obviously. It's the only stock that I've looked at as far as putting in some money into this name. And yeah, there it goes, man. The new Rivian Lambo model coming to a place near you, a garage near you. I think Marissa likes white and black, so I think we'll probably go with one of those. It makes it real simple.
Really simple.
One of those.
Will you put the matte on that bad boy?
Matte black? No, I don't think so. No. I don't know. I've got the satin gray on the Model 3.
Yeah, I actually like that better than the black.
Yeah, with the completely black tinted windows and black rims and everything like that. So, but no, the thing is that if you see, someone tweeted at me here. I put this out, and they said, "Oh man, no more Rivian." I'll find it later. They said, "No more Tesla." I thought you liked Tesla. No, I like both of them, man. We can go dual EV mandate in the house. Yeah. So, but 484. I did put a buy down here for Tesla in case it came back in, because when we were talking about it at 2 o'clock. You know, when we did Tesla on the rundown, I was like, well, if we get back to VWAP, I think that should be a buy. And it came back there and just didn't have any orders out. We've been having a good time here this afternoon, and I just didn't put that order out, and we should have done that. The market did sort of do exactly again. Like I said, the market's going to want to see these lows. They did see those lows. We should have been sitting there as well. So it's not as aggressive in the afternoon. We might have to change that up. Because we made some great calls recently in the afternoons, and maybe we'll change it up. Maybe just lower share size in the afternoon. All right. I want to tell you that, like, this is the part of the afternoon trade here, and I think SMR is a good example where it's just not moving that much. You get very violent reactions early, right? And you try to catch a trend. It didn't really give you one. I mean, it went to the upside, then fell back in. Oklo also looking similarly to this. And now it's kind of just barcoding here into the close. Not really at any breaking spots or any key levels for me to trade SMR. So those of you asking about that one. And then I saw Uber. I was like, oh, maybe we could trade Uber because it's near $80. Well, I mean, again, the same type of thing there. You could trade a breakout here of 80. This is why I wanted to call this up. But it only went 10 cents. So you really got to, like, by the time you get through 80, you pay the fees to buy the break. And then it completely stops, and you probably don't get it out at 10s. And if you do, that's fine, but 10 cents. And then it falls back in now to 80 again. So unless Uber gets into 79.70 or something, we only have 8 minutes left until those imbalances, and the imbalances look half decent today. So maybe we get a little bit of a reaction play on the futures or something. But as far as individual stocks, you always want to look at names that have been moving around. So Micron today, I was, just the lows would have been something there at 250. Other than that, we did make a call on this top. It looks like it worked out. We said 264. We actually zoomed in and saw that it was the past all-time high right there at 264. I said we could probably see that here today. We did see it, and then we faded out. And we do know that there's a lot of traders in our chat that did make bank on Micron. So congratulations to anybody that made money off that trade. I mean, gave it to you. I didn't take it personally, but that was a good one. And congratulations to anybody that does hit the buy key. I mean, we're just talking heads here, man. You guys are the ones hitting the keys. Amazon, a little early on the bump up for Amazon. Would have liked to see it go a little bit more to the south side before we bought it or added to it in my long-term account. It does come close to its 200 period moving average, and maybe I'll have to zoom back out a little bit more to show you, or even more. Yeah, okay, there it is. Just how good that 200 period moving average has been since last year. So forget about that gap. There's nothing you can do about that. But that gap fill goes, and then we hold, and then we hold, and then we hold. So if stock trading is nothing more than guessing, I'll guess that this will hold the 200 period again, or at least give me reason to buy. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. Like this could happen, the tariff move down. And then when you sense that there's something going on, you can bail from any of these trades. It's just like I want to hold Amazon for a very long time. I mean, we're getting at least probably two packages a day probably at my house at least for
this
Amazon.
week's different. I mean,
So,
going to Christmas gotta be
it must be different going into Christmas. But I don't think we're buying that much stuff off Amazon for Christmas, but just on the generic stuff, like getting a lot. We actually ordered, we got a delivery from Costco the other day as well. So there's lots of stuff happening,
All
but
the stocking
Amazon
stuffers
is
100% of the stocking stuffers in our house will come from Amazon. 100%. And then stocking stuffers for.
Because I can't order anything off Amazon because we share accounts, so wife sees everything.
Oh yeah, we can't do each other's stuff. But like when I'm stocking stuffers, like we don't. It's mostly for Aaron and then like your nieces and nephews.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I try to make sure like the kids get their gift. Like I'm talking about my nieces and nephews. They get the gift and then it's like something in the stockings. Whatever. It's just a.
We got our nieces and nephews gift certificates and passes to the aquarium.
Yes.
So that should be fun for them. Yeah, they're just little. Yeah, they're little.
It's a load of fun.
Yep, it sure is.
So we have 7 minutes to go to the imbalances. There was something else we're going to get to. Oh, yeah, I know what it was. Yeah, remember Chipotle, that imbalance? Bye-bye. So it was 3.6 million to buy. It's now only 1 million to the buy side. So I was really thinking, based on what happened yesterday, that you'd fade it. But if it doesn't come out as a large imbalance, thank you, Ramin. If it doesn't come out as a large imbalance,
look at this.
Then I don't even bother fading it.
So she cuts the Snickers into like 4s or 5s or something like that.
Ramin hooked us up.
Thank you so much, Ramin.
Sometimes you just need a Snickers.
Is this, give me a break, break me off a piece of that Snickers bar. All right, so.
That was really frozen.
Okay. By the way, actually I like the frozen. You see, it's got a little, there's some nuts in there. They're nuts. But Rivian, it keeps on going. The only nuts thing that I've been doing today was selling Rivian. What am I, nuts? There goes Rivian all the way up to $20.20, man. We'll pay for our reservation today on Rivian. We'll pay for a little bit of a payment in our long-term account, and we got Rivian. So we're really happy with the way this stock has been trading. And yeah, man, I mean, that's why I said it to my wife. The minute I found out that, again, we talked about this. This is a long time ago, maybe 15 years ago or so. Lululemon. The minute I found out that Starbucks charges what they do for all these crazy drinks, we bought Starbucks stock. Target was the same thing. As soon as Target came into Canada, we bought some Target shares. And Rivian right now, hopefully being able to pay for the first fill up right there. And we're pretty lucky here. We have charging downstairs in the basement. So. And that's why I know Randy's looking at it. Randy has quite the drive in every single day.
He makes the most sense. If I was in Randy's boat, I would.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't paid for gas since May, so it's been pretty good.
Randy drives in from far.
Yes, he does.
He drives a couple hours.
Thank you, Ramin.
I'm not talking about both ways. I'm talking about like one way. Like it's an hour and a half. I think if it's fast in like 2 hours, that's both directions. And he could charge for.
Yeah, he drives 3 hours a day.
That's if it's. If it's good, it's 3 hours a day. Like sometimes it might be a little bit longer than that. So again, like 4 minutes to go. Sometimes gas is cheap right now. Some people say, well, it depends on your perspective. Sure, it's cheap to what it was before, but I remember when I started driving, and I don't think anyone's going to be happy about gas prices right now. You're certainly not going to be happy about Bitcoin prices. We're still battling but losing 85K over and over again. This is just washing back and forth. So in the time, for the last almost hour, Bitcoin has gone back and forth probably 20 times off of 85K. So we're at 85 right now. This is IBIT. Look at how many times we're just going back and forth. So there's a rather annoyingly boring dance that's going on with IBIT here and Bitcoin, unfortunately. But it still looks to me like it's going to be overall bearish. I'm staying on the bearish side of this thing.
My Snickers had poison in it, of course.
It was delicious. I'm a big Snickers over
we are now
Mars.
Someone told me to ring on my throat, ring the register on the Dollar Club. Now $2 on Rivian as I just keep taking another sip of this, man. Oh yeah, there it is. I mean, we posted up Rivian as soon as we took this trade, man. We posted this trade. Yo, what are you doing, my guy over there? How's it going?
When did Joe get back?
Man.
It's actually nice in here.
Yo, man, I think Joe's been sitting there for 2 hours, my guy. This is so Rivian just posted at 8 o'clock, talked about it. #1 trade on the note. I'm just being more disciplined. That's it, man. I'm not going to be chasing names. Just going to be sitting there, more discipline, trying to make the best trades and trying to hit them with more shares. That's it. So that's going to be my New Year's resolution. And that's always what I'm trying to do anyways, but just be very specific on what we're looking for. And we did it today. So we'll go back into that. Yesterday, we chased down Google. We chased down Tesla. We had a good short on Tesla at the end of the day. We tried the Qs. And then we had, of course, Medline. We can check that out right now, MDLM.
It's pretty good.
Medline's still the #1 stock of the month on the show. So, and it's December 18th, and it traded for 1 day. And there it goes, man, nice move. And then today it's up, right? I mean, even though it shows down, if you got it off the open there, did have a nice little dip buy opportunity at $38. I don't really know, any key levels yet. We'll have to give this a couple weeks before you really determine what's going on with it. But yeah, really helped out VWAP early, which was real nice there, and 41.50. So that was basically the highs from yesterday. Was met today. So if anything, we are seeing a possible short area right there for Medline. So $41.80, $42. For everybody watching here, that is part of our great team, especially in the back there, Dimitri and everybody else that's working there in the back. They are going to be working.
Everybody's in today.
Yeah, they're going to be working from home starting tomorrow. So shout out to all of our great help that we have in the back. Thank you so much for everything. If you guys are watching, and if you are watching, get back to work.
Making sure that we get every single, whenever we get a new gateway up or anything kind of the change, which is fantastic, new symbols, we'd be able to trade IPOs or maybe new SPACs as well. Like Medline, imagine that was in the database yesterday, we would not be happy whatsoever. But I think Medline might be, the volume's pretty much done. I don't know if it's going to be a trade tomorrow. There might be one more day you can eke it out, but the volume is, you can't even see the bars relative to yesterday. That's how thinly traded it is. It's 13 million, which is good, so it's going to give you some juice, but it was a one and done for me, and I might not even look to trade this one tomorrow. But it's the kind of trade where, that was a day maker yesterday. Like I said, it was the only reason I was green yesterday, and today it's just kind of another stock. It was just another stock. And going forward, I would take this 10 times out of 10 over, what was that, F-Jet? What's the other IPO today?
It was just F-Jet. Is there another one? 10 seconds until the imbalances.
And balance about to come up, but yeah, F-Jet may be up 120%, but one price action's way better than the other. All right, NVIDIA's a buy, 2 million shares of the buy side on NVIDIA. That's pretty much it. FCX will be a 1.5 million. Buru's a penny stock, so who cares about that? So is GPUS, also a penny stock. Broadcom's a buy of 1 million. Apple's a buy of 1 million shares as well. Lyft is 1 million to the sell side. Laser 1 million to the sell side. NCLH 1 million to the sell side. And Beyond Meat, you're gonna have to do better than 1 million to buy to get that stock off the schneid. Back to $1 on Beyond Meat.
All right, I'm going to cancel all my trades here heading into the close. I mean, I was going to potentially buy that Tesla dip. We're just going to recover from the Snickerbotters. That was a good one, though. Thank you, Ramin. That really hit the spot there, but despite trying to kill me. All right, what's going on, Sia?
Quick crypto update, guys. It's down today with the market cap having decreased by 1.5%, now standing at around $3 trillion. Total crypto trading volume stands at $129 billion. ETH has neared around 3K after cool CPI print, currently down 1.5%. As of yesterday, ETH has plunged to $2,800, triggering $165 million in liquidations. 13% weekly decline, and ETH came with strong outflows and exchange traded funds. Overall, ETH has underperformed the broader crypto market by 6% in the past week. Moving on to Solana, SOL down 4.4% today. Demand hike is expected to be seen from SOL, with ETFs projected to buy over 100% of the new supply. This will total 23 million coins, which will be worth around $3.2 billion by 2026. XRP as well is down 2.8% as of right now. It's dropped nearly 50% from its peak of $3.66, now trading below $2. CEO of Factor LLC, Peter Brandt, warns that the failure in holding $2 could result in further declines closer to $1.07. And that's all for crypto. Thank you so much. Back to the guys.
Thank you so much, Sia. Yeah, Solana, like everything else, and some of these names not been looking very good. It doesn't matter what chart you pull up. Yikes. That is not good at all. Yuckity yucky yuck, Solana. But hey, it's holding the low at 117.5, so there's at least that. It hasn't broken through that bottom. And Bitcoin is doing sort of a similar thing, at 85, like back and forth and back and forth. We're back above 85, by the way, on Bitcoin. It's just doing this ridiculous dance, unfortunately. Those imbalances, nothing's paired off yet, but Intel kind of showed up out of nowhere. That was not 1.9 million or 1.8 million shares to the buy side when it came out, but this is the amount of the spike that you got in Intel when it flipped to a buy. So it's going to end up being a nothing burger, not really moving the stock. Almost got to, didn't quite get up to where I would have wanted to short it again, but not a good day for them either. Apple still maybe a little bit bigger. Both Apple and NVIDIA just popped higher. NVIDIA is now almost 3 million to the buy side, and Apple's over 2 million. So both those names kind of leading the way. The NASDAQ overall was about 1.1 billion shares, and you have some buy imbalances led by Apple. And NVIDIA, what's Apple doing? Clean off VWAP. I like the chart of Apple today. I know it's only up 0.3%. But the other thing going on, see how it had all those dip buys? Look at what it looks like on the daily chart. Yeah, there's a nice bounce. Liquidity grab underneath the 50-period moving average. So let's try to break the 50. Nope. Rejection, bottoming tail candle. That makes me bullish on Apple. Well, I was kind of bullish on it today anyways. But it makes me bullish on Apple tomorrow. Nice 50-period bounce. It's the first time we crossed the 50-period since going all the way back to August the 6th was the last time we were underneath the 50-period. And it rejected it today. It's going to close easily above it. So that looks great. Like you wick that, hold a 50, get back to the highs. Makes sense to me.
So go over, find my Instagram, Trader TV Sean. Go find at Trader TV as well. Some funny things on here. Randy doing funny things like this. Us talking more and more. Me wearing Dollar Tree over there, or hedge fund. Here's my kids and everything like that. But forget about all that noise. Ramin made an awesome thing here, and I want everyone to go find this for themselves. All right, we could play it for you, but it's a lot of fun, man. It's yesterday's Medline IPO. So go find that. I'm playing it, but you can't hear it. So go find it at Trader TV Live, at Trader TV Sean, the 2 Instagram accounts that you need to follow here. Go get that immediately and hit the like button. It was a lot of fun yesterday. Big shout out to Ramin, big shout out to Sharif and Joe, everybody trading that IPO, all of us there yesterday. So yeah, get going over there. Go find it on Instagram. Here, I'll put the, or YouTube short. What do you prefer, Ramin, Instagram or YouTube short, or does it matter? Here's the link in the chat. There it is, whatever. I put it up. So there's a link in the chat. Go check it out. It is on YouTube right there. Oh, Ramin's not even here. I do her a favor, and she's gone. Okay. Shout out to Ramin on that one. Good look there. Thanks, Ramin, for that. But there it is. Go find that. It's really funny. It's some good audio on that as well. So it's going to be on my. If you're following me, it's on the stories. So go have a quick little look on that one. CGC, man, it was not the day for the puff and the passing there today. So we'll go like that. And then no matter what you do, make sure you do it safely. But CGC today, this reminds me of the good old days when every day it was down 12%. And there it is now again, down another 12% there today as it just keeps on getting rocked. CGC left and right as YCBD actually got going as well and then faded out. There's Tilray down 5% today as well. And then YCBD is over there on the Amex. So that was up when everyone thought it was CBD, and Adara announced that to us that there was some concern there. And then I think now it's going to be in the new year. So there is some news there about the cannabis space. Go find that out.
They always eventually rug it. That's the thing. It's just a matter of how long until the next rug for the cannabis space. You ride it while you can, and then eventually it goes up in smoke, and then that's the end of it.
All right, man. Sean, I mean, there's been a lot of these comments, and I want to thank you guys all today. I mean, you know, this is why we're doing this. This is why we put these notes out. That's why we're here trading for you. It's why we're showing you our ins and our outs, and that's why we're talking about the trades that we really like. All right, I made one trade today, Rivian. Put that thing back up right there. So there it is right there. Today's trade of the day, not that one, the other one. I didn't even read it. It was $10 right there. We'll find that other super chat in a minute. There it is right there. So we're looking at HTF on a chart. Where do you see this going into Santa Claus? Jimmy G, he's next week. Is that Jim Cramer? Into Santa's Jimmy's. Okay. Next week, I don't know what that means. Now that we have a daily close above 20, seems you could get here. Okay, so you want to talk about HTF? I don't even know, what is that stock? HTF. No, I don't see it. You're going to have to let me know. Oh, you're talking about...
It's about Rivian. I don't understand what it means, but it's about Rivian. That put it back up.
Live, Sean, live, or live, Sean. Yeah, you're welcome.
Put the other one back up.
Unless he's talking about looking at HTF on chart. Highs from the top? I don't know. I don't know.
I just don't know what HTF means.
Oh, higher time frame. Dun, 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 dun. Second smartest guy in the room, Brendan. Okay, so yeah, hello. Here's the higher time frame on Rivian. So good call there. Thank you so much, Ryan, there in NOLA, New Orleans. Yeah. So look, now that we've taken off on Rivian, I really do think that we could get into this 23-24 area here. I mean, today's move is 15% on an upgrade. So more upgrades coming, man. I feel like, you know, I won't be here tomorrow, but join us tomorrow, where I think Rivian, again, wow. It's because I had a little bit of a sore throat, but not enough of one, and that's why I got a little bit more water. I like Rivian up here. They came with their report. They've already told us all the truth, right? Is that they're not making money on any cars, but it's the autonomy aspect that they gave. They gave a nice, Rivian. They gave a nice call on that. They had their AI day, and I think that's really boosting everything here for Rivian. So I got to get out. I only have a little bit left on Rivian, so we'll offer it there. Now we are out on Rivian. They're at 25, so that ends the day right there. $2 on Rivian. Thanks for the super chat. I like the stock. I mean, to say you want to buy it now, it's up 15%. I'd let it cool off a little bit. But yeah, man, look at this 50-period moving average right there all day on this. So it's been a good one there. 50-period moving average on a 5-minute chart. Thanks for the super chat. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, only 30 seconds to go. I would pull up a weekly chart if you can. If you're saying higher time frame, when a stock's breaking out, go to higher time frame. I'm assuming that's what you meant, because you have room to like 27, 25, then 27 and a half. 27 and a half is a bigger level on the weekly chart. As we only have under 10 seconds to go, we got FedEx after the bell. Nike's also going to be after the bell. You've got Japan with an interest rate decision overnight, and we got witching tomorrow. So a lot to work into. In 2 and 1, we ring it. But we do expect, if you think it's a busy day today, there is a lot going on tomorrow. Triple witching, index rebalancing, Carvana going into the S&P, some other stuff going in that probably other people care about, but most people probably care about Carvana. And of course, the death of crypto. We closed under 85,000, by the way, so it still looks pretty bullish. ETH, same thing as well. So it does shape up to be a pretty big end to the week. Should be a lot of volume, should be a lot of volatility.
Tomorrow will be the last day you get a chance to sell your Carvana shares, okay? Don't look at me in a month when Carvana's down $100, okay? So watch out, Carvana down. Tomorrow's your last day. I won't be here, but I'll try to be in the chat. All right, decent show today. Thank you so much, everybody. Ramin, thank you so much. Fabian, thank you so much. Andre, hope you're having a great time on your vacay. Mini-me over there. Joe, thank you so much. You guys are killing it on the midday. We really appreciate all your options analysis there. Sharif, the guy's gone, but thanks for all the fun and excitement that Sharif has right now. Yeah, he's digesting right now, or he's doing something with his legs. Big shout out there to Adara. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing for us, obviously, on a daily basis. Still looking into things. So never stopping. And thank you to Sia as well.
Crushing it, Sia.
Sia said Sia a minute ago. So Sia. And thank you to Obi for filling in for me tomorrow. All right, man, that's Neil. I'm Sean. It's been an absolutely banger of a day. 1 for 1 today, and I like it. And I'll see you guys on Monday. We're back tomorrow at 8 a.m. So be well, be safe, and what, go Rams or go Seahawks? What do you think?
Oh, I could care less who wins the game.
All right.
I just badly need one running back to score.
Let's see you guys. I like that right at the end, the Stone Cold.